into it we go again. So, first picks, what have we got available? Well, the Azir's gone, the Orianna's banned as the Jarvan. So in terms of our mid lane combos, the Rumble's gone, the Varus is gone. What are we looking at? Nymaera, Ambassador taken away. Nymaera would be the big one, which I look at first. I suppose there's some Lulu lanes as well. If you're really thinking about Enchanter meta, you have Lulu Aphelios, you have Lulu Jinx, which Annual's Legend showed the other day. Elk and Photic, both Misfortune players. In fact, for IG, I would quite like to see a Misfortune. I wonder whether the scrim meta for LPL is just so heavily Enchanter based now that we'll see less of that, though. I do wonder. Vi, the last ban. Aurora first pick? Is that really your first pick? Okay, well, I suppose Xiaohu's confident at it, and it is a flex pick, and then if Sobra goes for something like the Cassante and top lane, that could be an issue for him, but you're giving up something like the Nymaera. Okay, now with the Vi, the Embessa gone, you could have Aphelios for Elk. Do you Nymaera Lulu right now and just say, we'll play towards hyper carry? But then the problem is, if you lock a Lulu, there's a chance of a Nautilus lane for Erha. So now if you go towards a Nautilus lane, you can play the hook champion into the double range, and that can be a big threat. It can be a huge threat, in fact. Corki being thought instead. Wondering whether it would be something like the Aphelios. The Corki is a losing individual matchup into the Nymaera, and you don't have a Karma. You can go for the Nami. Corki Nami is fairly powerful. It means it's a competitive 2v2. It's competitive. That being said, I do think that the Nymaera Lulu does have a lot more scaling value. Like, a lot more. I don't think it was even that worse in the early game either. If anything, it's even better at points. Corki Nami, that's the easy one. So we're really in an Enchanter meta. We're in such an Enchanter meta right now. You know, before this you'd be seeing just spammed Alistair, Nautilus, Braum. But we're really into the Enchanter side of things now, which is really pushing some teams to play some different compositions, find their engage from elsewhere. The Wukong in for Wei. It gives you some engage. I think both these teams are going to have to be looking for those big engage threats somewhere. Sion, Cassante, both quite valuable, I think. When you've got these hyper carries, you do need some way to... Well, I say hyper carries. When you've got enchanters, right? Because you want to be playing front to back. Ahri, Nocturne taken away. I mean, yeah, Nocturne would have been a pretty good engage threat here. For the side of GEG, you know, our player of the game from game one, you want something again that can really instigate here. Jump forwards, combo up with the Aurora. You don't have the Vi, Jarvan, Shinzao, Nocturne, Poppy even. What do you go for GEG now? Is that Aurora mid? It could be flexed into top lane if there's a Cassante or a Renekton, so don't assume that it's going into mid lane, but it's likely to be there. The Aurora first pick makes no sense to me. It's comfort for Xiaohu. It's comfort for Xiaohu. I think Rookie can still go towards something like the Talia here. The Talia is fine. I suppose you could even go towards something like the Syndra. Syndra's not awful, although not fantastic into the Nami. Okay, if you lock the Renekton as a safe blind pick here, you can flex the Aurora top lane now. That is a good matchup for the Aurora. So there's a chance that goes top lane and something else happens mid lane, but you don't see the matchup mid lane, so whatever, really. You need an engaged threat. Malphite would be that. Not fantastic into Nymaera. It's okay. It's not fantastic into the Wukong either, actually. He's got so much armor shred, but it is engage. It is engage. Wukong is actually not bad into this champion because the crushing blows do give so much armor shred. Last pick for Rookie. Sees the Aurora mid lane. Now, LeBlanc does bully the matchup pretty hard. I think LeBlanc really bullies the matchup hard. I'd like to see an assassin for him. Yeah, do it. Rookie, play for lane. Play for lane. Do it. Okay, IG walk away with with very strong lanes and ones which hopefully can play out this game a lot better for themselves. They don't have that much engage. They do have good pick potential between the solo laners. The top side of the map, I've got a lot of faith in this trio of champions. Weibo on the other side, a lot more janky. I mean, there's a lot of mobility into the Malphite ults. The Gnar and Ekton matchup, of course, can go very, very well for the Gnar. It's not always a given. Not always. IG draft better. I think IG have the better draft. Yeah, I think IG walk away with the better draft this time, folks. The question will be about that gameplay after. Of course, bot lane is competitive. I'm a little worried that Weibo still win through bot lane and top lane laning phase, because IG's laners are just not very good. I think with other teams, it would be... If these were other teams, I would favor IG more. But it is IG. That's the whole point, you know? Oh, gosh. And into the second game we go. Let's hear those gyres as well. So fighting over those wards in the bot lane brush. Ooh, Way not spotted that. Way not spotted, clear in that bot side, in the bot lane bush. Way is going to be able to start on red buff. Okay, this is a good early start from IG. They're going to be able to isolate bot lane. Malphite wouldn't really want to walk bot lane anyway. But it does mean that he can't really enter the bot side of the map to do much. So Elk and Airher are on their own. I have to say, though, heal for heal, trying to space out, get the extra auto attacks. Not bad trading back from Elk and Airher, actually. And the level 1s have been... The laning phase has been good from Elk and Airher. I think early on in the split is one of their weakest parts, but I think it's been very strong as the split's gone on. They've developed well in that area of the game. Oh, hey, Sam. So I was wondering if you're going to join us or not. Okay, well, we're through draft already, and we're already into game, so let's get set up. Bot lane, as he said, being isolated here. Way is down towards the bot side of the map. Not really able to force that much. All it's meant to do is just make sure that the bot lane has to be a bit more respectful, drop a little bit more farm. And hopefully that means that Photic and Joy survive the early game, which has been a problem for them. GEG going into the enemy side of the jungle. So the actual jungle farm won't be changed that much. That's not the thing about the vertical jungle that really changes. It's more about which lanes have to be respectful at which points. You can see the Elk goes low. Doesn't have the barrier. It is actually a bit spooky. Damage onto Airher too. The level 1 was fine from Elk and Airher. This is just a bit of a jungle thing. Respect, right? Both these players very low HP. No dive really available though.
How are we feeling about the Malphite in the current meta after all the changes?
They needed an engage. It's an engaged champion. That's what it means in this draft. It is worse. It's a slower clear. At the end of the day, you're still going to be a Malphite pressing R. The problem is, in this game, you're against a highly mobile team. The Lulu is the one person who you think you can probably get a free ult on, maybe one shot. But, you know, LeBlanc, Yunara, if they're caught out by Malphite ult, I'm not going to say something's gone wrong because you still can catch them, but it's definitely more likely that they escape or engage than other champions like an Orianna, Syndra, Aphelios, immobile carries.
Seems to be the case. I'll note the Wukong just sliding over the wall here. There is a flash available. Ura's left alone here. In fact, I think the Nami might well just be dead here.
probably is going to be, no one's going to be able to teleport down in time. This should be a free kill. Erha will die. They'll just try and feed it over to either Photic or Wei, probably Photic.
And do just that. Wei takes the aggro, and instead will have to go towards Wei just because of the way the aggro was juggled. Still kill secured. Erha down, and Elk will now be returning to a lane in a 1v2.
I mean, the reset's coming through, so that actually doesn't really matter for Elk here. It's still going to be the resets coming through from Photic and Wei. Costs an extra flash from Wei as well, so there is a bit more opportunity cost for IG. They have to use a little bit more resources for that. Elk has that tier. No cull from Photic. I was wondering whether he'd pick that up. We've seen, you know, the logic of buying cull obviously changes from game to game somewhat. I was wondering whether Photic would really want to scale up in this one. Because the thing which I was saying after game 1 is, much like for most of the split, if IG had a laning phase, they'd be a genuinely scary team. Them getting early kills like this is actually a big issue. Did end up trading the aggro that. Did manage to force that flash out of Wei at least. Did Erha.
Yeah, but there is the value of the Lulu and the shield. They had the heal to work with as well. So flash down, but kill still secured, and then obviously then get to reset and have a very nice back there, does Photic, with the recurve bow alongside that longsword. So feeling quite happy here, despite being down a little bit of CS. Of course, that will even up as his wave gets dealt with, but still a nice start there towards Invictus Gaming. And after that, I don't know how else to put it, debacle of game 1. It was some cinema, to be sure. That's a massively stacked wave, by the way, bot lane. But I don't think Malphite's going to be here quite in time to gank or anything. But they'll need to try and clear out as many of these minions as they can on this slow crash.
So most of the time when you crash in a wave, you're typically looking for jungle invade or a roam somewhere else or a free reset. Because they've kind of got the reset which they want, there's nothing really on bot side for them to do. They're just going to be poking under turret, trying to get the next wave shoved in. Now JJ's here and ready to do something. Maybe they can make a bit of a play. Ward's going to be spotted out here, so that's a very short-lived control ward.
But at least I suppose it does its job and spots the jungler.
Yeah, true. It did. It a short, valuable life.
Is it worth 75 gold, though?
What's the current exchange rate on gold, Sam? You know, what's...
Mate, I will look it up if you really want to do this.
Isn't it silver the one that's really valuable right now? Isn't that a thing?
I mean, knowing my rank in solo queue, you know, probably...
Sam, I'm aware that at some point we're going to check... Hang on a second.
Ooh, Elk is going to be very, very low. Just about gets out just to blow the flash, the barrier. Heals down on her as well,
so
yeah.
There's 3 summoners for that. There is no level 6 on JJ. He can't really do that much. Well, I suppose he has electric. Can we see a pre-ult Malphite doing some damage here?
Ira's going to be forced away from this, so he's not going to support that much. We'll throw out some seismic shards, the barrier. That's not bad, actually, from JJ, with a little bit of speed up from the Tidecaller's blessing. Wei's now here, but Wei's had to flash away.
Cheese wheel!
The Malphite just throws rocks at him.
That was a Malphite without ult. You just cheese wheel him to death, Sam. You just threw the cheese. God, 2 kills for the Malphite. Look, Malphite is not as strong as he was at the start of the split. Where he was very, very strong into all of the poke champions, the AD skirmishes, whilst also being an engaged threat. It's less good now. Hang on, looking for the passive here is Xiaohu.
Rookie will get his passive taken away from him. There's, unfortunately, though, Xiaohu in a dangerous spot, but there's the Malphite ult afterwards. This time he's got a little bit more than just the rocks to throw. Wei goes down.
Dude.
Just wrecks the early game.
JJ is so good. JJ is so good. He's very good at assessing a changing map. Rookie's looking for the kill here. Rookie's going to take a fair amount of damage. We might just get the kill back onto him.
Should do, but there's Xiaohu going to getting all the flash hordes off the way. Has to do it because Xiaohu is coming on in. So Xiaohu doesn't quite get the kill onto Rookie, and JJ gets out.
Oh my god. Rookie very nearly takes down his jungler from spring of last year, or winter of last year rather. 1 auto attack off. That was so close. That's the problem though, going up against the Malphite. It's a little bit fair. Got too many of those defensive stats and a little old mage in the mid lane. Not exactly known for their auto attacks. JJ has been so pivotal to Weibo. Now, of course, he was on IG last year. He was one of the most important parts of them on that first kind of spurt of last year. Photic jumping onto Elk, uses that ult, doesn't get the kill though. And now, of course, JJ goes onto Weibo, and he's been critical. I think he probably has been. Look, he's top 3 jungler. It's whether he's 2nd or 3rd, I actually really liked what Shun was doing this split. I don't think it's disparaging to JJ to say he'd be 3rd instead of 2nd, but he's one of those 2, with Tarzan being, of course, the 1st within the LPL. Jeje makes Weibo function. If this guy wasn't there to have his crazy early game pathing, his ability to assess the map, and much like last game, play out that very frantic macro, and same with that Wei and Rookie do on the other side, right? You wouldn't see a team perform like this as Weibo. Jeje getting ahead from this early game is so important.
Shao's going to get hit by those ethereal chains there, and that will keep him chunked and low. Malphite's coming towards his bot lane, but he's still over by his Raptors. That means this dive should be pretty done deal. They do at least get one back. The second turret shot comes on through, and suddenly they pick up another kill. Wei will begin to cyclone his way around, but unfortunately the Malphite's going to be hit by the Aqua Prison, and Jeje, I don't think he's going to be miles off getting involved himself. Tries to get back onto Era, flashes for the auto, the heal, and it's just too much.
The great legendary battle between natural enemies, monkeys and fish. The fish got teeth, Sam. They got teeth.
Shark.
Maybe, Sam. Maybe. Wait, a shark? Yeah, I mean, sharks are fish.
They are.
Yeah.
They don't have scales. The scales are a requirement for fish.
Actually, no. Probably. Well, I think there's no such thing as a fish. Is the thing. It's such a wide evolutionary term. Yeah, they don't have them, but they're older than trees. The sharks. They are. So they've been around to see a thing or two, like a couple of dives in the bot lane. You know, imagine being alive to see, you know, the volcanic nature of the planet, and then also dives under turret here in 2026 for Invictus Gaming. I mean, Wei knows he's dead at this point because the Malphite's on the bot side of the map, so he at least tries to get the other play. That's why he ends up going for that. But now we're walking away with IG's early game once again just not being what it needs to be. IG's early game has been a big issue for them. It's been their biggest issue because they're actually a very talented mid to late game team. They just very rarely make it there by any regular path. If they make it to late game, he's going to get doped by Malphite. It's going to get doped by Malphite.
It doesn't even need to be. They just kill him into the turret, and now Jeje's going to run aggressively at the Lulu. Finally presses that R button, and Wei goes, I hate everything to do with this game. This is absolutely fallen apart in 10 minutes.
It has, IG, if they had an early game, would be an incredibly scary team. They just don't. They don't have that. They played for this early invade from Wei, and I think Wei's a very talented jungler too. I think he's been one of our better junglers in Group Ascend. But he's up against Jeje, and Wei isolated his bot lane matchup, got that dive off early, and thought, okay, well, the Yunara Lulu, surely they're going to be ahead. They're even. Much like last game where they had the Ashe Seraphine, they should have been ahead of the game, and it just didn't end up being that. Of course, one thing led to another. We had a 45-minute banger. It happens. It's the LPL, it's Weibo, it's IG. This is more what you expect from this matchup. Every so often, it'll flip into the late game, and in an even late game, both of these teams are two of our best late game teams in the LPL. But they just, IG can't consistently get there. And that's why when we look at next split, we wonder whether they'll pick up different AD carry, bring back the Shy, Mako. Zucker's going to get though. He is a Mega Dark.
He is. They'll get the root and the stun, but there are 3 members here. I think it's still going to kill. That's a good double crunch, though. Doesn't matter as Rookie gets that kill and gets involved. Should get out from under that turret, and that time, it's a clean dive.
Okay, Zucker does go down. Takes a lot of HP with him. Xiaohu not able to stop those recalls. It's a good dive by IG. Of course, diving and Mega Dark, very rarely a... Oh, he does stop the back, though. Okay, stops 2 backs. Okay, fair play. Well, nice, though. Protobelt is one of those items, which is really, really good at utility for things you don't expect. It's the best anti-spell shield tech in the game, because it's a very low cooldown, and you're always going to hit it. So if you see someone with the spell shield,
Rocket Belt them.
Rocket Belt them. And it's really good for just randomly checking bushes like that, too. Can very much help you in ways you don't expect.
Chat, for those of you who were not around for the Protobelt Ari era, there's a reason why Nymaera still refers to it as Protobelt, because
it was my favorite build of all time.
Precisely, that they still live in pining for the fjords.
Yeah, dude. But like, the thing is, I know Ari's back to building Protobelt, and the saddest thing is, it's actually not very good on Ari in terms of like, it's fine, but it's like it's low damage because it has no magic pen on it. So it's like, okay, if you're actually doing damage, build Lich Bane. You know, build Lich Bane, build Shadow Flame. Protobelt is fun for utility because you can stop your ult mid dash, which is really fun. So you can kind of like slide and kind of like do a banana. It's the original banana combo, you know. Okay, so Elk showing some really nasty damage onto Joy there. There is technically Dragon up in a minute. Jeje's here again. He has an ultimate. The Zeke's gives him lower cooldown on that. He can look for a fight if things go a certain way.
Wei could not be having a rough time here. He's trying to cycle his way down towards this bot lane, and is going to be left wondering what on earth is going on.
Oh yeah, Naka, by the way. I know we talked about we called it out yesterday, but that was the Ko-fi donation. I didn't quite see how much it was. Holy shit, Mecha.
Mecha, you psycho.
Yeah, so Mecha, we appreciate you. Zucker Gotta get Dove again. Rookie's looking for the kill.
Flash for that stun, and the Ruthless Predator helps Rookie and Sobro secure another. And at the very least, IG are finding some ways to get involved in the map. And I feel bad for Rookie's LeBlanc, Alex.
Yeah.
How many times have we seen it over the last few weeks? I know we've been off a couple of weeks with Lunar New Year. But Rookie's looked to LeBlanc, played a great individual game, looked at the rest of his map, and it's been on bloody fire.
It happened. Yeah, it happened last game too. Just get my boy Rookie a team. Jesus Christ, this guy has had some unlucky rosters. Could potentially run at them with the tidal wave. Photic caught by the knockup. Ways here to disengage.
He walks into the tidal wave there. I get that you had to split the ramparts there perhaps a little bit, but he's going to be able to good knockup. It's all gone too far. Elk, what are you doing? They've got the turnaround there with the potential Malphite ultimate, but an unstoppable force cannot save the Corki from disaster.
Hang on,
all the while,
the rock!
JJ's going down. That's unfortunate. Flash away from the weirding. Rookie got the top lane turret while all this was happening, by the way. And Connected's now roaming down the river.
I found the answer. IG don't have an early game, but Weibo can give them one. Weibo can give them one. One of the things that... Weibo and IG are both these great late-game lunatic teams, but there's something... The way they can do that is because there's a loose connection somewhere up there. Something's not quite connected, which allows them to, you know, much like Dune, the way you're huffing the spice, you can fold space and find a way to get the Elder, the Baron. I see it all in my head. Wonderful, give me more of this spice. The problem is, it also shows you the way into utter doom and carnage, much like Sobro is finding his way into doom and carnage here.
You want?
Sam, I'm on the spice. Sam, I'm on the spice.
Oh, the meat man cometh, and they will find death to protect it. Elk goes down in mid lane. I need to lock in, Alex. I need to lock in. Photic's down about half. Error. You can't win a 1v3. Pull back away.
No, but for real, the only way that Navigators and Dune can do their thing is because they're constantly high on spice.
Yeah.
That's how they do, like, that's how they basically get away with not having calculators on their iPhones.
That was the most deranged speech I've heard.
I'm just
in a
saying,
very long time.
The only way, look at Sam, it's happening again. The only way you get these crazy late games is by also somehow it bleeding through
That's
the
how
early
they're
game.
teleporting
Sam,
by the power of spice.
That's it. That's how they do it. League of Legends, you wouldn't have globals without spice. He who controls the spice controls the global.
Zucker is going to survive. There's a wild growth a little early there. I think they're trying to potentially interrupt Xiaohu or Malphite coming over the wall. So preemptive ult, and you've got a very large Rookie on our screen briefly.
Sam, who in the League of Legends world is the Saudakar? Who are the Emperor's elite troops?
Oh, it's good. Either some of Victor's weird cult members.
Where does T1 fit into the Dune equation?
Is it Azir's soldiers?
That's a great question. That could be it. Yeah. Well, you and Shaq could let us build this truly unhinged reference out from nothing.
Can the Sand Soldiers, and I suppose it also makes sense because then Azir's going to Dune to claim the spice.
Ooh, good combo from Shao into Rookie. Because we've seen this matchup before where hang on, Sobro's going for... It keeps happening. We're 16 minutes in. We're going for, like, long flanks.
Oh, that's Waves coming out through the bush on top of Era. So that Nami is a very dead fish. Good flash away. And suddenly, IG up 1,500 gold are actually very much in this game.
They absolutely are. Xiaohu's getting an okay matchup here into Rookie, which is unexpected. The LeBlanc tends to really deck the Aurora. Can potentially look for the combo. Doesn't land the ult, though.
Again, it's not like either of them are shy on kills here. I think that Rocket Bolt's actually surprisingly helpful. There is now that Herald coming on forward. But where the hell is Xiaohu going?
He was trying to chase down the LeBlanc, and now he's just... That's a very good question, Sam. Where is
what?
Sam, he's on the spice.
Why are you here?
He's on the spice.
Process.
That is a wonderful question to which I don't have the answer, Sam.
You could have just disengaged. Why walk through the enemy jungle and throw down a protest dive?
I don't understand, Sam. I don't understand. So let's take stock. IG got massive vision control. They broke that mid lane outer turret with the Herald, and that has allowed them to push up. And look at these wards just going into Weibo's jungle. That's allowed Sobro to hop behind the back of them. It allows Rookie a lot more information to play off the side lane as well. IG have always been a smoke and mirrors team because it's a Rookie team. This happened with NIP when he was on them, and it happened with a whole host of other teams too. Very good at figuring out when they have that space to play around Fog of War. I genuinely think Rookie is the best Fog of War player of all time. He'll find spaces, just randomly come out of the abyss and make a play happen. But that's extending to the rest of IG in this one. you're going to go way, way back to this play in bot side where Elk loses his mind. He just loses his mind, looks for the kill, and he gets wild growth. It's a very, very good reaction from Dway. If that auto attack comes through, probably kills him. I will say, I think JJ makes a mistake in not going for the ultimates onto the Nymaera first, and it means that the rest of the play, I think, hang on, smoke and mirrors. It's about this fog wall again. Rocky's going over the wall.
And he's got that spell shield, going to be very difficult to interrupt. Elk just burned his Valkyrie, but they know he's there because of the sweeper. Nicely done.
Spell shield intact. Dragon is alive. Okay, so now IG 2k up. He's going to flip over again. He goes away. The sweeper will spot him over the wall if he goes a little closer. Good bubble there. Gets the spell shield off of Rookie.
Now he hops over the wall. He does have to be a bit wary here, actually, because JJ could theoretically mind game him with the press of the... Hang on, what? Well, that'll be a teleport out from Sobro, from Zucker, who was getting 1v1'd by Sobro. And again, Sobro's a player who we've criticized very heavily, and Zucker has kind of been getting manhandled.
And now we don't have... Well, you don't have teleport on the Nav for the Dragon. Do Weibo give it up? Rookie again. Rookie, the fog of war. God, this guy loves playing. He is spotted out now, but there's a teleport coming from Renekton. If they try and go for Rookie, there'll be a Renekton with him.
Comes back, and now Wei goes in, and Weibo Gaming got split apart. Elks have to flash away. It's a good tidal wave to disengage. But what about the rest of the squad? JJ in the front line. He's got a Protoplasm and a Dream right now. Zucker finally coming on over. Is not quite here. Yeah, Rookie with the chain just across the wall. Keeps that Malphite locked up, no one dies. Meganar coming, but the slow is good there from Dway. Looking for the angle, can't quite find it. Who's hopping with that Crunch Wallop combo. Looking back in that Raptor pit. It's the same spot. It's not a Raptor in there, guys. It's a angry Noxian woman.
Oh, he's looking for the kill to Elk. Can't quite get the chain. Very, very close to one-shotting. IG not getting everything they wanted there. I think that was a pretty low roll for the situation, given how much damage could have come out of Sobro and Rookie. Weibo see off the first offensive.
Sobro slides in, gets a stride breaker onto everyone, clears out the way, but now Rookie looking for more. Does miss that ethereal chains, but JJ had to backstep briefly. Resets rather in that mid lane line bush. Dragon's still alive, and IG will claim it.
We'll see. So IG walk away with the Dragon. It could have gone so much worse for Weibo. Weibo survived without a single casualty. That is very surprising. Worth noting, by the way, we haven't talked completely about builds just yet. Obviously, JJ going towards the Protoplasm second is very important for a lot of tank champions right now. Just a very broken item. Zeke's is very cool. Big thing I want to talk about though is Xiaohu's build. He's gone for the Malignance, whose ultimate's going to be up there a lot more of the time. Very bursty, less about killing higher HP targets, have a little bit less damage against the Renekton. But Xiaohu has survived the matchup against the LeBlanc. We've seen this matchup before. Showmaker's played it in the LCK when you play the LeBlanc side of it. We've seen Rookie play it here too. We typically expect the LeBlanc to be very far ahead of the Aurora, and the Aurora falls behind the game. In fact, it was... What was the big game where it happened? Heretics... by KC in LEC. We saw a big game of this where it was Yehu destroying the Aurora early on, and it really took the skirmishes for the Aurora to come back into it. Once you escape that matchup, though, the Aurora in this kind of game can nuke the backline.
Yeah.
It's got the family atomics somewhere locked up, Sam.
That'll... Very good.
Yeah.
Yes, very good. Very, very Fallout code of you. A little shout out, by the way.
No. Fallout Atomic. The family atomics. That's a Dune thing
that's
again.
Dune.
It's a Dune thing again.
Right.
I'm trying to keep it on the same book of references.
I was genuinely about to go to chat to call out someone who's having a very good discussion. Hello, Minnie, by the way, who's come on in and had a solid conversation in chat. Their first discussion was an in-depth debate that it should actually be the Ascended that are the Sadaka.
But the thing is, though, they're past their heyday now, actually. Hang on a second, and perhaps wait, Elk is too.
Oh, well, my dune, my river, and therefore Era will be forced to realize that they do not, in fact, control that, and therefore not the spice or the trades.
Elk has been focused on very hard by IG, but I think Elk has been giving them an easy time of it. He's struggling to get damage down now, and the Corki Nami is not dealing well with this composition at all. I think... You know, the early laning phase was fine, then the dives happened, and these fights are not going any better. A lot of the damage will have to come through from Zucker and from Xiaohu.
Now JJ's got to do that horrible job of just face-checking forwards, and when a Malphite has to ult away, it feels really sad, and he does not have it, so he'll just, in fact, die.
Yeah, the Rock is very stationary there, Sam. Sedentary. IG will get themselves a Baron. IG, if they get out of the early game, are a scary team. Weibo gave them that early game. We thought, especially if the JJ's early kills, surely that'd be it. Xiaohu, it has to be on him.
They do. Between worlds goes Xiaohu, forces Dway to flash out. They're still on the back of the pit. Over the sliding forward. There's a strike break.
Elk's back.
With the Ruthless Predator, but Ura is gone. Elk is back. Gets a massive pro. Sobro's now in danger. The Baron is thrown.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it's like IG. They get out of the early game. They're such a scary team when they get out of the early game. Sam, they threw it. They threw it after all the hard work, Sam. IG, how could you do this? They got themselves the gold lead. You're meant to be better at this point in the game.
You were the chosen one.
You are the chosen one. God, this is not the golden path at all. This isn't the golden path at all. JJ will come over, he'll smite it, and Weibo, they stabilize the game. They secure the Baron, they get Baron onto all but Erha, who doesn't end up respawning quite in time. IG, they must be kicking themselves.
I genuinely don't know what to say about that. And Elk goes from being 2 and 5 to 4 and 5, and again, Elk has been our most explosive AD carry. He's been probably our best AD carry.
Yes.
He's not without flaws. He's still Elk in the way he plays the game. We've seen it in this one. But this is where you remember he's still got some gold. He's still got some items. What an angle.
He just respawns and comes back in time. I think the only reason this works out for Weibo is because the flashes disengage so quickly that Elk is allowed the extra 2-3 seconds to get into the play. Corsair still dies. Dragon up in a minute and a half. Rookie's still trying to play around the fog of war. He's trying to look for chunks.
Elk needs to be a little bit careful here indeed. He is going to be thrown out with a double sigil of malice combo. I've been playing too much MTG, guys.
Of course, LeBlanc is the Bene Gesserit in the very true sense of the word.
Very true.
You know, this generational. I've been around since the old days. Plans within plans within plans. LeBlanc is very easily the Bene Gesserit.
So then, who is Paul Atreides?
Sam, that's a great question, Sam.
Is it Jace? Is it Mel?
Is it Faker?
Is it Faker? Faker is Paul Atreides.
So I'm just saying, a lot of his success was owed to that Bene Gesserit LeBlanc champion.
That's true.
Got a bit of a
for many years.
So we've got a bit of a split map. Rookie going for that bot lane inner turret, traded for the mid lane inner one, trying to get some gold in the split map situation.
If you ever get to go back and watch the David Lynch version of Team, by the way,
it's very creative.
It is very creative. Photic eats a lot of damage. He will survive for now. Photic's just not been having a great time since that early game. Unfortunately, teleport behind. This could be more interesting. Enough about the June rushes. That is Sobero. My mid lane, my Arrakis goes looking for the angle.
My slice and dice out away from the angle.
Oh dear.
Oh my gosh, Rookie. Now he's the one trading off the flanks. They've seen off one flank. Oh, spell shield used.
Nice idea there from JJ to try and smite off the spell shield, but again, he was doing it blind, didn't have vision to smite partway through the flight very easily. It's never going to be entirely simple, but away flashes in with a Cyclone. The wall growth after. Elk has to flash away. That means your mid laner is going to be doing the damage afterwards, though, as Shao gets it between worlds and murders 3. He can look for a 4th here, as the cannon minions are allowing him an assist. Shao who wants a Quadra.
Shao who picks up 4, and if it goes long enough, we could still see a Penta. He has, what, like a minute left to try and get it. This could be the end of the game with just one last wave with the Baron buff. They might just look to end it here.
They will walk towards the Nexus turrets, and another game that is full of cinema. And I don't really know who's directing this one. Either way, Rookie will hop on forwards. Shao Hu tries to read it, might look for it, gets it! Pentakill!
Shao Hu, the flag bearer, the captain for Weibo, ends things off with a full team kill. 5 for the bunny in the mid lane.
Invictus Gaming, Shao Hu asked. That's what matters. Weibo to 2-0.
I cannot believe that IG found themselves finally their early game lead, and it still, oh so painfully, is ripped away from them. Rookie not looking particularly happy there. Just gave one of his longest time rivals a pentakill at the end of the game. First one for a long time for Xiaohu. I can't remember too many from him. One of the greatest players in LPL history walks away with another accolade.
Well, that was a game of all time. I'm still slightly bemused by the extended Dune conversation.
It was fun, Sam. I enjoyed
great.
it a lot.
It was one of those ones where I was like, how deep is this rabbit hole going? Oh,
very, very deep.
Oh,
Sam.
no, you know what? We found Wonderland.
How many pentakills has Xiaohu had in his career? How many has he had? I'm scrolling down to it. Oh, he's got so many. This is his 3rd ever pentakill, and Xiaohu's first pentakill in 8 years.
Wow.
Almost. 7.5 years since he got himself his last pentakill. Funnily enough, the last pentakill he had was in a loss to Top Esports in Demacia Cup 2018. So he actually had a pentakill in a losing game, which is funny as heck. IG, I feel awful for them. Sadly, IG are not a team you support right now without a significant amount of mental trauma attached to it. This team is not very kind to its supporters as it stands.
And I'll put this out there, and I've said this before as someone who is a Photic doubter, and I've been a Photic doubter for a while, but there is some questions now about, for me at least, why are we in these positions where this bot lane in particular gets so much attention, gets so much of a lead, and then falls apart in the way that it did? I get that there are team coordination issues going on. There is a wider Invictus Gaming DNA issue in some ways. It's part of who this team is. It has been for years, whoever's been on the roster. That said, I think part of it for me is Photic, who I've just found very streaky, very inconsistent. And I have got to raise that eyebrow about what that looks like for the squad. Are they going to stick with him? What happens if they don't? Do they look at someone like 1xN who they passed over because of, allegedly at least, some external reasons and issues with the agency that represents 1xN? And Photic got given a big opportunity here. He's been given a few. And obviously, players and teams really rate him. Rookies played with him before on V5. And I'm still not sold. I have to admit, I'm still not sold.
Well, that's the second game. I'm going to have to go change the lens over as well, actually, so just give me 1 second.
No worries. While that's happening, guys, can I tell you about the wonders of Twitch Prime Gaming?
You can certainly try.
If you guys don't know, it's a wonderous thing that gives you a free subscription every month. Could you imagine that, guys? A free subscription. I've never actually seen one.
We're visual learners,
Yeah, we're visual learners, by the way. So, I think if you've got the magic of Twitch Prime, I think everyone in chat would love to see what a free subscription looks like here in the big 2026 after Rookie lives in despair after Xiaohu gets a pentakill like that to end the game.
Free subscription? Yeah, I wouldn't put. It's definitely not like you play to pay for something else.
Oh, exactly. No,
still gives you some kind of cost. It's still free, right? Yeah. It's free. I need to go clip that pentakill. That's a going on Reddit. Wait. Keep editing.
We'll do that. Well, there is the 2-0 as it stands, and you can see the good damage numbers.
No.
And actually, credit to the side of Zucker, who I thought actually had a really tough time for a lot of that game. Ended up doing just fine. Xiaohu as well. Big Between Worlds with a combo that was supposed to deal with squishy members. What do you know, Alex? It dealt with squishy members.
Yeah. So funnily enough, if you're a student, you get Prime for a lot cheaper. So then you get like Amazon Prime in general for a lot cheaper. So there's an easy way to get it.
Yes, these tower dives that were really suspect. And again, to be fair, we kind of saw these dives go so horribly wrong. And then we're thinking, oh god, Weibo Gaming going to be such a great spot. And then they have their own kind of mismanaged plays in the bot lane that made it Invictus Gaming favorite again. And they're going to be kicking themselves around that Baron play, for sure. Alex, do you want a coffee?
I'd love a coffee.
I can arrange that for you. I've still got half a pint, so I'll make sure you get yours.
And that. Okay, time to edit that pentakill thing. Okay, is the Shy coming back? I would hope so. I think he needs to come back. I think that Sobro is like, he's not been good enough across too many aspects of the game, really.
Question, Alex. How do you want your coffee? Because obviously you're in the bigger mug. Do you want it Americano
latte.
style or do you want it latte?
Latte is still fine. Yeah.
Yeah, fine. Just double check. Awesome.
The Shy needs to come back to save LPL viewership. Same with Jackie. Did I put on another break already? No, I didn't need to do that now. Oh yeah, by the way, this is just another thing too, but one of the best ways to support the channel is that if there's a clip that you enjoy from the scene, from the stream rather, think about posting it, because that stuff actually makes a huge difference to us. That's probably the best way to get our name out there. I've not been great at clipping stuff this game. Not this game, but like this split. I was much better at that last year. Okay, and then we just hope that for some reason these adverts don't. So sometimes the adverts end up like, I think, causing issues for us even when we've got like cameras on, we're covering bits of the screen and the audio's off. I don't know why. I don't know why. This is the way that it is. Will there be a coming up new episode of Post Game Clarity? Yes, yes there will. So we have one coming about Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, which is going to be quite a mixed review actually, because we liked the game, or rather we liked what the game could have been, and we accept that it's a flawed gem. So that's one of the big, yeah, so I enjoyed playing through that. And also, funnily enough, Resident Evil Requiem is coming out in 2 days time, and I'm going to be playing that after streams in LPL. So I'm going to be playing that on stream, and then we'll be doing a review of that as well. So we're going to be doing Resident Evil Requiem. We're going to do Silent Hill Townfall when that comes out as well. So that'll be in the next month or two. And we might actually end up traveling to, well, because I can just go back to the UK, and we might end up going to the town which inspired the location. I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired. Okay, hopefully that's fine. They added Malphite jungle buffs fairly recently. Yeah, like that was during off-season, I think it was, or maybe the end of last year. And then they nerfed a lot of that coming into, well, midway through this split because he was really powerful. Okay, well, I guess this is just a 3... This might be a 6-game day, folks. This actually might be a 6-game day. I don't think Malphite could clear jungle well enough back then. I think he actually could, weirdly. I think that a lot of champions can clear well enough. It's just that people don't respect it, yeah. I think he's always probably fine. NIP clears BLG? I'm not so sure about that one. Well, turns out the first pick Aurora had value. 5 years ago could have been the level 3 gank meta? Yeah, fair play. Yeah, not exactly. Malphite's not exactly a level 3 ganker, is he? Me too, worked 8 hours in class 7 to 10. Damn, that's a hard day for you. Hope you get to rest up and enjoy. Care diff, I'm afraid. Oh, man. Hey, I like Care. I like Care a lot. I think Care's one of the best Aries in the world. I think he's a good player. I like Care. I like Care quite a lot. But yeah, no, in terms of like the gaming review stuff, yeah, so basically, it won't be on my YouTube channel, but there's, we're actually, there's, I think is it going to be rebranded or is it going to be a new channel? But yeah, we're going to do some, I'm going to be doing some more game review with the likes of Rich, who you'll know from EuroLeague, and then from Monty as well, Monty and Doa from Last Three Nations / Esports fame. In fact, actually, do I still have that image here? By the way, if you want to go check out some other podcasts and stuff, this is, Complaints Truck is currently not happening, but if you want to go check out my podcast content, I do a lot of stuff with Rich and Kira on EuroLeague. So if you go to Rich's Wrath on YouTube, you'll be able to find some of that. So for instance, we were talking about the EWC stuff with the Emir Masters yesterday. Yeah, so, and you know, I was talking about how concerning it is that Emir Masters is now tied into Saudi money and you know, stuff like that. But it's yeah, a lot of things about talking about the scene and talking about how old is that image? It's about a year and a half old, Hexy. Yeah, about a year old, I'd say. But yeah, we were talking about, hey Stripples, how's it going, by the way? But yeah, so if you want to hear about some happenings on, that's about the European scene. That's a good way to hear my thoughts on it. But yeah, Complaints Truck, we didn't do it last year, I don't think. Okay. I don't know who this is. I'm getting friends requests from people I don't know.
And milk-related disaster resolved.
What does that mean?
So there's two settings to.
Yeah, one of them is like, yeah, there's multiple settings for it. Anyway, I need to go on a quick break, brother. I put on a break. We're on Spotify audio right now.
Fabulous. So I will keep an eye on that. That's fine. But yes, I had to.
Am I a Pokemon fan? Yes, I am a Pokemon fan. I've got a Lapras plushie somewhere back there. Yeah.
It's true. I think our first consoles were Game Boys.
Yep. Game Boy Advance SP. That was the one.
Pokemon Go says I need to catch a Pikachu. Don't need a damn Pikachu. I mean, Pikachus are cool. I mean, I get why it's become a mascot, right? Great in the TV show, very iconic character, etc., etc., etc. But I do grant you. I got Pokemon Platinum on DS for €70. Oh, back in the day. Good grief. It's the stage, at the very least. Morning, Trip. Hello, Stinky. All right, Trinity. Good to see you. But that looks like my... players on stage. I'll get our volume in here as we're about to head into draft. As Sam thinks, not this guy again. Yeah, but basically, not gonna lie, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Thank you all for the follows. I see you all in there. Crankshank, Maelstrom, Jason, Typhoon, all you guys, welcome, welcome, welcome. If you haven't hit that follow button yet, please do so already. I wonder how Pokemon taste. Oh, good grief. I mean, I'm trying to think whether people eat Pokemon in the game world or not. There's some hints that it's done. There's some hints that it's done. Oh gosh, what's happening here to my chair? Lord. I keep sliding back this way. Very obnoxious. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Right. 1 second, guys. Boop. Should be getting into draft pretty much now. So, draft been a little delayed by the looks of it. Some weird lighting shenanigans going there on the Invictus Gaming cameras there. Odd shadows indeed. What's this about God of Wars now? Jesus, guys. Chat, you degenerates. A lot of you. A lot of you. Suicune. Good favorite Pokemon. I can get behind that. Flygon. It's mine. So sad they never got a Mega. They were supposed to, and they just couldn't come up with a cool idea, which I think is completely impossible. Completely ridiculous. Arcanine. Very majestic indeed. Flygon, Pog. I mean, Flygon's just great. I love my Desert Dragon. So yeah, one more thing. So I was. My first start was a Blaziken. Well, I was Torchic to Blaziken. I then managed to catch a Ralts, and I caught a and I saw Flygon and went, this is damn cool. How do I get it? And when it comes from this weird Trapinch thing, what? So then I did that way. They bomb 90% of Megas anyway. Yeah, true. I was a little bit... I'm still not sold on the Dragonite Mega. I know Alex actually thinks it's pretty cool. I'm still a little bit underwhelmed by it. But yeah, I pretty much whatever game I'm playing, I will always have a Flygon if I can. I will always have a Gardevoir if I can. I will always have... There's one other one. Dragonite tends to be in there. Missing one. Oh dear, that's not a good sign. Caesar if I can make it happen. Totodile and my shop is called Toto Deals. Oh, that's actually really sweet. Fire Red released on Switch now. As is Leaf Green, yes. I had Leaf Green, Alex had Fire Red. If Lord of the Rings characters were lead characters, who would they be? Ooh. Viego is one of the Nazgul. Mordekaiser is Sauron. Who's Galadriel? Janna maybe could be Galadriel. Sort of some legendary spirit / goddess who protects the people. Azir could also make for a good Sauron, to be fair. And then the Ascended are as Nazgul. Yeah, Yasuo as Aragorn is kind of like son who's abandoned his country and has to come back to claim it. I could see that. Maybe. Some of the yordles would have to be the would have to be the hobbits. Is a Moo Golem because he's this horrible, he's like this friendless zombie mummy who's been corrupted by powers beyond his mortal ken? Into draft we go. For game number 2. I'll move this up a little bit so we can see what's going on. Sorry, game number 3. Apologies. Booyah ads. You need to go away. Thank you very much. So, Weibo on blue, Invictus Gaming on red. It will be Weibo Gaming with first pick as well, which means I suspect IG, interestingly, will be looking for the counter pick here. They often do like that. Last ban, IG. What are we thinking? Caitlyn ban away from Elk. Makes sense. Caitlyn Elise at this point would be very much an Elk special. I think considering Photic and Dway's mixed showings, I can see that being a bit tricky. They will pick up the Vi, take it away from Wei, who, again, his name is basically Vi in Chinese. Ari, now a consideration, would also take that away from Xiao, who might look to use that otherwise here. I think there's still the Talia angle just fine. Jarvan also comes on through. So Ari Jarvan, lots of target access. Lots of ability to go for that pick. Lock in the Ambassador, and you have that cease and deceased combo. Public execution plus cease and desist is a pretty nightmarish combination for whatever poor soul is on the wrong end of it. Galio to go with it. Vi Ambessa, Galio, holy moly. Well, they'll be going for some diving then. Fair amount of mobility from IG to potentially disengage it and also throw some of their own big combos out. I think there is going to be a worry here that you put the Jarvan ult down, you go in with the Ari, and immediately have that turnaround come on through of the Galio plus double point and click CC. The Ambessa Vi. I know the Ambessa is strictly a name skill shot, but when Vi's there, it really isn't anymore. We think of Zahening into the Ambessa. We are, okay. One of the ways to deal with that kind of dive is just say, fine, you dive me, I'll come back to life and do it all over again. How do you feel then in the extended fight? And the Vi and the Ambassa go, not great, actually. Second phase, Xayah, Kai'Sa off the boards. The more AD carry bans, I have no doubt here. Photic loves his caster AD carries. Elk, lane dominant options often his way to go. There is still a world where something like the Lucian comes out at this point. Wouldn't hate it for Weibo. Really got the double pick CC, it's good mobility. No one here really wants to tank up a kind of 2-item Lucian. Ezreal, very much a consideration for Photic, I think, or actually either team, but I think Photic in particular has often been an Ezreal specialist. Sivir ban, as the wave clear would have enabled Dway onto something like a Nautilus or an Alistair a bit more freely. And neither of which have been picked, actually. It's been Enchanters all series long so far. Nami, Karma, Seraphine, and Lulu. Rakan splits the difference somewhat. Get locked in, saving that AD carry pick till last to see what gets locked in. Weibo will have to make the decision on their bot lane now. Lucian an angle, Draven an angle if you're feeling really spicy. Still got the Aphelios Thresh if you want to go that route. Misfortune up and available, plus an engage option. Probably also very strong here. Don't hate that when you've already got the very easy lockdown to ensure a bullet time will be hitting someone. There's that Nautilus Ferreira. Ezreal at this point, I think, is a no-brainer for Photic. So, IG. Lots of mobility. Decent amount of pick. and are going to try and look to dance around the significantly more shotgun comp of Weibo Gaming, or I suppose pistols comp, considering it's Misfortune, but still. Weibo, pull the trigger on a target, and that target theoretically gets blown to smithereens. IG will want to dance away from that if they can, keep the slippery carries of that Ahri and that Ezreal dancing around, that mobility, that chase down, very, very scary if they can survive the initial engage. Not necessarily that simple. Hot Wheels, I believe, is just tomorrow. Also, do you have any Zenith Blades in your Riftbound collection? I don't think I do. I've got an overnumbered Leona Legend, but I don't have a Zenith Blade. Let me run a last second of ads here before we get into game. Sound shouldn't be in and out. It's quiet, I think. There we go. Up the volume a little bit. I'll turn the camera off and we'll get ready for this. On to the rift we go. Let's have a listen to those gyros. Oh my god, flash at level 1. If you don't want ads, subscribe. There go those gyros. Rookie with the level 1 Foxfire, not exactly surprised. Anything crazy here in the runes? No, not especially. Galio's gone for Phase Rush. It was something like Aftershock, but of course that's not really a thing anymore on him. So pretty standard there. There is the hook at the level 1 onto the Rakan. Nautilus can be a bit annoying for Rakan. A lot of CC to keep that mobility down for the camp, but again, as long as you hit those Gleaming Quills, still very happy about the additional sustain you offer in lane. Heal to avoid the second dredge line coming on forwards. Might otherwise have been a bit tricky there. Weibo with a slight edge here statistically in the early game, according to the JD Sports bot. But again, it's only 1% one way or the other. Very, very narrow margins, but expecting to see things like the grubs potentially go away. Weibo, there's the hook. And they go with the grand entrance and back out again. Has been very good with those hooks, actually. Photic and Dway into a challenging spot. Again, Misfortune very dominant in lane. No difference here. Zaka getting some nasty trades there from the dreaded return. Combos with the Dark Englaive. Yeah, folks, if you don't want adverts, sorry about scaring you there, B-Melon. Subscribe is the honest answer. Nice buffer through that. Dredge line there. Flash on forward, though. Photic now going to be forced to barrier. Elk can keep looking, potentially. Going to double up through Dway onto Photic. I think that was still on cooldown, so that'll be barrier down to Era's summoner's use, but that will still be the reset forced off of that Ezreal. Ways found his way into this bot lane, trying to break the siege a little bit, interrupts some of the dredge line options. Dway hops back out with the battle dance. Getting body blocked by Elk, who steps on forward, not going to get it onto Photic. Flash for flash, can't quite get it. Dway now in danger. Good autos back, flash out from Dway. Now Way on top of him, last auto would get Photic, doesn't happen. One for Photic, one for Way. Extra summoners blown, but no one dies from Invictus Gaming. Nice gank bot from Way on that Jarvan. Early gold lead now to IG's bot lane. Rookie lands that charm. JJ potentially looking at a dive here. Rookie going to be forced to run away. Has got a blast cone. Flash for the shield of Durant. And that'll likely be a dead Ahri. And indeed it is. No flash was available there for Rookie from that level 1. He got surprised by the Nautilus. Becomes an easy target there, despite the attempted save from Way. And that'll get a kill back for Weibo Gaming. Have a look at this bot side. Player's way just wraps around. Not really allowed here out. And Elk thinks, you know what, we can actually play this. Gets close to getting both Photic and Dway. Flash for the auto, can't quite get it. I don't think it would have been the kill anyway, actually. 100 HP left to go with, would have needed an auto after. I think an auto Q probably is in the picture-in-picture. Zucker's gotten the kill on the Sobro. Is that a solo? I think it is. What happened there? A bit of a look here. Show getting that pentakill. It's our third of the year. Gala and Jachi, our other two. Was Gala a long time. 80 carry for Xiaohu. Have a look at this replay here to see exactly how Zucker got the 1v1. Just full sent it. Just full sent it. Right, Cerber, that's just not great. Goes for the combo. Pulls Zucker back in while the Repudiate shield is on to eat an insane amount of damage.
It's not the first time. Hello, everyone, by the way. I was social mediaing is what I was doing. Because turns out I've not been doing enough of that. You always think there's not enough. And you're in this line of business. Anyway, Dragon potentially started. Sam, run me down what's happened so far. I've seen that Sobro, it's happened before for him. He's definitely struggled with this. In fact, run me down with that after. We're actually getting a fight here.
Yeah, we are indeed. Ura's going to Hex Flash him there. Is Galio with the ultimate. The hero's entrance knocks everyone around. Wave follows up with the flag and the drag. The taunt after is good. The flash away won't keep them safe. Elk looking for some more autos. Doesn't have a bullet time really to follow up though. And so for all they've sent forwards, can't quite find everything they're looking for. Looking for that flash charm, and indeed there it is. Elk will go down. Invictus Gaming find another.
That's good. And the big thing here is that Rookie gets a bunch of alt hunter stacks, and I don't know whether he has a dark shield. Yes, he does. There we go. I guess 2 stacks onto that too. Nice for him. Slightly ahead of the curve now. Sam, IG have got another good early game. Despite Sobro losing that top lane matchup, IG do have 1,000 gold lead. Dragon, I don't know if it's going to get finished here. He's going to take the Scuttlecraft. I'm not sure he's got the HP to stick around, or the teammates really around to get the most out of this.
Let's have a look at this replay again as Era goes looking for the hook here, and immediately follow with the Galio combo, but they just don't have any damage.
No, and they don't get onto the important targets either. JJ gets a full combo through, so does Rookie. Rookie just gets the reset, and at that point, well, you know, you're just kind of done. You don't have a bullet time at this point. You don't have that big combo available. It's a risky fight from Weibo. They don't have the Vial, they don't have the Misfortune ult, which you get 2 big combo pieces. Oh, Sobro might get soloed again.
We'll have to Grim Deliverance away, so ult for ult, but he's left at about 20% HP. Will not die necessarily, at least from this play, but could set him up for catastrophe a little later on. A little bit of a recap on what happened in the early game. Wei managed to wrap around bot lane after Elk and Ura got really good shove and forced summoners, and then got basically both the bot laners down. Elk nearly won the 2v3, but flashes from Joey and Photic kept them safe from the last autos from Misfortune respectively. And then mid lane, Rookie got dove by JJ at the same time.
Oh gosh, right. Well, that's a good kill onto, if you can get kill onto the Ahri early, you can sometimes shut down the snowball. Obviously hasn't quite managed to stop him from that first fight of the game. Wait, just hanging on the back of this. Xiaohu with no flash. If he gets dunked on, he won't be able to get out of the Cataclysm.
He needs to Justice Punch away and does so. Chicken never rests.
Yeah.
In the
well, sometimes you do need to let
it
sit in the pans, or let it sit before serving.
Yeah, maybe it should be let to rest. Yeah. Maybe Justice should rest.
But I suppose just reacting and doing the react content, what you were saying. Elk and Erho have had a very good 2v2, I think, so far. I think that they've been doing quite well in the very early game. Beyond that, I think Elk's had more issues. But I think the bot lane, on the whole of Weibo's doing well in that early game. The fact that they're the ones getting punished now, that changes the paradigm a little bit. IG, of course, have put some pressure down onto them. The last game as well, really tried to dive them. But in the straight 2v2, Elk and Erho have been doing well. Sobro, ooh, he could be in a bit of trouble here. Could
well be flash away. Sobro does try to get out to safety, has the Grim Deliverance again, and should get out just about off cooldown.
Literally, as he flies through, it's a second off cooldown, so Sobro is able to get out. It's going to be ult for ult, but Sobro forced out of lane. He'll lose another wave. Zerka is in a great position. Yeah, and this Ambessa with the Vi, you've got that cease and deceased combo, right? Vi ult plus Ambessa ult is a very dead target. Add in the Galio, add in the bullet time. You know what Weibo's comp is all about.
That said, as we've noted, or I noted in draft, IG, everyone's got a lot of mobility. It's not easy to lock down characters for the entirety of a combo. Sure, you might catch someone initially, but the extended fights, that kind of mobility and range could be quite tricky for Weibo to manage, especially if that combo doesn't lead to a kill.
Yeah, if that combo doesn't hit, the extended fight goes to IG. Unless the Ambessa does mad things.
Yes.
And Ambessa is really quite fed right now, so there's a worry of that. One of my worries for IG is that I think they might be able to survive the initial combo because they're quite a mobile team. So they might be able to space out the combo if things go well. I think if Ambessa goes into the backline, though, they don't have fantastic ability to immediately explode the Ambessa, unless everyone is very much within range and killing her. Of course, you're also very mobile at trying to disengage the Ambessa too, but just as such is the way of Ambessa that sometimes it doesn't matter. She hits you with the ult and then no amount of ability saves you. Sometimes it happens like that. Eclipse already before 10 minutes. Ugh.
That's tough. And again, Ambessa theoretically often has quite rough lanes until she gets Eclipse. We've seen Ambessa down 10-15 CS, and then the Eclipse spike comes in, there's that crazy trade and everything. Looks so different again. Not the case here for Zucker, who has managed to earn himself a lead, then got a little bit of assistance afterwards to extend it. Problem is IG, for Weibo rather, is that IG have managed to get a very strong early start in this bot lane. Photic being 3-0, the Ezreal, who's already going to be tricky to lock down, being that ahead, should worry you, I think, is Weibo Gaming.
IG do have this early lead. I mean, credit to IG. Their early games have been better than I thought they would be. I thought that IG would just get blown up in the early game and then maybe they'd scale back into a game and take it. That very nearly happened in game 1. Very nearly happened there. And of course in game 2 they had themselves a lead. They've got a lead here in game 3 as well. IG have been doing better in the early game than I would have expected them to, given their history of things not going so well. Their ult's traded.
At least one down. Zucker still got his and misses that public execution.
Dash out from Sobro keeps him safe, but Sobro misses his own ult anyway, so Zucker isn't forced to flash. Zucker tanked up with some turret shots with the Repudiate and the Eclipse. I think maybe Sobro thought more damage would come through from the tower itself, but not to be. Zucker is really running over this game. He will be a huge issue. This is more what we've known from Sobro, where he can have game-losing lane deficits. It is a huge issue for the top laner.
Interrupt Zucker's reset at least vaguely, but I think with where the wave is, should still be a fine time to reset unless it gets interrupted again. In fact, it does. There's a bit of a play topside, and all the while though, the Galliot is being coming through as there comes the bullet time as well. Looking for potentially more. The Cataclysm turnaround, the cease and desist. That'll be a very dead Wave though, who's got nowhere to go but a slightly deeper hole.
It's a 4v3. Photic's not there. IG look for the quick play. It doesn't work, and Weibo get themselves an important kill to take some of the wind out of the sails of IG's, as we were saying previously, pretty good early game as it stands.
It is. Good chunk onto a rookie there from Xiaohu. Wonder what build he's going, actually not seeing that. There's Photic's stats there on the Ezreal. Sobro interrupted Zucker's back again, by the way, so Zucker's still not managed to reset after that. 2
levels up, man. Oh, so sad to see for Sobro. It's not the first time we've seen him on the Zahin have this kind of poor showing as well. There was one of the early games in regular split where he played this and it went pretty much like this, really. Zucker will finally be able to get himself a reset coming through. Oh, God, Sobro's trying to get us another recall reset. He will be able to get that. But Zucker, yeah, I mean, in fairness, Zucker, buddy, you probably should have just gone further back at this point, you know? Come on, man, it's a little bit lazy at that point. Not that it matters too much for him. He's still winning the trades, even though he's not spent all of his ill-gotten gains. Charm in mid lane. Don't think it's going to lead to that much, though.
Actually, the Justice Punch back in into the Shield of Durant. Is here, so I don't think we're seeing much more, especially with the phase rush.
Oh,
nice
that's why it's so much damage. It's the Proto Belt Diallo. Yeah, okay.
There was a reason I was like,
yeah,
build has he got?
Because it's a really squishy team from IG, so you can do a lot of damage. Hang on, if he gets charmed here, he might die.
Yeah, he taunts and will be forced to flash out. Yeah, you were right.
Whoopsies. Okay, Xiaohu does have to blow that. He has his own Dark Seal, by the way. Good on him. I think all mid laners should be building this. Honestly, most AP champions in the game just get a Dark Seal.
Build it on Yasuo, guys.
So don't build it on Yasuo, but do build it on Shinzao. Very good. Very good on some hybrid scaling junglers, especially if you're very good at skirmishing early. So Shinzao's one of the champions which works very well with that. A second dragon over to IG. Gold's gone, but they do have the objectives work in their favor.
Genuine, if slightly unhinged question.
Yeah.
Gunblade Shinzao.
No. The thing is, you have enough healing anyway. You just need raw damage at that point. Gunblade is one of the things where it's not optimal damage on most champions in the game. It's more like you buy it for the utility in the slow. He needs too much extra stuff, and it doesn't give him HP important either. Maybe jumping in towards mid lane. No flash and shower. If they dunk him, he's dead.
Gonna keep hunting for him. Rookie will burn all of his ult. Misses the Orbiter set for the taunt after, but here is Sobro. It's a good taunt, but where do you go? Rookie's left quite low, but will still likely fall here. Will Xiaohu, and Rookie is donated to kill. Photic forced off the turret here as well.
That's 2 Dark Steel stacks towards Rookie. Be happy with that. Another ult hunter stack as well. So Rookie, very happy with that. Rookie, one of the best Ahri players in the world historically. Very, very good at it in the last few years. Problem is, on a team which is quite dysfunctional, you end up making plays around a team which is not very powerful and not very coordinated, etc., etc., and it feels like Ahri can't really get the most out of things. She's not really a... Ahri needs a stunt double or two. You know, you need some people to help you with the whole big action sequences. If you're very, very good, you can, of course, kind of be your own stunt man, but very few people can do that. Sobro with the Triforce, gonna get full mid lane turret as first turret. That's actually really big for him. That's gonna cut a lot of the gold lead. Sobro gets a lot of money from that.
That is very, very significant. At least Zucker gets another plate top. That's not quite the same as that, and poor old Sobro is really out of the game. Now managed to find himself a very significant play back in. IG up 1,000 odd gold. There is a bit of wrap around here onto Zucker with Shui being around. Rookie with the Malignant likely does in fact have an ult to work with. That'll be the public execution there from Zucker to disengage some of the play, but will not really lead to much more than that. So the ult is down, and Zucker will be forced to back up on the top lane.
His ult coming back in the next 10 seconds with him really threatening there. I don't think he had the level 11 last time he cast it is the thing, so it was still the first rank of it. Yeah, there is some fun stuff you can do, by the way. I was watching Peng say this. If you buy... Hang on a second, that was a hook into the wall. Geometry! God damn it!
Sometimes it goes in favor of the Nautilus, and sometimes it doesn't.
Because it's the wall, so it's a low cooldown now. Just want to get out of dodge here. The Nautilus in this game might be dying a lot, folks. This is that kind of game where everyone's very mobile, where things either go very well or very badly for you in a very short amount of time.
Chunk there onto Rookie, and again Zucker is a pretty scary customer in this game. 2 levels up on Rookie courtesy of that top lane role quest. Joy is around again, just saying I am not leaving Rookie alone right now.
I think Rookie should go for a Lich Bane this game. I think he needs to be a lot of the damage. I think you want a Zhonya's at some point in your build against the Vi, but I think you don't want to buy a build. You don't want to build it second. Maybe you go Seekers, sit on Seekers, hope you get a Medjai's, then go towards the Lich Bane. You do definitely want a Zhonya's in your full build though.
I feel like, knowing Rookie, it's going to be Shadow Flame seconds.
The problem is in this game is that, look, Photic's pretty strong, but you also want to be starting a lot of the plays. Shadow Flame's not bad. I just think this game you actually get good auto attack uptime in team fights, so I think Lich Bane outvalues.
That's fair, that's fair. And again, considering there's going to be enough melee range champions, that again, you're right, there will be people there it's worth it.
I will get Hydra Advantage, by the way, thank you for that. I've started to actually have I know this is crazy, but I'm actually drinking water now rather than like
just raw caffeine.
Just raw caffeine. Hang on, potential taunt onto Sobro. Oh dear, buddy.
He's going to get Vault Break It, and there will indeed be a cease and desist after if required. There's the Grim Deliverance. Trying to get that passive rolling is not going to be given the opportunity. Nice CC chain. Xiaohu gets the kill. And that'll put them into a good spot. Takes that gold lead below 1,000 gold.
Well, Sobro dies again on the side lane. At least he's not as far behind as he was before, but he's giving over a lot of free gold. Xiaohu gets himself some of the stacks he lost earlier. Herald will be the opportunity cost for this. GENG knows that if he goes bot lane, they're going to lose Herald, but hey, whatever. You've already lost the mid lane turret anyway. You get yourself a kill and a turret, and that'll outvalue what the Herald could do on the other side of things. At the end of the day, if Herald gets a mid lane turret for you, the outer one, it's very valuable. Otherwise, if you can trade for a tower and a kill, to be honest, it's about the same. Mid lane turret is the most important one strategically. They don't have to use the Herald though top lane right now. They do have the 3 grubs that's helping them kill it themselves. Hook on the turret. No, he takes aggro. Rookie, you can't do that. Rookie dies so easily with ult and flash available. Disrespectful from the mid lane. He was set up to carry maybe. Dies under the turret and suddenly it's 2. A great hook from Airher, but Rookie should never take aggro there.
That is disappointing. All those stacks disappear and IG gonna go
that's
whoops.
So disappointing. Look, I genuinely think Rookie is one of the best Ahri players of the last few years, of this recent era of Ahri play. And part of it is because he was so good at protecting his own snowball and finding ways to get active on the map. One of the things about Ahri is that when you're starting to build out the momentum, you cannot afford to lose that momentum. He is going for the Shadow Flame second, by the way. He's just built up his large rod and the alternator. But Rookie, losing the Dark Seal stacks, losing a free kill, what happens here? He puts the Foxfire on! No! He takes the aggro from the auto target. He wants to use the move speed to get out. At that point, you just have to, well, call for a body block. or you just end up using your ult to get away. The Foxfire gets him killed. It auto targets the Nautilus because there's no extra target for the W to target, and he takes aggro.
How many Aries have we seen use that Foxfire to try and run away from things? And in fairness, it's a fairly standard move, but this time it comes back to bite him in the butt.
Yeah, I mean, that just sucks to see. You think you're going to get out of that with the move speed. It's a very good hook from Airho. It predicts the right direction. Even with the move speed, it nails him. It's a really important moment for the Nautilus. I think Airho a bit, in particular with that bot side river fight, we were worried quite a little bit about what's happening, because when Nautilus starts to lose, it tends to be a real disaster. Losing Team Nautilus is a real thing. That's a really important moment. It cuts a lot of the gold lead out of IG. Gold goes to Weibo. I will say, though, IG do still have Soul Point. They're on Ocean Soul. In this game, Ocean, it's okay. The problem is, I think, if the combo lands, you're dying in such a time span anyway that the Ocean Soul wouldn't save you. The longer you're in combat, the better Ocean Soul is. And a lot of these fights are going to be very scrappy around that first combo from the Vi, the Galio, and the Misfortune.
I largely concur, I think. Zucker will be clearing out this wave. Just dash forward onto Sobro. Still got that level advantage, not 2 anymore. But I don't think Sobro will enjoy an extended trade with this Ambessa. If there is a wink on here, Ambessa at 2 items could be it for Weibo, who are up now 700 gold. Elk also now at the second item has gone towards that collector into the squishy composition. We'll go to the Infinity Edge after. Basically saying, I want to hit as hard as I possibly can at this 2 item spike, even if it's slightly less good at the scaling front.
Yeah, I mean, I understand you want it. It's a good mix of stats for the Misfortune, because of course you need that crit and you do want the armor pen. Typically, LDR feels better beyond second item, really.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just Misfortune builds. Collector feels really good for the ultimate. The thing about Misfortune, why you get slightly more value out of the Collector, despite mathematically doing less damage on the whole, is because your ultimate and your E has such a higher tick rate. If someone is on bang on the threshold to get executed, you're pretty much going to get them. Yeah. So that actually is quite useful for the Misfortune, because you're pretty much always going to get max value out of the Collector passive if you're going to use it, as opposed to some people who just do very bursty damage, where it's like, oh, you would have just, like, you're killing them anyway, like, you have to hit them for like 5% H, or like 2% HP or whatever, right? Or you just kill them beyond the threshold.
The threshold, yeah.
So you do get some good value out of that. Jed jumps forward into River. Rookie, I was actually wondering if there was an angle for a bit of a play there, but I suppose with Galio potentially coming out of base off the map, didn't want to go towards that. Rookie really needs a Seekers soon. I think that what Rookie wants to be doing after this point is to be that pseudo-engaged chance, right? Where you can kind of buy out some skills with that Zhonya's.
Indeed. Eyes on Photic as well. 3-0-1 has been for the majority of the game.
Maybe coming through air, maybe looking for something. No.
Public execution lands onto Photic. What? Oh no! Here comes the Galio. It has to flash away the quickness blown as well, and that is not good from the Ezreal, who's supposed to be damn safe this game. Turnaround though, as the flag, the drag comes on forwards. Grim deliverance, but Sobro is possibly the sacrificial lamb for his team's crimes.
Photic's E was on cooldown. It must have been able to flash out. Rookie's going in. He's getting CC'd. He doesn't have the Zhonya's. The Ari's tails get ripped out. And IG lose everyone, basically. The Battle Herald's not awful, but it's not going to save him.
He gets taunted out of his flag and dragon. He dies as well. Elk ends up that fight with a triple kill. That bullet time tore them a new one. And Photic, you can't get caught like that. That leads the rest of the team into a horror show.
Photic is the only survivor, but he is the reason that everyone else dies. He's caught by the Ambassador because presumably his E was on cooldown and Zucker gets a free ball ultimate. What happens here? Where's the E? Don't tell me he is in front of him. So he gets...
Oh, for God's sake.
He uses his E pretty much... I don't know how that interaction works, but he gets caught by the Ambassador ult. I think what happens is he presses E, the Ambassador ult hits him, and he gets dragged back to that starting point. I'm not sure the buffer works, the buffer works in a strange way. So Photic then has to flash, everyone piles into it. Suddenly you're down the Zahen and you've used the Cataclysm too. Rookie's engage here is really poor. You don't have the Zhonya's, you can't outplay that, you'd have to flash out, and at that point I'm not sure where you're jumping in the first place. No, this has not been a fantastic Ari game from Rookie, a player who typically, as I was saying, I'm a huge fan of on the champion. I think in the whole, IG just looks a little mental boom. This game in particular, after the series, which was, they had winning angles, actually in both games so far. This one feels like a mental collapse to me.
Now, Soul Point from Victor's Gaming worth noting, but there's no way they get into this Ocean Soul particularly free, though. Actually, I say that, Dwayne Sober on a potential flank angle, but there's 2 of them versus at least 3. They'll hop back over that wall and say, yeah, no, maybe not.
Hang on, jumping onto Rookie.
God, he's down to a 3rd. What damage from Zucker, who's finally having a good game. He's not had the easiest time of it so far this series, even in the wins. I think Sobro has actually been a little scary, and I think Zucker was anticipating, but this time around, he's the one with the significant lead, and this Ambessa is monstering the game.
I think in the first game, the Rumble Ultimates were a bit hit and miss. Yeah, the second game... What
that was the Gnar that was the foul goal behind the Renekton,
you can tell that we've had like two 10-hour days back to back. Although, to be honest, this one's a bit shorter than this. But basically, you know, Zucker, the first 2 games hit and miss, and this split at the start of it, I saw those beautiful glimpses from Zucker of 2023. That LNG top laner that went toe-to-toe with the super team of JDG, 5 games in that summer finals. And I thought, you know what? I'm in. Count me in. I think that Zucker could be vying for best top laner in the LPL again, and I thought there were glimpses of that. Hasn't been that simple. I think those have remained as glimpses. I'm not saying you can't reach them again, but it's not been as simple as that. However, against the likes of Sobro, in this series, you were saying, well, realistically, Sobro should be getting blown out. It's taken until this 3rd game for us to really see that, which is below my expectations for this top laner of Weber.
Indeed. Elk is going to get ulted on defensively. He brings the Galio in a flank angle, flashes after, in goes Way to try and keep Elk out of the fight. But unfortunately, he gets blasted. Rookie's left low, gets hit with a Vault Breaker, and it's just his skull that gets broken. Sobro's got the passive, but immediately loses it. Extended fight might get interesting here, but there's the bullet time afterwards. That's absolutely devastating.
Hang on,
Elk
Penta?
with the triple. Is it a double Penta day? You know what? It might be. Photic and Dway on the run. Hit with the hook. Buffered through this time.
I think it'll remain as the triple, but the inhibitor might fall. The Baron is still there for the last of this wave. I don't think they'll be able to clear through the rest of this tower. Photic, my dude, you can't keep getting hit by those.
Does help clear out the wave at least. Gets to hop on forwards. He's really feeling it. Mate, you've got to be so bloody careful, but I suppose at this point has enough cooldown not to be quite so afraid.
Now, if you showed these scoreboards to someone after this series, and notably there probably will be a lot of people just checking the scoreboards, checking on what's happening in LPL playoffs. If you looked at this game, you'd assume that Photic was ELO held. I don't think Photic's had a great game. I don't feel like most of IG... I mean, maybe Way's had an okay game on the Jarvan, and I don't think it's really his fault.
No.
Dway and Way, they've been trying their best. I do think that Photic has been a problem alongside everyone else in terms of, if you're going to give, you know, a tier list, a report card of who needs to improve the most from IG.
Some Huya ratings.
You know, I think probably across the whole series, you're probably looking at Photic as one of the prime offenders from IG, sadly for him, which is a shame because, you know, we've talked so much about Photic, right? But realistically, Photic, he had this wonderful moment at the Masia Cup, and that's been it. Photic has been so streaky across his whole career. He has a great series of form for about a couple of weeks, half a split at most. You think back to the V5 era from him, and that's where it tends to end, really, sadly for him. I'm not saying that Weber aren't streaky players in themselves. I actually think that Elk has had not a great series by his standards today. I think that's some of his skill shot accuracy, some of his positioning we expect more from, because if you look back at regular split, there's a genuine argument to say Elk perhaps is the best AD carry in the world. There is an argument. Now, you might not agree with that. I think that players like Ruler, like Diablo are up there too. There are a bunch of very exciting AD carries out there, but Elk is on the short list. I think he's minimum top 5s and certainly best AD carry from the LPL in the regular season. It's hard to judge them until we see international play to see really who's at the top of the tree. This series, the early laning phase went well. I think Airho was a part of that as well. And Air has, on the whole, been way above my expectations. I thought he might be one of our worst supports in the LPL. Instead, he's been one of the best. I've actually put him as my 3rd best LPL support. I think it was on Kyle and then Airher. I think he's been very, very impressive and a key part to Weibo's success in this split. So looking through into this series, first from playoffs, a couple of weeks off, we were hoping that teams would level up somewhat. There are some players from Weibo I'm sat here thinking, look, this may be a 3-0, and actually this game will be quite dominant by the end of it. There is still some work to be done here. We'll need to ramp up over the rest of the playoffs.
Part of it with players like Elk, and I'm aware that we've got Soul Point fighting coming on in, so I'll keep the musing relatively short, is who they are as players. Elk has always been someone who's very explosive with a lead, but is very aggressive in hunting for them, and that can bite him when it goes wrong. Rookie may need to be good here, as there is that fight for this Dragon. You were right, there was Rookie looking on that flank angle, but...
Photic has to E away defensively again. Zuka hanging around. Photic's trying to get this Q poke down. And you do have to play towards the Razor's Edge a little bit, but all it takes is one skill shot landing, and this whole fight goes with it. IG have forced their way into River.
There we go, spotted out. There was a ward there in that tri-brush actually spotting her out now as well, which could use help. We'll be helping JJ pick up those honey fruit. Dragon spawning in 8 seconds and counting.
The IG trying to look again for that Ezreal poke where possible. Nautilus manages to get a hook. Gets that ult on target. Does have the ult and the flash. Starting zeroing down on that target. IG really wanting to contest this. This would be Ocean Soul. That is their hope for this game.
Oh, Xiaohu gets the taunt. That's a lot of damage onto Dway. In comes the public execution. The bullet time. The Rakan is down for the cap, but it's only the Rakan. It's worth noting. Charm after. In comes Galio with the hero's entrance. May need to Justice Punch away. That's not fantastic from Weibo, actually.
It's the one kill. It's only one. They've used all of their shotgun shells now. And I wonder whether IG feel like, okay, you've used your ults. We can look for a 4v5.
Yeah, I agree. And you're the ones with the Ezreal, the better... so, bro.
He's trying to, again, get into the right position to look for the fight. Not able to do so. Ezreal ult hoping for a steal. Not able to find it. Weibo find one kill. Use a lot of ults for it, but it will buy them the Dragon. 7,000 gold-ish now in the lead. And they'll get themselves a denial of that soul from IG.
What is the price of a Dragon?
A kill. Well, that's an extra thing on there. They don't have to pay a price, and they didn't lose anything, so.
Oh, wow. Dragons are free?
So, I don't get the reference there, Sam. It was almost there in terms of that dude on the bridge of Doom.
So, it's what is the price of a soul?
Oh, Wither's Big Naturals. Yes. Yeah. My favorite Baldur's Gate character.
I think possibly my favorite bit of social mediaing that's been ever been done on Twitter was when basically Larian put out a post saying, you know, a million downloads of mods, and the zeros are around Wither's Big Naturals. Which I thought was
oh my god! You know that was
incredible.
one of the mods that they added onto like the console release where they have to like approve the mods to go onto it. So. Baldur's Gate 3, my favorite of my favorite of the.
Did you see that someone paid for Wither's VO to do a cameo?
No.
Basically talking about the big naturals.
Christ.
Please stop these giant badonkalonkadonkas from hanging on me. Their weight is too much.
Guys, the game has gone so far that we're talking about things which are very, very much not League of Legends related. Zuka has the Death Stance, so he's going to burn down a little bit more from the damage there. IG were looking for a bit of a vision play, a little bit of a play out of the fog of war. Not able to find anything really, and there's a catch now from Weibo.
Oh, well, Way has no way home, and he ain't Spider-Man, because the Nautilus is on the other side. There's a teleport coming in, and so for a mate, you do not want to be there. Flash away and pray, but I don't know who's listening right now.
Dude, you know, on Dway's debut year, I did use the no Dway home. Like, I'm glad we're on the same page. Jungler down, no smite, that'll be Baron. IG, they've tried to clutch it out around objectives. Credit to Weibo, they've not really given them much of an opening. They've looked for simple first picks. They haven't gotten too greedy. The first kill, peel back to the objective, and they've taken both the Dragon and the Baron in the last few minutes.
Because they've gotten so far ahead as well, what could have been in a shotgun issue, where you fire your shot, realize you didn't kill the zombie, and you've got to now fight without a weapon. Not been the case here. People are far too.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice.
Once again with a great Nautilus play.
And even though the reaction from Wei is fast enough, he gets dragged away from the flag, so he actually can't complete the flag drag combo. That's really nice. Pulls him out of range of that standard. He can't get over the wall. Good play from Air.
Shout out to Xiao, who's got a 10-stack Dark Seal and nearly a death cap on the Galio, by the way.
We could actually be seeing like full one-shot Galio combos at this point. Do you remember perhaps 17... 12 or 17-4 or whatever it was, 7-4 back in 2017. That was when Galio had his AP changes come through to him, because he was like this tank MR bruiser before then, and his Q had such a high AP ratio on the percent HP that if you got basically 3 items, you would end up doing over 100%.
Oh, the Winds of War.
You would end up doing more than 100% like max HP damage on the AP scaling. Oh, AP Galio, full Q team one shots.
What an incredible patch. I remember you spamming that and having a hilarious time.
Oh, it's so funny, man. Because I played Galio a little bit AP around that time anyway. I just before Galio got reworked, he actually became slightly meta for the first time in his history. Oh, what a time it was. Because Faker played played him with All-Star. That was the time.
I remember Gangplank having a similar scenario where Cabush was playing on Gambit.
That was Runeglaive.
Yeah.
Runeglaive, I think, went crazy. Hang on, Jeja going maybe too deep for the first time.
Will have the GA pop, but he does have the GA, and now the quickness comes on force, but Wave's forced back, and he'll lose his own GA. Xiao to the backline, nearly one-shots the Ahri, who has to go right back to the fountain, but does have defender's advantage. 2 inhibitors down, make that 3 as that bot lane one is about to go down. They'll pick that up, and then there'll be a reset, and of course, in comes the re-teleport from Zucker to come back into the play. Next starts of the siege.
Bullet time is still available. There's a whole artillery line. Guns to the left of them, guns to the right of them. IG falling to the artillery.
They absolutely are. The cannon barrages keep on forward. There's no gangplank to be seen. Zahen can ult away all he wants, but the Grim Deliverance is only into a casket. To the fountain they go. Xiaohu will finally die, but it will mean very little because Weibo are still going to 3-0 the series.
A clean sweep from Weibo, perhaps not the full story. The earlier games were very much back and forth. IG had winning angles in game 1 and 2, definitely not in game 3. Weibo, clearly the better team today. I think it was an expected win. I didn't expect a 3-0. I thought they'd slip up in a game. Didn't quite end up working like that.
It did slip up, just not to a game-losing end.
Yeah, it did end up being the full sweep. Weibo walk away with the victory, and of course, next series up on the table after this will be BLG versus NIP to finish off our first round of matchups. IG will go down into the lower bracket. We do have a double elimination for the entire bracket with 8 teams involved. In terms of the other teams which are currently down there, we have Top Esports, we have WE, and now, of course, we have Invictus Gaming as well, waiting to see if BLG or NIP join them.
That would be an interesting one, though. Again, I fear that BLG may be quite a scary opponent here for NIP, but we'll come to that when we get there. As Weibo Gaming, some thumbs up from Elk. In the end, they'll take the 3-0, and credit to them. I think their later stage of the game were strong. They did a really good job of coming back from potentially tricky scenarios. When they did get a lead in that last game, it was actually quite clean. That last game, on the whole, was pretty good. A couple moments here or there. Again, Photic getting those early kills got me quite worried. But they did a really good job through those mid stages of coming back into it with more coordinated plays. And I think Invictus Gaming were able to pull off.
Yeah. Report card for Weibo. I think that there were some individual performances, I think, despite this being a 3-0 victory, I think there is some work to be done there. I think that Elk had some positioning errors, which is very much unlike him. I think he was fantastic in the regular season. We covered that quite a lot in that last third game. Xiaohu, better in games 2 and 3. His Aurora was very good, and I liked what he was doing on the Galio here. The game 1 Azir, he struggled to have clean team fights, and I think actually he had positions to carry that game. One of the reasons that game got so late game in Flippy is because he got hit by random encores because he was not quite stood in the right position, didn't quite manage to get the sweep in a game where actually the shuffles were very, very powerful. So potentially some work to be done there. Zucker took until that third game for him to really come online. Fairly happy though with jungle support. I think Churchill and Airhead were actually very good across the series. I think that Airhead, very good game 3. I mean, the karma from Error in early game, in game 1, was very impactful from him too. Yeah, the mid game was a little bit more harsh, but then again, you're an Enchanter in mid game. Sometimes things go wrong.
The team was in a crazy scenario. It happens, right, when games get messy.
So in terms of my player of the series, I'm probably looking at Jeje, probably. I think
him or Xiaohu if they want the two. They count the 2 games more highly than the Azir being a little bit more lackluster. And in fairness, the Aurora won player of the game, understandably. I think this was a very good game from him here on the Galio as well. But yeah, I think I'm largely there with you. I think JJ might be my shout out personally.
And then the side for IG, realistically, I think they were lucky to be in playoffs in the first place. I think that actually the Knights rival stage, the Knights Road stage, I thought there was a real chance that they could lose to an LNG, a WE if they came up against them. Of course, they did play against NIP and they lost. They lost against the one Perseverance team that they played against. They had to beat OMG, one of the weaker teams in the bracket, to make their way through. There was a world where, if OMG didn't upset EDG, there was a real chance where they would have not even made it to playoffs. I think they're quite lucky to be here in the first place. I do really wonder, again, whether IG make changes coming into next split. I think a lot of players wanted to avoid the player auction from the off-season. Going into split 2, I mean, obviously we've got the rest of Blast to play first, but I wonder whether the Shy comes back. I wonder whether Mako comes back. What happens with Photic? I think probably Photic, if IG want to be a contender, I don't think they can do it with Photic.
Yeah, and again, are you happy with Wei? There's always been this question about what's going on with Wei. Is he good enough for what you want to be a top-tier team? Tien is on the market. Is that someone you look at?
So this is the thing, right? Because apparently JDG were talking to Tien as well, because they're not happy with Ginger. And I think that Ginger... I know he got player of the match yesterday. I disagree with that actually quite thoroughly in terms of what happened in that series. I think that he was very poor in the first games in those series. And I think actually a lot of JDG's losses have come through Ginger not being great if he doesn't get a crazy early game path.
Yeah.
And he's not as consistently managed to get them compared to the first part of the split now. So perhaps Tien goes over to them. Tien is one of the biggest prospects who's still on the bench right now. He's taken that break from the first split. I think a team will pick him up, certainly.
Chat. If you want to avoid getting picked up by the advertisements, now is the time to subscribe. Do it now. Do it now, or you will be hit with adverts. You don't want to get hit with the ads, then subscribe. That's the deal. We'd love to have you in here. It's a great time. And again, for all I'm joking around here, we actually do kind of need your support. It's the reason I'm shilling. It's the reason I'm shouting out and requesting the support where we can. We are trying to make this a career here. And obviously with a lack of full-time Tier 1 broadcast work being available, we are trying to do our best out of this co-stream business. We've got a load of viewers across 3 different channels, and that's really bloody awesome. But it would be fantastic to get the support that we can here from those of you who are able to come and help. So if you've got a Prime sub, if you've got that ability to sub normally, that would be amazing. For the YouTube viewers, we've got a Ko-fi link. And for those of you who go, actually, I just don't have the cash. Times are tough, and I get it. There is also an Opera GX link. If you click on that, you download Opera GX for free. It's not going to cost you anything. It's 2 minutes of your time, if that. We've got more than that now in the breaks. If you're not doing anything, help support the channel by downloading it. Give the browser a go. It's a cool browser, guys. I'm not shilling for bad stuff here. It's genuinely quite cool. And it also helps us.
It's one of those things where, like, I have to say, once you have your favorite browser, sometimes you become a bit entrenched with it. This one's been pretty easy to switch over to with me. So I've managed to, put my bookmarks over. Like, getting the logins in, sure, it's like a little bit of annoyance there, but yeah, and it's, at that point, you get a lot of customization with it. I have actually genuinely been enjoying using it. So second series coming up will be BLG versus NIP. BLG come in as favorites, but NIP are not a pushover, and BLG have had their own inconsistencies. We have an interview on stage. For those of you who are Mandarin speakers, we will put the audio on so you can listen to that.
恭喜 WBG 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。在赛后，我们请到了小虎和二哈，来先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG 的中单选手小虎。
大家好，我是 WBG 的辅助选手二哈。
欢迎二位，也是再一次恭喜你们，今天还算是比较顺利的3比0拿下了一个比赛嘛。在短暂的休赛期之后，小虎也确实是没有诚不欺我们啊，这个收假回来状态是非常的好，觉得状态和手感拉得怎么样？大家都？
感觉还是多训练了2天，手感掉了一些，
还能够更好。来二哈。
因为我们收假比较早嘛，所以训练的也比较多，感觉状态都比较不错。
今天能够感觉到大家拉的都还是比较满的。最近我们的猛虎队长啊，这个 carry 和松弛感完全是两不误。第一个队伍的 BL5，觉得可以给到大家什么样的一个评价呢？
今天前边的沟通可能大家还没睡醒吧，漏了很多沟通，给了对面不少的机会。但是中后期的团战大家做的都挺好的。
状态也是越拉越好了。那第一局其实都是以一个我们有点没想到的结束方式来结束的比赛嘛。但是我感觉一切好像都在小虎的计算当中。你是第一时间就 TP 回家了，如果慢1秒的话，可能就被萨勒芬尼大中了嘛。这一招还是太懂了吗？
就是会比较看拳头吧，现在更加就是脑子清醒比操作那个更重要一点。
这个其实也是我们老将的一个从容了，也想问问二哈，因为作为队内可能算 BL5 经验不算太足的一名小将嘛，这一次是抱着一种怎样的心情来打我们的淘汰赛的呢？
因为也不是第一次打季后赛 BL5 了吧，所以说压力可能没有那么大，还是抱着能赢的心态来的。
能够看出来你是全场在游啊！第一局这个卡尔玛玩出了泰坦的感觉，所以也想问一问你对于辅助的理解，不同英雄的使用。
第一局的话，就是我们下路优势比较大吧，所以说可以做的事会更多一点，对。
但是能够看到 IT 在今天的比赛当中啊，中期还是给到了你们一些压力的，特别是他们进攻会很猛嘛，去抓一些机会。你们是怎么在稍有劣势的时候，每次都能够抓住这个翻盘的节点呢？啊哈。
就我们一直保持积极沟通吧，然后看到对面的失误要及时的抓，所以就能找到翻盘的点。
第二局也是以小虎非常帅的一个兔子5杀来结束了比赛嘛，很想问一问你，这么长的 LPL 职业生涯当中，这是第2个，有没有什么心理波动呢？当时是怎么样去沟通的？
感觉中单还挺难拿5杀的吧，然后当时觉得 鸡哥不会给了。
Thank you to
但是最后还是
Ferguson
上
for
来
translating in
守了一下
chat.
给了
We'll
5
read out
杀
some of the
就谢谢如弟吧
answers later.
在赛场能够拿下5杀也是一个里程碑式的了。之前我有看到过你们队伍的其他队员们在接受采访的时候去评价你们另外4位选手，还是跟我们想象中的印象会有些不同的，所以很想问一下2位，虎队和我们的偏弟弟的2哈，你们对于其他几位的印象会是怎样的呢？
兹卡的话就有一点逆来顺受吧，然后姐姐的话就专业精益求精，然后其实 Elk 的话挺搞笑的，搞笑担当气氛担当吧，然后2哈的话就是努力成长了。
那2哈呢，会不会有不同的视角？
我觉得几位哥哥们都比较乐观活泼吧，人也很不错，性格也很好。
可以看出你们这个队内的氛围也是非常有意思，但是我们刺激的淘汰赛才刚刚开始，今天展现出来的势头当然是非常猛的，非常好的。对于后续有可能遇到的对手，有没有什么话要说呢？
就不管后面我们遇到谁，就是保持好今天的沟通和团战的，就是手感和指挥吧，然后继续加油了。
就不管对手是谁吧，然后我们只要把自己的做好的部分做好，感觉都能赢。
好的，也祝你们之后的比赛加油！再次感谢2位来到我们赛后采访的环节，接下来我们把镜头交还给解说席。
Okay, so just reading out some of those answers. Ferguson was translating over in Twitch chat. And by the way, if you want to see some of these translations, just in the text of it, come through over to Twitch chat and you'll be able to see them there. So, apparently they benefited coming back from holiday early. Game 1, they were still warming up. Communications were not really up to standard. Xiao, who said that his thought process was clearer than his micro skill. has said they came in with some confidence. Xiaohu, on his second in LPL, Penta, hard to get it in as a mid laner, didn't think Rookie would give it, in fairness, yeah. Wouldn't always do that. Both of them said their team vibes were good and communication during team fights was their strength. That makes a lot of sense. What does TCL stand for? I'm actually not sure, but it's a tech brand, I'm pretty sure, TCL. Okay, we're gonna go put on an ad break, I guess, at some point. Well, we've got 15 minutes until the next one. I'm gonna put on an ad break now, just because it needs to go on at some point. Then we'll chill out and get ready for that second series. Thank you, Frank, though. I really appreciate you. Ooh, that's a good training. I'm trying to get a Valentine bourbon for my team trials team ready. That hook from there was really, really good. Okay, yeah, I've read out everything that Freg said in chat. That's cool. That or the removal of Atakan just nerfed them. The Master Cup is really a fluke. I mean, almost all LPL teams, I think, would have been happy to see the Atakan gone. Atakan was not a friend to the LPL. I just showed up now where the match is really one-sided. No. Game 3 was very one-sided, but everything else was actually pretty even. Game 1 and 2 were very flippy. So this is not, yeah, it's not as crazy. But game 3 really was one-sided. Fun fact for Lana. Let's have a think. Let's have a think for a fun fact. Here's one thing. There is a conspiracy theory that Games Workshop ripped off Halo developers Bungie for their logo of the Tau faction. Because the Marathon logo, which is obviously a game they've tried to remake and it's had a ton of drama, is like this kind of like circle with two, like, it almost looks like a beetle shell. It's like a circle with like two, like a circle within a circle pretty much. But it's pretty much the same as the Tau logo from Warhammer 40k. Yeah, so there is like, fun fact, there is some people which think there is a, yeah, there's a conspiracy that Games Workshop ripped off Bungie because the Tower came out later than Marathon did. Yeah. Let's watch Uma Musume. I don't have it set up right now on this. I mean, I technically could do. I'm just, with some of the updates to Oh, I don't know. My PC's just really not been playing nice recently, and I just don't want to chance the stream going down. Compliment for Duo. If I were your trainer, Duo, I would make sure I get the best sparks. You'd be getting, like, you want to run a mile? I'm getting you, like, 18 mile sparks. You want to run a long? We're going to go get, like, 18 long stocks. I'm going to give you the best treatment I possibly can, because you deserve that, Duo. Duo, I would train you to the ends of the earth. You're going to come out as, like, an S plus Uma. You're going to run for all of your days. It's going to be wonderful. That's all I got for you. Hey, Mark, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Amazing. And player of the game was Zuckeron, the Ambessa. Fair play, fair play. I think he played very well. He destroyed Sobra in the individual matchup. What's your prediction for the next series? Now, the question is, how much do we think BLG will glow up for playoffs? I think they will glow up a certain amount. I think this team will lock in when the games matter more. I don't think all of their fundamental issues will be sorted. I think that BLG, when it gets to internationals, well, like if we use the last year as a blueprint, I think they will still have an amount of issues that they need to sort through, sadly. Wikipedia said TCL originally stands for The Creative Life. Huh, interesting. BLG are going to lose to NIP 3-2. I mean, in fairness, Kerr is actually Kerr's a pretty exciting player. He is one of the very few mid-table mid laners that can push top players. So I think, you know, he's pretty good. Guwon's been genuinely pretty good. I just think that Shun has been second best jungler in the LPL this split. It's either him or JJ, right? Top lane, I mean, Hoya, stuff like the Varus has been fairly powerful, and it is going to be JJ walking away with player of the match. Zucker for game 3, JJ for the series. No surprises, his Pantheon was exceptional. The Malphite early game was kind of insane. It was. And that Vi was, of course, very, very clean in the last game too. What's up, Sam?
I'm just going to say hello. I'm saying I've got coffee on the make for myself, but if you want to go take a break now, it's not a bad spot if you want to go do that.
Yeah, can do, I suppose. Yeah, why not? Serving himself some food. I don't even know if there is any food. Anyway.
I can make some if you want. I've got some omelette options.
True.
That's a very exciting guitar riff. Player of the match, JJ. Thanks, JJ. Please never make me watch you again. When will the second series start? Pretty shortly. About 10 minutes, something like that. Something like that. I mean, that's just, can Junja be given more time, though? It's his first split in the LPL. Yeah, I kind of wish Junja was given a bit more time as well. I think he's a great pairing with Honky. I think putting him under pressure, say we're kicking you after a split, feels really, really tough. Damn, no time to reduce my YouTube watch list. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, if you want to put it on a second screen, by all means, just don't leave. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Would you say AL is the strong favorite after yesterday? I mean, I think probably. I need to turn this off and give us some Spotify. And we'll put camera back on. Just to get hit by some adverts. Excuse me while I do some Genshin dailies in the background, guys. I'm here and paying attention, but I'm also sort of slightly zoned out. I've got some, not daily, I've got some Spiral Abyss to clear. I've not done yet. Been lazy about it. G2 winning LEC again. They're definitely looking quite good again, aren't they? Playoffs G2 just hits different, guys. They just hit different. Oh, your ads disappear. Be gone. Since you and Ali stay in Germany, have you played the all-time classics Gothic and Gothic 2? I have watched a full playthrough of Gothic. I think I'm going to wait for the remake. It's a big commit to play that full game. I am very down to because it looks phenomenal. And I really enjoy watching someone else play through it. So I know the story of Gothic. I've not seen Gothic 2. I'll say that one. But I mean, it's right up there as one of the CRPG classics, right? I will... Gonna hit some ads, by the way, guys. So if you don't want ads, subscribe. This is the way of things. But yeah, no, I think Gothic's a great game. And classic for a reason. The remake looks good, but I'm very scared of it not matching the tone. Very fair. I mean, it's in the name, right? Gothic is if you get Gothic right, like, how do I put this? So, take something like Baldur's Gate 3, right? Phenomenal game. Really, really incredible. Wonderful follow-up to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. They are not the same genre of game in so many ways. I mean, in a good way, obviously. Like, it's very much the Larian DNA that's gone through that. But it's not real time with pause. The builds are very different. The way the items work is very different. All of that stuff is kind of there and makes it quite complicated. And I think the same deal with Gothic. It's like we've moved past that kind of era of CRPGs being like Neverwinter Nights, BG1, Gothic. I'm missing something here. What's another one in that kind of sense? Arcanum is probably in a similar space. So it is going to be different. Whether that's a bad thing or not, I don't necessarily know, because actually there's some things about those games that haven't aged that well. Oh, there we go. Back onto screen briefly. Hello. Nearly there for our second series. And again, BLG should be fairly heavily favoured today, guys. There's no reason for them not to be, per se, with the exception that BLG without a lead have looked a bit mediocre. And what happens to BLG in team fights? Because BLG have not been team fighting well from a deficit or even just from even. They have often been relying on wallets to really hard force through just being mechanically better. But the team fight coordination has been poor. There's no real way around it. It's not been good enough. Hoya Varus top game, 1 incoming. Yeah, to be honest, remember, the last time I remember seeing Hoya against Bin was Thunder Talk in winter last year, where Hoya beat Bin in a 5-game series, dropped a Camille game that smacked Bin and humbled him somewhat, it must be said. But we shall see. I still think the laning phase on the whole from BLG has been pretty good. I think Om's been solid across the split on the whole. We've not seen too much off, but I think Knight hasn't been as consistently dominant as I would have liked. I think, again, like say, Hongq has had his number more than I was expecting, for example. I've not been as sold on the jungle as I would like or need to be, although I think, actually, I say that. I take that back. Shun and On have been pretty good, but I think Bin, Knight, even Viper have not been that coordinated as a unit in team fights. So I think Shun and On have actually had a fairly good split. Their kind of their synergy remains good even after a year apart. Take back my initial statement there. I said it and went, wait, do I agree with that? No, I don't. Just saying things, chat. Shouldn't be doing that. Morning, Katari. Good to see you. How are we all doing on this fine day? Wait, actually have to lock in for these things? I hope not. Should be just simple kills, right? Just running away from you. My days. There's BLG on screen. Have they used this 2 weeks off to shore up some of the flaws? They were looking so good and then had a horrible set of last games. I was not impressed. I think a lot of us were somewhat shocked, really, by the level of performance we got from BLG. Expecting much better from a team that theoretically should have been pretty great. There you go. That's the average goal difference. They have been playing so well in the early game, and then they have to do that team fighting thing, where it's a bit miserable. NIP in group perseverance, a little higher. But again, that's group perseverance. That's not group ascend, and those numbers lie somewhat because they're against lesser opponents. I don't necessarily take that as the gold standard, per se. Key players, On and Jort, the supports. I think that is a very valid call-out. I think On has been fantastic on the whole this split. CS per minute on a support. That's great. What a graphical choice. Both of them very, very heavily involved in kills. Of course, Duo being the #1 in the league says quite a lot. NIP play heavily through their support getting involved. And in fact, I think NIP in general have been pretty good team fighters. If there's a way to deal with BLG, it probably will be through. In fact, let me turn this off so you can see those chaps. It will likely be through those team fighting. A lot of fantastic bar games from Duo. And of course, you can see the occasional chanter here from both players. Bit of that Lulu incoming there. More mixed for Jaw, less so for sure for On, who has just been excellent on the champion. Renata in there as well. Little note on that one. Oh, man. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with these supports and jungles today. I really do. I think it's going to be a great showing. But we shall wait and see. Here come the players into the arena. A little bit of earlier on. NIP looking all smiley, excited to be here. Hoya, I think, will be interesting. I think realistically, outside of the Varus, he has been a very... Hoya's had a good split, I think, on the whole. But we know what happens when he goes into carry matchups and it goes wrong. He does not lose gracefully. When it goes wrong for Hoya, it's a disaster class. On Alistair equals a beast. Yeah, completely agree. He's been very, very, very good at that. Oh, look at the NIP players handing out some gift bags. Very sweet, very sweet, very sweet. It starts in 30 minutes, right? No, anytime now. Nagake, anytime now. Because the last series was so quick, we are starting bright and early. We should be coming in within the next 10 minutes or so, I would imagine, actually. Definitely not. Actually, we've got... oh, no, don't do this. I need to listen to this advert. We may just need to redo this level. That's okay. How am I doing this? Here we go. Let's go listen in on this, shall we? There we go. That's what I get for trying to do some dailies in the background.
同样呢，我们也邀请到了深圳 IP 战队的中单选手 Care， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 NP 的中单 Care。
欢迎 Care。那时隔半个月迎来你们马年的首战了，休赛期大家调整
had a
了
really
怎么样？
interesting
有什么
statement
新
the
的收
other
获
day.
和
We'll be
启发？
listening on this, and I'll have this conversation afterwards.
休赛期的话，就其实前段时间是挺累的嘛，然后就大家都好好休息，然后调整一下自己的身体状态，回来之后就好好训练。
The Mandarin
是的，也
speakers
是
out there.
在休赛
Hopefully
期
some
好好
cool
休
things
息，
being
迎
said.
来我们今天的一个淘汰赛的首战嘛。那么组内赛你们的表现可以说是厚积薄发型了。淘汰赛首战面对到 BLG， 在游戏内容上有没有哪些想要去精进的部分呢？
首战面对到 BLG 的话，我觉得首先是需要把我们之前做的不好的地方，然后尽量做得更好吧。其次就是打出我们自己该有的内容就行了。
也期待你们赛场的表现了，加油！
There's the drink on in. We can pause the music. We can put this back on. But yes, Care had a really interesting statement the other week where he was basically saying, look, I get a lot of criticism when I play badly. But where are my plaudits when I actually have a really good game? Where is that? Surely I'm worthy of that. And there's some truth to that, right? That Care is criticized fairly regularly. But when he plays well, he just doesn't get the same level of attention. Yes, they do. They do. So basically, they have a second can. But they'll be given a massive amount because it'll be part of the marketing budget. But yes, very much so. It'll be a separate can each time. Having done these before. Here come the players onto stage. Sip it time, you know? Yeah. Yeah, guys, if you haven't already, please do make sure to hit that follow button. Make sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't done that one on Twitch. Are they as popular as football players globally and NI sports players' popularity? Within the region, very much so. Esports players are huge in China. It's a big deal. Honor of Kings is the big game out there at the minute, actually. Oh, they did some rock, paper, scissors. Very cute. Had some fun with that. See whether Guon can do some work here, having come over from DFM last year. It's actually been pretty good for NIP on the whole. Took a little while to get rolling, but once they did, I've been really enjoying watching NIP in those big team fight scenarios. I think Duo, as we've kind of noted, been very core to that highest kill participation support in the league. Says a lot about how the team is playing through their support. Hoya as well, I think with his creative champion pool, has been having a really good showing. We can probably stick our audio on here, I think. Get ourselves locked in shortly. Shenzhen NIP. Are we in Shenzhen? I actually don't know. We might actually be over in Suzhou for in LNG's arena. We shall see. But yeah, so for example, Uzi, for JC, by the way, for context, Uzi became Person of the Year in China, not sports person, just Person of the Year in China a couple years back. So yes, they absolutely can be incredibly popular, especially the ones that get international accolades. It's a big deal. Should be hitting draft fairly shortly, I believe. That looks like draft to me. And indeed it will be. Ooh, good music, yes. Yeah, I can get behind that. Well, here come our bands thick and fast. It'll be the Nymaera, the Varus, the Renekton. Very AD carry focusing against NIP. You do not want to give up the Varus, and it's very much a top lane pick for them, which is hilarious. But hey, sometimes that's the way of these things. Oriana Rumble. What's getting through that? I guess it would have been the Jace, but after all those nerfs, it's not really the same anymore, is it? Not really. Vi and Bessa traded. Interesting. BLG on the blue side still getting first pick. Unusual these days that happens. What are we going alongside it? Could be something like the Ahri to go with. Very early for the Vi, but Guwon does love it. And Care, big Ahri player. And part of it is it just denies Shun the Vi, denies that combo with the Ambessa. Wouldn't hate that here. Other option potentially is looking at some of those AD carries that are a bit higher power. Again, we've lost the Unari, we've lost the Varus. They're off the table, so you could look towards something on that front. But obviously, 2 engage options locked in. Welcome back.
Okay, so you were talking about those first pick priorities. So we have the Vi and the Ambassador. Ow! The Vi and the Ambassador separated away from each other to stop that point and click dive combo.
You're right.
Just put your elbow on my hair.
Sorry about that.
Rip some of it out, I think. Ow.
Apologies, did we do that one?
Yeah, I know it's not. Still painful.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Potential point and click of the Pantheon in there. The Pantheon's fine into the Vi as well. Also pretty good against heavy dive combos because you can press the E and stop a lot of the damage from that single direction.
There we go. Pantheon, as you noted in. Alongside the Ziggs into the Azir is a Knight special. Again, we are done with Knight Azir. The Azir got through picks and bans. It's Ghost to Care, who is a big Azir player, but Knight has an answer. Just play the answer, guys, is the honest way through. Vi being hovered. So the Varus got banned. Hoya is an AD carry top enjoyer. But instead they'll go towards the Poppy, which is another one of those Hoya specials. Could also go towards Jaw.
Yeah, it can go towards either, but you're absolutely right. Hoya is one of the few people still playing Poppy top lane in the world right now. In fact, I think he's one of only a handful which have been played through in this. I'm surprised it's not been played there more. I think there are a couple of champions up there where you can play it into, and I think it gets good value in a lot of team fights, obviously, as well. But Knight on Ziggs is already a problem here for NIP, because Knight is such a good player of this. And now you have point and click into that Ziggs. Before you get Zhonya's onto Care, onto that Azir, he is going to be a sitting duck. if the Poppy is out of position or it's more playing around side lane, so the Poppy isn't there at the play. You get Pantheon jumping in, and then this Ambassador ult point and click, the Ziggs ult point and click. Someone's going to die horribly, and I'm not sure NIP can confidently save their carries.
And one of the reasons we stopped seeing a little bit of Poppy top is the Poppy with her W is great once you come to team fights, but in the early game where the Poppy's locked top, she doesn't necessarily get to stop the dive champions from doing their thing when the snowball's occurring. Another couple AD carry bans, the Kalista, the Ezreal away from Viper, who is a big proponent of both of those champions, even if, again, we've seen some mixed Kalista performances around the world with some unfortunate fumbles here and there. It does feel like there's just been a little bit of that scrim bubble with people saying, hey, maybe Kalista's all right, actually, right now.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more of it cropping up around the place. I don't think it's top tier in the way that Kalista in the past were. You know, funnily enough, I believe Kalista may be the only champion of all time to have 100% ban rate at a World Championship.
Wow.
I think it was Worlds 2017 or 2018, maybe Worlds 2018, where Kalista was 100% pick and ban rates. Maybe it was 2017. It's one of those 2 years. I remember Mordekaiser got really, really close in 2015. Pantheon got very, very close in like 2019 or 2020. Very few champions which have done either way. Ashe locked in for NIP, threatening the Ashe Seraphine. Could, of course, still be the Poppy support, though, if it comes to it. BLG, they're looking for a point-and-click dive combo. Either adding more pieces to the combo or more setup works, which is why they think about the MF or the Jhin. They do well into the Ashe in lane. At least they survive in a way that some other AD carries can't. The Jhin would provide more point and click, whereas if someone gets hit by that, the Ziggs potentially has another way to have point and click.
Okay.
And the Bard, of course, helps with that too.
Both of these supports put a lot of time into the Bard. We was having the official broadcast was highlighting that matchup as their matchup to watch. I think
the support one.
Yeah, support. That was by the way, the highest kill participation support in the league.
Gosh,
He's been all over the place for this team, and now you've got the Seraphine with double extenders of it, of the Encore ult, right? With the Vi, the Poppy, both being very good at ensuring the Encore gets to the backline the way it might not in other
realistically, I mean, NIP really want to peel back and play for the death ball. This has typically been how BLG lose games. Typically, BLG, they get baited into playing 5v5s against death ball comps. We saw that against JDG. We saw that against top esports anyone's legend, where actually the team fights weren't working well for them. BLG do have a composition which is probably going to do very well coming out of the early game, pressing that Pantheon and Bard ult for the first time, and the follow-up being very, very strong. The question will be, how far ahead do they get, for one, but then mainly, can they actually convert what we assume to be a very aggressive early game composition from BLG into actual teamfight wins? Because if NIP get to 5v5, that's where we get to learn, are BLG still this flawed late game team fighting team?
I completely agree. And again, I also think this Ashe Seraphine could potentially just be a big pressure point in terms of just the lane control. Ashe Seraphine, so much shove could be very, very dangerous, especially if you end up with a bit of support to make sure the Pantheon doesn't completely run over that lane with some good ganks. I think this early game could be quite telling, actually, because if BLG don't snowball, I think the 5v5s look very dangerous, as you noted, for NIP.
I think BLG have plenty of tools to make the game fun for them in terms of those big combos, but they do need to make sure those 5v5s work. You don't win League of Legends if you don't win team fights right now, and it has been that case for a very long time. And strangely for BLG, it's been one of the big issues, at least against the top teams in the league. NIP are a group perseverance team. Will that apply to them in the same way? Onto the Rift we go. Second series of the day. Let's hear those gyros between BLG and NIP. Ooh, level 1. Double E from Draw. Viper gonna start lane at half HP. That's not great from him. They want to have some lane pressure. They pick the Jhin Bard so they can at least contest this. Ashe Seraphine is a nasty-ass duo, but you need to make sure you're not giving them an extra leg up there. You're meant to be competitive here on blocking the volley for Viper. And suddenly, actually, Assume and Draw, after that great doubled up E, have lost a lot more HP than they should have done. Good fight back. Of course, the pot's been used from Viper, which, of course, will factor into it. Viper starting with, he started with boots and pots. That's why he's got more to use. Okay, and he'll want to go for the Swifties first anyway. Ow! Viper getting hit by a double E. Even though he has those boots, Draw's been on his case. Level 2 hit now by Assume and Draw. You start with the boots, you have those extra pots to use, but you're meant to, you know, avoid the skill shots with those boots. Viper not having the easiest time in lane so far. The map hacks are unlocked. Shun will be spotted heading from top lane to bot lane. Same as Guon. Typically, NIP, if they're going to win a game, Guon has to be on fine form. He has been so key to how NIP play the game with aggressive AD champions in the jungle. Played stuff like the Kiana. I'm trying to remember if he's played as Zahen. He wouldn't have played the Zahen, actually. We've not seen as much of that. I think the Zahen jungle phase kind of came through just as we went on Chinese New Year break, actually. Saying actually the bot lane laning phase, Viper got hit by just a free ball Seraphine double E at the level 1, even though he started boots.
Oh dear.
So that was just him stood alone under tower, so that was before the waves even got there. And then after that, got hit by another Seraphine E. You know, he'll want to go towards the swiftness boots early, but Viper, he's okay in CS right now, but there's a couple of worries there for the early lane. You don't want to give the Ashe Seraphine a route in this game. And as you were saying, actually, you know, I was saying, look, this is an early game competition. Let's see how the mid game goes with the combos. You're saying, well, okay, what happens if they don't get that lead?
Yeah.
If laning phase goes poorly enough, then which it hasn't just yet, but if it does, gets a little worse than this, we have those questions again.
Ashe Seraphine is incredibly obnoxious. It's just a 2v2. A little bit scarier when you get ganked. You see Caitlyn lanes in general and all those kinds of things. Similar vibes there. Mid lane very low on both sides. Flash from Shun. Gets the shield. Volunteer is down.
Knight might die on the other side. Has the flash. Guon flashes first. So both mid laners die. Both junglers expending a summoner. Care the extra summoner used.
Worth noting that bot side Scuttle Crab was already taken by Guwon. Shun might get double scuttled here off that play mid. Remember, he doesn't have his flash, neither does Guwon. Jumps now onto that Vi, who's going to jump onto
Both
Shun.
mid laners are coming through. Both mid laners are teleporting back into the play. Knight has flash to use on this. Care's trying to keep Knight busy to try and keep his own jungler safe.
Satchel back through the minefield is Care. The bouncing bomb goes wide, and there will be that reset. Additional Scuttle Crab there. One by Shun, actually, who did get that Scuttle Crab in that little scuffle.
So Knight ends up being, you know, the beneficiary of this too, because he ends up saving his flash. Guwon does get that kill, but Shun is a little further ahead because of that scuttle take. It would have been a double scuttle for Guwon if he'd managed to secure that. But good to see that Guwon gets involved early. I was just saying this before you came back in. When I think of NIP as a team, I don't see them winning if Guwon has a bad game. Which was, you know, all of our teams in Perseverance effectively traded, besides TT, but the 3 teams that came out of that traded games against each other. And a lot of the time when NIP lost, it was when Guwon had a bad game, actually. And a lot of times when they won, it was when he had a good game. He's had some mixed performances. I think on the whole, he's been pretty good. And for a group Perseverance team, there's definitely a lot of praise to be thrown towards that man in the jungle.
Very, very much so. And again, we've seen some really good carry performances from him, actually. He's been one of those ones who just
what he really picks.
Yeah, when he gets that opportunity, he pulls up some spicy stuff. Oh yeah, putting down that Steadfast presence there. Whacking Bim with a hammer shock.
Worth noting with the Ambessa Poppy matchup, you don't have to dash with your passive. A lot of what you'll end up doing is just kind of standing still, pressing the S click a lot to make sure you still get your abilities, but you're not spinning through it. It's not like, say, Cassante W, where you're always dashing, right? But that's a big part of your kit. Going to teleport back up towards that top side. Hoy's early lanes with, oh my god, he's going to try to punch him away, and he will do. Trying to stop him from getting the cannon. That's really annoying. Well played from Hoya.
And he gets a play, and that will be the cannon denied. Well done.
Okay, Hoya, as you're saying, one of the a very confident player of this Poppy, one of the few players in the world that plays the Poppy top lane semi-regularly. He's always had it in his champion pool, and right there, you know, just using the level 6. He's not really going to use it for much else right now.
Oh boy.
Level 6 not there from the Vi.
Emperor's Divide. Guwon gets the Vault Breaker. The minefield comes on down. And Knight should survive this play, but will be forced to reset here most likely.
He'll clear up the last of this wave. In fairness, he has a pot ticking. He is a Ziggs. He could just get his next rotation on the wave, see if he wants to play towards that. Does have the ult if a play happens in bot side and he's in range.
Soon burns the Ghost just to make sure that he's not being locked down too heavily there. Will threaten a re-engage, but On is swiftly out with a magical gem.
Yeah, Knight was locked in lane, so couldn't throw down that ultimate at that range anyway. He has it available for a mid lane wave if he does want to throw that just out for wave clip. Again, about a wave ahead of Care. Both junglers really hovering around this mid lane quite a lot in this early game so far. Knight on the reset means that NIP probably going to get this dragon for free.
Yeah, most likely here, I suspect. Then on this top lane, just reading out with Hoya again. It's a minor gold lead to Hoya off that plate. That little cannon deny that we saw as well. But otherwise, it's been a bit of a muchness up here. Some cute interactions, but no one's been truly threatened as yet.
See, you've been there again, just trying to play the mind game, trying to bait out the steadfast presence there by casting the skill and seeing if Hoyle will press the W, but he's standing still, so he wouldn't get hit by the W anyway. I think a lot of these trades do definitely go at the side of the pop. Well, I mean, just in general. If you dash into a poppy W, you tend to lose trades. It's a big thing. He's going to be going for the Sundered Sky first item, by the way, for that crit Buckler auto, which is really nasty for that poke on tower. Knight will get, poke onto you, and I just saw the tower getting hit, and the mind did mind things. Knight gets a plate there, and right there, losing the mind game that is Bin, but he's probably looking for a reset now.
Indeed, we'll get this last minion and look for that reset. Probably not going to be miles and miles away from an Eclipse at this point. A couple more components to pick up, but I suspect within the next couple minutes that will be on the docket.
Typically, first item comes in around the 10-minute mark, so he's a little way off of that for now. At the end of the day, he's only got the pinback pickaxe in inventory. And in fact, he's not going for the reset, so I'm done with that one. Ooh, stun doesn't land onto Assume, goes into minions instead.
Yeah, nice idea, didn't quite work out. Viper had a healing climb behind him anyway, so gives himself a little bit of a speed boost and a heal, and gets out sick. He's got that fourth shot, will clear up the way well enough. And actually, credit to Viper and on, despite it being the Ashe Seraphine, which is notoriously very lane dominant, actually up a few CS here, which you'll take.
Yeah, that's definitely good news for them. BLG do need to get those kind of leads, though. They need to get something. You know, Bin, even with the Poppy, mid lane is going quite well for Knight, actually. He's got himself a decent CS lead and that plate, so he's not unhappy there. But as we were saying, with BLG, they're going to really struggle to play in the team fights later. You know, you're going to have a Poppy who's got top lane XP, he's going to have a Seraphine buffing them up as well, and double carries you've got to reach. And you've got to somehow get through the Encore and the Poppy W. It's going to be really hard for you to team fight without a lead later on. So BLG, as it stands, they need this one like watershed moment. Is it going to be through side lanes? I think BLG are the best side laning team within the LPL, and they have a really good side laning comp. You're going to have Pantheon flying in, Ziggs ults coming through from anywhere.
Jhin ult,
Jhin, W ult, you've got Bard portaling around. Of course, the Ambassador's very good at comboing on from long distance as well. So BLG are likely, at this point in the game onwards, looking for those big ultimates to play around split fights before the Poppy and the Seraphine can deathball and cause them huge issues in the 5v5. Problem with BLG is that when they've tried this style before, and the game I would point people to if you want to do some homework and see that game while you're watching this series, is that JDG game from the regular season where they played the Azir into Honkyu's Ziggs. Ziggs was the counter there, but they did very well in the side lane. But then as soon as the 5v5s came through, they lost the game. That will be a good blueprint to see have BLG improved since that moment in the regular split.
Because again, this comp plays to a lot of BLG strengths, but as we note again, at some point, NIP will group up as 5, and do BLG just do their usual thing of saying, fuck it, we ball. Yeah. And they go for the play, and it goes wrong, and then they do it over and over and over again because they get annoyed at the temerity of a team outplaying them. Viper will immediately cleanse that arrow there. Flash for the Encore, flash from Viper to avoid it.
He was a little bit telegraphed heading towards the Bard pickup. Draw uses that summoner, but both down from Viper. But there's now going to be a numbers advantage for BLG on the top side.
Keeper's Verdict knocks 2 away.
So it's ult for ult in the top side. Grubs, I didn't see exactly who got 2
for
of them.
BLG.
2 for BLG, third one hasn't been killed yet.
Indeed, that was that last little play there as it was occurring. So that's that last grub taken now. So that will be 3 grubs to BLG in a comp that will like to use grubs. Ziggs and Best in a side lane. Sounds great.
Could really help them with that win condition. Very even in gold. BLG need to open that up at some point. As we said, as it comes later into the game, NIP are going to be favored when it comes to the objective fights. The Poppy ultimate, if nothing else, gives you some big problems. So BLG, they do get themselves those grubs. That's important for them, or at least they get 2 out of them. The third one, it basically, once you get a couple of them, it feels just a little bit decorative to get that third one, because it's actually, you want to spend more time just
doing things.
Doing things, yeah, pretty much. Shun will get himself close to that Sundered Sky on this recall. In fact, he might just get it on this recall now. There you go. Shun, Guon both at that item breakpoints. First items coming in largely across the board. Guon, that vibe. I think one of the things about Guon on the vibe, you know, he's a very aggressive player, really wants to go for the forward combos, occasionally does go too deep, but he's also been very good at finding those big flanks too. I'm not going to say it's all been perfect, but it's definitely been a great go button from NIP. He's a brave player of the champion, in the truest sense of the word. And in fairness, NIP do need a little bit of that bravery, I think, to make the most out of this kind of composition. Need discipline, though, more than that. You know, Guon, he needs to make sure that he's not being overbowled. Care, potential flash onto him, and there you go. Where's the combo? Care flashing out. Flash for flash, Shun's down for Cares. actually wonder if that's better for NIP. Flashdown on Pantheon means that Shin's playmaking is vastly reduced. Gets hit by the Ash Arrow. Here comes the Vi. Bard ult to protect.
Is it going to be enough? Because now Care is here. They'll try and turn around. That's not bad for him to flash for the Cosmic Binding, and Jaw goes down. Trading 1 for 1. Assume now dodging around with the Ghost means the 4 shots aren't going to land, but Assume trapped in here, maybe forced to flash.
Where was Viper's ult shots going? He just kind of goes either side of the post either time. The W's on target, though.
Yes, indeed. That was some good Ghost work from Assume is what I'll give it credit to. He will still die here, and Knight gets that kill.
Okay, BLG finally opened things up. Hoya's losing the fight in the 1v1 topside too.
That's Eclipse damage. Bin gets level 11 in Eclipse and murders the Poppy.
BLG were waiting for the dam to break so they could use their first item spike, the big ultimates, to win the split skirmishes across the map. This is one of your big plays early game where the Poppy won't be shielding the rest of the team, and BLG win out on it. I was surprised that it worked out as well because Shin had just used that flash, but the defensive Bard ultimate sets BLG up for success. That's going to mean Bin gets an extra plate in topside. He's now almost 1,000 gold ahead. Knight same in mid lane. Viper same down in bot lane as well. 2,000 gold lead across the board. NIP needed to not give up this fight. I mean, it's such a milquetoast thing to say, but they really needed to not give up this fight. This is where BLG are at their strongest. They thought they were going to get Shin for free, and then on flashes for the stun. Dwar goes down before he can really do much. I suppose his on-call is already on cooldown. Even with, Viper missing 2 of his shots, at least the 4th one lands onto Care. And the Magical Journey was actually quite good for Mon to get that mini gap closed there. That's I assume even more in danger, goes down at the end of it. So BLG have their gold lead now. The question is, can they convert that into a win? Great Eclipse shield there to get rid of a bunch of that damage. And Hoya, I think, just massively underestimates the damage, which he overestimates his damage, and then really underestimates the damage that the Ambassador has to get blasted in the 1v1 that wasn't even close.
Yep, that's Eclipse level 11. Hang on, we'll come back to live, and there's a Tempered Fate into the Satchel, into the Grand Star.
Oh, that's not bad.
With a really nice Emperor's Divide, breaks the combo.
Yeah, Shun messes up there. He goes too close. Should have waited until the ultimate had come out from the Azir, and it should have been just basically 0 counterplay. Ends up being a 3-man sweep because he goes he's going on to Viper.
Does get cease and desist and Vault Breaker back. He knows he's dead. He's not bothering to flash there.
Viper a bit greedy going towards that side where he didn't have good vision. Good play from Guon. 3-0 on the Vi. Guon is making a dent here.
Very much is. Nice pick up onto Viper there, who I wonder whether he's either trying to put down a wall to get in range for. Ooh, okay, needs to leave.
Scorch Claw, very good kill. Oh, it does! It still kills him! Oh my god, Ziggs ends up throwing the ultimate anyway. Care goes down, and now with the Azir dead, doesn't that mean they can push him for another plate and boss side? You're getting close towards Satchel territory for first turret kill. Knight's going to be picking up a ton of gold in the next minute or two from these objectives in side lanes.
Hello. Fatality.
Get over here. I kind of appreciate how we do get, like, Pike and Zahen doing that with their own those hookbacks.
Obviously, because it's been all the figure skating obsession over social media. Did you see that the clips going around of that Mortal Kombat figure skating
Yes, I did, from the gala thing at the end.
Which was so fun.
Yeah. Hoya looking for the knockup, does get the pop back. Asher dodged away from, though. Not quite the clean CC chain. Bin, no flash, might still die.
Big Drakehound step in, out comes the Ambassador doing their best to heal on through. The Omni Vamp's not bad, but there'll still be a volley and a last couple Rangers focus, and can't win the 1v3 on. Helps get a route onto Guwon, who may now be in a dangerous spot himself. No flash, and that Vi just went over the wall, but Shun again gets the burn, gets the kill.
Bin buys a lot of time topside, meaning that no one could really roam away from that. Is there a Satchel here? Close. Sweep away. Keeps Care safe, but BLG, this is the kind of gameplay where they should be succeeding. Yes, Bin does go down, but you see how quick their response is across the map. Turret goes down, second one of the game for BLG. They did take the bot one before this, so Ziggs end up getting a ton of value. Herald's going to go down too. That's important because that will allow them actually to threaten the inner turrets. I think the outer turrets are kind of they're a done deal anyway. I think if you throw the Herald in to one of those inner turrets, though, Ziggs will clean that up very, very quickly. Knight on Ziggs has been such a huge carry, and particularly into games like this where you're such a big part of that threat onto the backline, having a 2,000 gold lead onto this champion is utterly insane. Now, it's not like NIP don't have tools to deal with the Ziggs. They do have the Encore potentially catching you out. You do potentially have a Vi combo forwards too. But I don't think it's going to be that easy to shut down the Ziggs. I think it's just going to be sat at such a long range. behind people who can kind of break up your combo, I don't think you have the tools to aggressively go onto the Ziggs unless he's really out of position, which of course Knight has been very, very good at keeping himself in.
Yeah. And again, the range from BLG is very high for the Ziggs and the Jhin, especially if they get to the point where they can threaten on with a rapid Captain Jack McHale's.
Yeah, you have to preload it, of course. Mikhails, you actually have to kind of like slightly do it because there's a delay on it, and you can't cast it after you've been stunned. So on nice step, gets himself out of danger. That Mikhail's first item versus the Ashe Seraphine, very, very nice. Satch will go down here. Knight will take that. So he's now gotten all 3 outer turrets. This is like 2018 KT Rolster, Ziggs bot lane, and beyond that too, where we had like this Ziggs bot lane finally come out. I think it was around that. Maybe it was 2023. Actually. Anyway, it's been around for a little while, where you just kind of roam through the outer turrets. Now you have the Herald to break the inner turrets, which is typically where a Ziggs can get stalled out. That's a danger point for NIP. We're getting to the point where BLG has enough gold to just brute force the game, which is what we were saying. Is like, okay, BLG, you're expecting this kind of gold lead. Can you get more than that, and can you transfer that into a team fight win? Because the 5v5s, we haven't seen a true 5v5 yet where the Poppy is blocking for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and then the Seraphine Shield, the Empress Divide, and all the other tools that you've got here to make things very tricky in the 5v5s. We see the thought process from NIP, we see what it's supposed to be doing. You are still 2 dragons deep as well, but you get to Soul Point. Tenacity this game into a lot of pick CC, not the worst here with the Chem Soul. It's not the best ever, but hey, you're running with a Seraphine. You can deal with some shielding and healing and tenacity power this game, I suspect.
Yeah, the base dragons are really nice. And that's tell you what, because we're seeing a lot of enchanters in meta. Ooh, miss on the ultimate there, but Pantheon might come and change the equation. No good ult away.
Is anyone in this bush? No, they're not, and that means Hoya is likely just dead. There's nothing to be done. I appreciate the attempt with the Keeper's Verdict, but BLG, because they have so much control with all of these towers down, just find it very easy to roam members up, and they can follow up from miles away. The response time is so short.
Yeah, look, NIP, they'll death ball later, and that'll be really great for them. But if you're playing around, oh, it's a good stun.
Ooh, from over the wall. He wasn't expecting the Vi to be in the Raptor bit. A nice pick back.
Awesome. Bjorn didn't even need to use the flash. That was a very dead Ziggs. Anyway, look at it. Went too close to the Fog of War. Good shot from Assume. Opens things up. Doesn't change the fact that the top lane's going down. Kept pushing in that bot lane. A lot of your wave players gone with that Ziggs down. Can't help. Well, with 20 seconds up, might be able to come back and teleport after.
Good now goes forward, gets exhausted. The encore back will keep people locked up. The Tempered Fate still catches one. Flash for the Comet Spear. They pick up the Ashe. Now the curtains get called. How many bows are going to be forced here? At least a couple. Missed that last shot as Guwon will queue away.
NLP really wanted to break up in the mid lane turret on that push. If they got that, I think it would give them a really good buffer to play around objectives later. They're 3 turrets down. They're down a significant amount of gold. Killing the Ziggs is really nice there. It does give you a bit of breathing room, but they can't convert that into structures. And as we come through to the dragon spawning now, in the next 10 seconds, we'll start to see why that's so important. Because BLG have the bot lane turret still open. They have the mid lane turret still open, still up and available too, which means they have such a good platform to play around those objectives for.
It's a great dive here that gets a bit spicy in general. I enjoyed this play in general, but the thing I actually want to focus on is the dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. After that play, a lot of flashes got blown on both sides. Eyes on the flash, on potentially in a dangerous spot. Guwon looking for some stuff. The arrow comes flying onto it, does not land onto anyone. Bit opportunistic there. On with the quick Mikhail, splash away for the stun. Gets it. That puts Guwon in the dirt. Good angle from On to outplay that. As Bin is trading out, Viper and Assume also trading. The longest range magical journey, but Assume, remember, no Ghost, no Flash, could be in danger if they keep hunting for him. Dragon, now likely BLGs.
Guwon didn't pull the ult. I think he was looking for a carry to put it onto and just couldn't really find the way forwards. The ult does catch onto the Ashe.
No Flash, no Cleanse, no hope. She's gone.
What the hell? Ziggs just dunks it with a full combo. BLG, this game has not been about 5v5s. It's been about those individual picks, and that's what their comp plays too well. The time off, we were wondering if they'd be able to, use that time to get into a position where they could transfer this kind of composition, which they are by far the best at in the LPL, into actual game wins. Now, NIP, they're a group perseverance team. We're not sure about their overall level compared to all of our Ascend teams, but they're definitely no slouches.
No.
BLG showing a good game here in game 1 to say, okay, we're playing this game to our win conditions. We're not allowing you to get towards those 5v5 death balls.
Wow, I agree, YouTube chat. Wow is perhaps the right word there. What do you do about that? It was such a brutal comeback again. We just said, look, by the way, that play in mid lane, cost Assume both his summoners.
Yeah.
Oh, he's managed to escape from the play in the river. Ah, hang on, we take that. Bin might now be in danger. There's a really nice lane gank from the Ashe. The W is good, and that probably means Bin will not be able to run away, and Assume is donated a kill. Important.
That's good. Yep, nice little CC chain. Bin does not have Merc Treads, and he's feeling the pain of that there. I'm really loving how On's playing the Bard here. I liked his defensive Bard ults. I've liked his offensive Bard ults. You know, a lot of people saying, oh man, you got to get Bard on off of BLG if they want to be a contender. When this guy is on, he is the best support in the LPL. Right now, hang on, Kaz going for the sweep.
There is the Empress by the Mega Inferno Bomb comes forward. Viper dies, but there's a lot of damage back onto Guwon. Where is the rest of the team? This is a bit awkward now from BLG.
Well, I don't think there's any more follow-up because Guwon goes down low. 2 dead, though, because, of course, Ambassador died in the bot lane. Viper got blasted there. Good sweep forward by Cat. And that's going to be a turret down there, too. NIP. And this is... The NIP get themselves a bit of gold back. They're going to get themselves potentially 2 turrets. They try and defend this mid one, though. Assume jumped onto it. He's dead.
Oh, my God, the damage. Knight has got himself a full squishy deletion build, and Shun jumps on the Ashe, who has no cleanse, no Mikhails, no summoners, is dead to rights.
And no magic resist either, which means that the Shadow Flame flat penetration means even more. Shun and Knight, I think, as a kill combo duo, have been the best mid-jungle at playing through that part in the LPL. I think that, you know, you look at Tarzan and Shanks as a team fighting duo, and the way they play around that, I think that's been very cool to watch. And I even think, you know, you look at some players like, and weirdly, Nio and Cream have been quite good as a mid-jungle at some points too, actually, in LPL. But in terms of kill combos, playing around stuff like the Globals, like Pantheon Talir, the Pantheon Ziggs here too, have been very, very good. And what this means is that if Knight is within range of Shun, and you expect him to be, Shun's going to take down about half the HP, Knight Shadow Flame's active, someone dies. That's been a very important combo for them this game.
Yeah, you can see the kill participation numbers there up on screen. They've been involved in quite a lot, as has On, to be fair. And as it stands, slight gold lead. Interestingly to Assume, we've got a couple shutdowns, obviously, from some big leads, and that has taken a couple thousand off the BLG lead. They're still very much in control of this game, but we've seen these moments before, which is why I'm highlighting it. Any other team, I would be like, you know what? Good moments from NIP, but BLG still largely playing the game well.
It's like, if this had happened versus J2G, Anyone's Legend, perhaps... Oh, good sweep away. The Bardock missing there. I mean, On's been really throwing them at him, though. No sweep available. Ashe coming through.
There comes the Satchel Charge. The arrow does lamp. There will be no follow-up, and the turret is immediately deleted. The Mega Inferno Bomb only tags Assume, but I got very worried with Duo only being level 11 and quite a squishy character.
They didn't even tag Karen, took off about like a quarter of his HP to there too. Nasty stuff, even with it. No treads in. Knight doing some crazy damage, likely going towards the death cap next as well. He could go towards his Zonies, but honestly, let's just see the damage.
Let's go for the damage, I agree.
I think if he gets to a point where he has death cap Void Staff, I think he one-shots without any assistance. At that point, it's not even close, I think. He's got the death cap now. 3 items, 24 minutes. He is a full item. It's like a full death cap ahead, but Viper's in trouble here.
But Viper, okay, he's going to be fine. He sidesteps it all. Now look to turn it around. But sometimes you can just be better because you're Viper, and you get to just run at people. There's a teleport behind. The curtains are cool. In comes the ult. Shun buffers through it. It's early on the encore. No one was in the audience. And now the public execution comes on through, and the Queen of the Freljord is decapitated. A little regicide from Noxus.
Oh my word, the quick response from BLG is lethal. NIP, I thought they were going to catch out Viper there, but I think the reason Viper knows he can go for that is he has those globals over the shoulder. Shun comes in, Bin comes in, and BLG once again take a fight, denying the 5v5 with the high disengage of the Poppy, and this will probably be the game-winning play now. BLG will get the Baron, and right here, Viper knows he's got a Ziggs over the shoulder. He'll be in range soon. Pantheon's not far off. They have the Ambassador teleport, and of course, it's not like there's that many people in position from NIP. Viper plays it pretty close and risky. Encore misses. I don't think it would have saved them anyway, though.
With the Ambassador already there, it does get quite tricky. Assume falling afterwards, having burned the ghost, feels pretty sad. The Seraphine down both summoners as well. We've just not seen a death ball because there's been no ball. We've had a death oblong.
Yeah.
Bit deflated.
It's an oddly 1v1 shaped ball.
Yes. It was a feta, not a ball.
Yeah, NIP...
Fate. No. How do you pronounce that word? It is fate, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a little not quite party.
Yes.
It is kind of a party, but a small
I had to think about that. I was like, I see that one written down.
Anyway,
I don't hear it pronounced.
NIP really want to fight. They want a 5v5. I'm just not even sure they win it now because Ziggs is so strong.
Vi jumps behind, is still off vision, looking to
Oh,
slide off.
The Guwon special, really looking for that long
Oh.
Flank potential. Can Guwon make a game-changing flank against this gold lead? It's a real hard ask.
Hoya sidesteps the deadly flourish. Hoya also tanks up that forward shot. He's the one who can right now. Guwon's still in the picture. They go in anyway. He's not there! It's a 4v5, but he's not there. He's still on the flank angle. Wait for me, says Guwon. And BLG say, absolutely not. We're murdering him now. Knight and Bing make sure that the pain sticks. A flash for a shield bolt. Care tries to divide them, but he's dividing by 0. Their health bars are in fact 0. Guwon turns up and goes, wait, where is everyone?
Guwon goes in. I think he has to flash out immediately. Guwon tries to go for the flank angle. And instead, I think he's just seen his entire team just die and lose the game.
That'll be a 27-minute victory for BLG, who've made it a very convincing one. Who needs to team fight when you could just skirmish and brute force from every pick? Globals from everywhere you look. The range, the response times. BLG at their best.
BLG, not the best 5v5 team in the LPL. Doesn't matter one bit when they don't actually have to 5v5. Easy as you like. BLG walk away with a dominant game 1. And NIP, we had questions. Well, you know, what is the difference between Perseverance and Ascend? You know, it looked like NIP, WE, they were looking quite good in that qualifier bracket towards playoffs.
Yeah.
BLG, anyone's legend, seem like they are just a level above, though. These were our top 2 teams quite clearly from the regular season, even with criticism towards BLG. That is criticism in the perspective of we expect BLG to be a world-beating team with this roster. I don't think they've shown that so far in this split. We are expecting them to build up towards that, or at least hope we bloody hope they do, because of the level of the roster they put together. It is only NIP, it is only game 1 of playoffs. I liked how they played this game, though, to deny the 5v5s. It was much cleaner on converting these individual leads and this combo-based gameplay to find split picks across the map into a win.
Oh, well, that wasn't bad, was it?
No, not at all. Not at all. BLG, confident first game. Yes. And if you're a BLG fan, this is about as good as you can ask for. You're not picking the Azir, you're countering it, you're playing towards your strengths in the side lane, and it's actually leading you to wins. Yes, they didn't get baited into poor 5v5s. However, I will say I'm not sure NIP really set up very well for them. I think that Guwon had some very creative flanks in the way that he tends to on the Vi. I don't think he was the problem this game, but I don't think NIP found that way to just find everyone on the same screen at once to get themselves that big fight. NIP needed to find a way to deathball a little better. I think it didn't help that Hoya lost the individual matchup so hard. I think it really didn't help that they were so lackadaisically moving into sidelines and getting caught.
Yes, and that is problematic. And again, I get that it is, especially once those outer turrets go down, nowhere is safe. And you do actually have to play to get some side lane farm. You can't just sit and cower under your tier 2 as a ball of 5. But the problem is, from that position, BLG have so many options, because we saw it. Like, you saw some attempted picks onto Viper when they go to make those side lane, but that was nice. Knight got picked off a couple of times, but that was one out of every 3-4 plays, and every other time it was BLG who just got to be quicker to a play. How many globals did they have to work with? Especially if you consider Jhin ult as effectively a pseudo global, Bard top tunnel as a pseudo global. Then you've got the Ziggs ult, which is the global, and the Pantheon ult coming on in, and the Ambessa ult is not short range either. Like, it is very hard to play this game. Knight has put up an obscene amount of damage this game, and is anyone surprised?
Fantastic game from Knight. In terms of my player of the game, I do think it's either Shun or On, though. Knight was really good, but I think it's either Shun or On as my player of the game. I think everyone on BLG had a pretty strong game.
I think I give it to On. I think he had more mechanical, cool plays. He had some really lovely flash stuns, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he threw out a lot of very important ultimates. You know, missed 1 or 2, but it doesn't matter if you miss them in the situations he threw them out in. Yeah, I think that Bard was absolutely crucial to the way that they found continuations on picks. That first fight in bot river as well was crucial. In fact, we might see it in the highlight here. This first Bard ult of the game was really critical. It bought them the extra time, so the follow-up just wasn't quite there. He had a fantastic fight here. Like, look at this. Combos into everything. That is about a peak Bard team fight you can ask for, or a skirmish in this case. Really, really well played from On.
Oh, we've got a few more sign-ups for Opera GX, by the way. Thank you very much, guys. Please, anyone else who's not done that, please consider doing so. We're going to be running some ads shortly as well. If you don't want to deal with ads, subscribe. Subscribe and you don't get ads. For everyone else who doesn't want to subscribe, and that's completely fair. No, it's not. Subscribe to us, you viewers, you. I don't want to be mean to the viewers. That seems like a bad business model, then stick around for the ads, because that helps support us. So it's much appreciated to those who do. Thank you for everyone who's following as well. We are pushing for things like Partner Plus.
My God.
Oh, good God.
That's just far too... The comet just killing the corpse is really funny to me.
Yeah, just to mark the passing. An ill-fated star, that one.
Oh, man. Great game. Great. This is what you want to see from BLG. Now, the problem is, that what did we learn about from BLG here? Well, that they can find those leads and they can actually, you know, play through their combos well. I don't think they were playing against a team that could force the 5v5s, just them as players rather than the composition. I don't think NIP were very good at forcing the 5v5s here. And that's the kind of thing which we'll need to see later into plus brackets. Okay, you go up against your top tier SN teams.
Yeah.
Do they bait you into the 5v5 and can they beat you?
Yeah.
I think maybe anyone's legend can. Maybe JDG can. Maybe.
Okay. I see it.
We haven't seen enough information to see. Has BLG leveled up their kind of their gamesmanship to avoid those kind of game-losing team fights?
Well, we've not seen them team fight really yet. Let's be honest. We've seen skirmishes, we've seen overloads, but we've yet to see a 5v5 objective team fight in the same way, or like a Baron dance or a mid lane. We're all here in a group and kind of dancing around with. Everyone is a known quantity, right? That's a very different kind of team fight to what we saw this game. And in fairness, the composition isn't designed to do that. They didn't play towards that, and thank God for it, because BLG sometimes do it anyway. Yeah. Two things. Amber, you're absolutely right. We can be mean to the regulars instead, especially when they pay for the privilege.
Yeah.
Mecca. Look, this is a public channel. You can't ask for this kind of humiliation ritual in public. Whatever kinks you have, my guy, maybe save that for you in private.
Can't you just be into something normal like choking?
Yeah, exactly. Come on, a public humiliation like this, that's pretty messed up, man.
I'm just saying, at least you didn't do it on Valentine's Day. Okay. That would have been too far.
Al, I'm gonna make us some food.
Perfect. Sounds great.
Omelette?
Sounds great.
Cool.
Yep, omelette was very good.
And I shall return.
Didn't know we kept it. Well, no.
He asked.
No. It's not kink shaming. It's shaming as a kink, which is a separate thing. Very separate thing. Oh my gosh. Okay, Knight gets player of the game. He was really, really good. Yeah. His combos were good. I will say, I think he was a bit of a vector for On and Shun playing really, really well. But of course he was a big part of that too. And I think it's really important just to see that Knight can actually just play the Ziggs into the Azir. I just don't want to see Knight Azir anymore, man. Look, even Chovy's saying, look, Azir's not as good anymore. Just don't have to play it. Ugh. I think Bard is toxic to competitive play. Vi clearly caught him in her own jungle and just stands there and takes the skirmish. Where's the champion's weakness? I mean, I banned Bard for a lot of my not pro play. When I was playing solo queue, Bard was one of my most banned champions because I really dislike how he can just screw over his own team. There's a big Azir nerf coming too. I mean, the thing is, okay, whoa. Why is Azir getting nerfed like that and Nymaera isn't? Because they're both in the same situation of good in pro, bad in solo queue. Why is Azir getting a nerf and Nymaera not? Because Nymaera's been one of the highest pick champions in the entire fucking pro scene for like a solid half year now. Just nerf them both at that point. I don't know. I don't get the logic. I think Ashe Seraphine were off the entire game. They had a good early laning phase, but it didn't, well, in terms of the trading, it didn't lead to a CS advantage. Yeah. And then it kind of fell apart from there. That sucks. I think we should buff Varus again. Are they nerfing him too, actually, eventually? Isn't that a thing that's going to happen? I gotta move this over here. Sometimes the adverts end up, like, cutting the stream off on YouTube, which is really annoying. So you're going to get Big Mera in the middle of the screen. Big Mera and the Big 26. As a jungler, the next patch is already a nightmare. Why are we buffing the deer? Oh, Lilia? Yeah. Do we have a good Ashe Seraphine in LPL? Yes, I think anyone's legend can play it, because Hope is a good Ashe. And I think that Viper On should be able to play it personally. On is actually a pretty good mage support player. Oh, tell you what, there are a couple of mid-table supports which are pretty good at Seraphine. Like, YCX is not a bad player of Seraphine. He was playing that before anyway. Because they were playing, YCX was playing it last year, although he's not currently in the LPL, right? But YCX played a bit of it. Anyone else that's, like, I would consider? Let me think. Who else did I think is good there? Oh, Azir's HP per level got nerfed. Oh, that's a big hit to him, actually. Because he really uses the Rylai's plus, well, base stats kind of spike really well. Hope and Kyle are a good Seraphine, I reckon. Not sure about Gala Vampire, because Vampire's not... No, Gala Vampire, but, you know, their laning phase was fine, but I didn't love how they played it outside of that. It's one of the reasons why they lost, really. Anyone else I'd say is a good Ashe Seraphine in LPL? I don't know about Leaf Palkia. 1xN Missing are probably pretty good at it. What's the thoughts of the viability of Heimerdinger in pro play? Well, it's very good into melee supports if you could... So we initially saw Heimerdinger as a support champion into melee supports because they just go into the turrets and die, and that's when we saw ranged supports come, like AD carry supports come out, because they Ashe, Caitlyn, Varus support, they outrange Heimerdinger's turrets, so you don't have to take damage from them. That's actually where we saw those supports come through for the first time. That's where the meta came from. Yeah, that was pretty cool from them. I think all the nerfs this patch are great. Azir, Ori, Varus, Nico are so overdue. Yeah, but where's Yunara? Where's Yunara in that, you know? Yunara needs a nerf, man. I'm so surprised that Yunara's not been nerfed specifically for pro play. It's probably because she's a new champion and they want to keep her, like, strong because she's popular, right? And she's, yeah. But she's not that strong in solo queue. She's pretty weak in solo queue, so they don't want to nerf her too much for that. Maybe they think ADC already has more variety. Sure, but then Yunara is still, like... Yunara, Varus are like the two most popular AD carries and have been for the last half a year. So why is Varus and Azir getting nerfed and Yunara dodging it? Because it's in exactly the same position. So at that point, it's like, oh, if you think AD carries already varied, why are you banning, like, the poke AD carry Varus out? Because that's part of the variety. I don't see the logic there, personally. I'd love to see Karthus again. No one plays enough AD mid laners to make it easy to draft. I think you should be able to play Zyra. I think Zyra is pretty good right now, actually. I think Zyra Maokai should be being played more as kind of disengage / long range ultimate champions. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen any Zyra. We've seen like a little bit around Demacia Cup. I'm surprised we haven't seen more. Zyra's good right now. Why is Bard perma-picked in competitive? Because Bard does everything if you play him well. Bard, he's a little squishy, right? He's a little squishy, and he's inconsistent at everything he does, but he does do everything. He is one of those jack-of-all-trades supports that can do literally everything. Nocturne buffs are a bit weird to me because that champion is so good in so many drafts. For sure, for pro play, I think Nocturne is already very good. He's definitely, if you play a best of, Nocturne will show up either in pixel bans pretty much every series. Too much headroom on the camera. Should well better. Yeah, Nocturne will show up in most drafts, most series, right, at some point in the draft. Either as Nocturne Orianna or later on as the AD skirmishes start to drop out. So then once you're past your like Shinzao Pantheon, Wukong, Jarvan, then Nocturne is the next, and Vi, you have like Nocturne in there. You know I need to nerf for sure, the meta's stale. Would be good to have variety and more strategies being viable than just picking the OP champs. I think particularly top lane feels quite low variety. Although honestly no, bot lane's pretty low variety. No, I mean Fearless helps, but bot lane is just win lane, right? It's just so much about winning lane. And so much of that is because early jungle pathing feels really based on whether you win lane or not. Well, it always is, right? But if your bot lane wins you first scuttle crab when you path top lane to bot lane, that's a big problem. One of the reasons that happens is that we don't see a crazy amount of like out and out carries top lane, which means that you don't path towards volatile lane top lane, you path towards the bot lane instead because it's just more valuable. So if there was more reason to path towards top, I think we'd see more variety. on the whole. Because if you're pathing towards top more, then you don't have to win bot lane as much. You can play pick and scale or mid-game comps in bot lane. But I think because everyone wants to path towards bot lane, it means you have to kind of win bot lane, or at least be able to contest very early on. And also just grubs are bad, so everyone wants to fight towards dragons. So why would you pick stuff which doesn't give you bot lane pressure? You need to be able to fight around bot lane early into the game, which does lock away a bunch of different bot lanes. So, you know, we're never going to see stuff like Quinn. Surprised we don't see a bit more Draven. I think Draven could actually be okay, but I guess Draven struggles into a lot of... Well, Draven struggles because there's so many things which punish immobile AD carries, and there's a lot of tanks in meta too, which he just can't kill. I suppose maybe it's better with the enchanters in now, because he kills enchanters pretty well. Seems like an unsolvable problem though. If you try and incentivize pros even more to pick carry tops, they'll absolutely terrorize solo queue. Yep. And that is one of the problems that League's balance team has had, really. They have really struggled to balance things for both pro and solo queue at the same time, because obviously coordination in pro makes certain champions much more broken. Although typically that makes hyper carries better. That actually makes AD carries better. So most of the time that ends up meaning that AD carries are the ones which are bad in solo queue because teams don't know how to peel for them, especially at low elo. It just doesn't work that way. Hey, Belethar, by the way, I appreciate the follow. Whereas top lane is, as long as you can win the individual lane matchup, you can still make something work out of it, right? So in fact, I think that top lane is one of those roles which, if you know how to play the individual matchup, you should still be able to play it in pro. Right now, anyway. Not all the time, because sometimes the team fights are just too crazy, right? And of course, when you had stuff like lane swaps in meta, that was a very different situation. But yeah. Honestly, I think that's the overall biggest misbalance in League, even throughout the entire Atakan season, everything. Drake stacking stayed way too strong. Dragons being the big win condition has been the linchpin of competitive League for the last 5 years. Yeah, ever since like 2020, really. Split pushing's not been a win condition since like 2019. Not really, anyway. Sam's still on omelette duty, but we're getting close towards draft. Okay, draft number 2. BLG played towards their strengths in game 1, playing towards side lanes, combo-based gameplay, particularly between Shun and Knight. How was game 1? BLG blasted NIP with a Pantheon Ziggs combination. On Bard was very, very powerful too. And we're moving close towards their game 2 now. NIP tried to play for a death ball composition, but they never made it to team fights. They didn't survive that long enough. They couldn't group. They couldn't force the group. They had a couple of good picks here and there. But clearly, BLG were ahead of the curve. As soon as they hit those first kind of combos, they were very far ahead of the curve. Although, I just want to say this, by the way, folks. Like, Sam and I have been doing this for a little while now in terms of streaming here. And it is very, very flattering to have, you know, several hundred people coming to watch us talk about LPL, a region which we've now put a significant portion of our lives into. And we do really appreciate you all. Just drawing back the curtain here, you know, this is effectively a full-time job. Most of my life has been League of Legends and now LPL for the last few years. So yeah, for the, you know, several hundred people in Twitch and YouTube, on Anivia, it does make a lot of difference to us. Thank you for sticking by us and enjoying some League of Legends with us. It makes our lives a lot better, knowing that there's an audience out there to enjoy the work that we do. It makes a lot of difference to us. If you are watching, by the way, and then just enjoying yourselves, think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. It helps us battle the algorithm, and we'd like to see more of you. Come say hi and chat, or just look. It's completely fine to you. Are you going to see you guys for the EWC? So myself, no, that's a line which that's not something for me. Sam has worked on it before, so perhaps he will do, but I personally will not be doing that event though. Yeah, that's just a line which I've chosen. Yeah, suppose now's probably not the time to talk about it in detail. I've talked about it at places before. If you really want to know more, I speak about it a fair amount in the Discord. But yeah. Yeah. The Riot Balance team have had a very hard job to balance both solo queue and pro play with the same game and environment. Yeah, for sure, it's almost an impossible challenge. Fearless gives them a little bit more bandwidth because you're not going to see all the same champions all the time. Carry up makes Bard team OP for sure, because the champion has so many possibilities, but you have to be mechanically and decision making on point for the entire game. Almost. Thank you, Kiri. I appreciate that. But yeah, particularly in a world where it's really hard to make a living in broadcast right now. I can't lie, I haven't been tempted, but that's not a line. You know, as a queer person in esports, that's like it's a line I personally do not want to cross. Okay, and into the draft we go. There's a little bit of a delay on stage for a bit there, and let's get into it, shall we? Game number 2. BLG blasted the game with a side lane combination of the Pantheon Ziggs in that last game. Rise, Varus, Azir, Shinzo banned away so far. Rumble available. Talia still up 2. Nymaera. Those 3 looking pretty good. Jarvan. Vi's already gone. So there's like 4 power picks I see right now. Even something like the Aurora could be fairly valuable here. The Nymaera's banned away. Okay. Rumble, so do you lock in Jarvan? Guon's a powerful player of it. You could also just let Shun have it and you pick something to try and counter it, but that'd be dangerous. Shun is a very good Jarvan. I think Jarvan first pick looks pretty solid to me here. Unlocks so much other matchups on the map, gives you your engage. We saw the first pick of this in the Weibo series. The Aurora really valued here. So the thing is, Aurora is good with and against Jarvan. So maybe you think if I pick this and they lock the Jarvan, then Nico is here as well. Nico's here as well. What is Guon doing that? Yeah, Guon is a T1 Academy jungler. Of course, last year was playing in the LCP on Detonation Focus Me. News for NLC. Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to check that. And it is going to be the Nico Jarvan. Oh, that is such a disaster combo to give over. Wait, hang on, what? The LP lot, so Inigon is going to be taking on NLC top. So Leagues GG is gone. Inigon's taking over the NLC. Leagues GG are gone. What? Crazy. Leagues GG is dead. Crazy. Corky in for NIP. You do need to lock in. You need to lock in mobile carries into the Jarvan, but I'm so worried here already. Viper can go towards Kai'Sa. Viper can go Kai'Sa or Ezreal. Either one is fine. You can even Miss Fortune here if you want. You've got the shot glass combo. Look, you can pick whatever the hell you want as AD carry. I mean, Miss Fortune's fine, Ezreal's fine, Kai'Sa's fine. Just take your pick of the litter. Miss Fortune's the most lane dominant. Ezreal's kind of Kai'Sa's the least lane dominant. Miss Fortune's the most. Ezreal's a little bit of both and has more mobility across the entirety of things. So it's going to be the Ezreal Nico. Very strong laning phase. Gives you some mobility. Less combo, but not awful, right? You still throw down that ultimate over the Cataclysm. And into the second round of picks and bans. Gosh, I had a feeling that Leagues GG would go, but I didn't think they'd be removed mid-split. That just never happens. That's the first time it's ever happened in ERL history, folks. That is crazy. That's never happened in ERL history before. A tournament operator being removed mid-split. That's never happened. Tournament organizer, rather. Gosh, sorry, I'm really distracted by that. Second round's picks and bans. Now trying to remove away some some combos from Care and Guon. Do you ban away the Kiana? I think Kiana's not a bad ban here towards Guon. And Guon can basically assassinate anyone locked in so far. Technically, the Aurora could go top lane as well, just a reminder on that. Because there could be the chance of Bin locking in Cassante, Renekton, and they chuck the Aurora towards that top lane. Yes, Harold. NLC has been removed from Leagues GG's ownership, effectively, and given to Inigon, who currently produced the Portuguese ERL, the LP LOL. Yeah. Gosh, that's such a huge change. Second round, the Yone banned away from Care. Again, just trying to remove away some of those combos. Maybe they were afraid. Maybe they are afraid of that Aurora going top lane. The Silas banned away from Knight. If you keep that Aurora mid lane, Knight can just LeBlanc. And this is a very good LeBlanc game because there's triple assassination targets. They ban away the Gnar. So if you lock in Cassante Renekton, the Aurora probably goes top and you don't feel great about that matchup. Don't have Ambessa. What would you do into Aurora top lane? Well, Jax loses that matchup too, really. I think it's a good thing because Leagues GG were disaster for NLC. Sam, there's news for NLC. Leagues GG have been taken off of NLC, and Inigon, the LPL organizer, are now going to be doing the remainder of Winter Split. And for the remainder of this split, and then coming into spring, they'll make some more updates. So I don't know if you know anyone at Inigon, but
I don't. I will hit them up. Yeah.
Well, you know Archeron, right? And you know a couple of folks that worked in the Portuguese scene.
Yes.
So go message them if there's anything available. Okay, so Renekton is going to be put in there. Look, Aurora beats the Renekton. Renekton can still be useful. It's a pretty hard game for Renekton because there's a bunch of disengage in here with the Nami tidal wave. Thinking about the Mundo, I don't love Mundo here. You get poked out pretty heavily by Ezreal. Yes, you can ignore some of the CC, but I think Jarvan just ignores you a lot of the time. It is I would have preferred the Kiana for Guon, personally. I would have preferred it. I know it's super squishy, and it's not as good into the Jarvan, but I think that you really want to play towards Guon's strength as an assassin player. I would have gone towards, like, Neferi, Kiana. Just say, screw it, there's 3 people you can assassinate. You know, you can eventually blow up the Jarvan, the Ezreal, and the Nico. Now, where do you put this Aurora? Thinking about locking in the Jace, that would most likely go into top lane, leaving counter pick for Knight in mid lane. Isn't this just a straight LeBlanc slam? LeBlanc destroys Aurora in the early laning phase. I think Knight... Oh, Ahri's fine here too. I think Ahri, LeBlanc are both fine. Knight is one of the best players of all time of both of those champions. And look, Rookie had a poor game on this earlier. Knight is my favorite Ahri of all time, of this modern era. I mean, fake for all time, probably still fake it, but I mean, you've got Knight. Knight has been the best player of Ahri in this modern era of Ahri. He's so talented at this champion. And I look at the enemy team and I think you can kill pretty much everyone there. You're probably looking at, you know, Malignance Eve. You can even go Malignance Leandris if you want to have more damage against the Mundo. Malignance Lichbane, completely fine here too. Shadow Flames are perfect buy here too. Knight is in a great position to just blast this. This BLG comp is very much 2024 prime BLG, Powerpuff Girls, everyone flies in, does great damage. NIP, they do have decent poke with the Jace and the Corki. But I think they're going to get blasted. I think this composition, it doesn't have enough engage, and they're going to be very fragile in the defensive.
All right. Let's get locked into this one. See whether that Jace from Hoya works out. He does occasionally like to pick a carry. Been a big Varus enjoyer this split for the top lane. Will it work out into a laner-light bin, though? I am reminiscing about that last winter split best of 5 between BLG and Thunder Talk, where Hoya managed to get the better of Bin. Very unusual, that one. See how it all works out on this one.
Hey, Keltis, by the way.
Oh, the GOAT herself.
How's it going?
You got any more poetry for me, Keltis?
Oh my god, that one clip was that still sends me
every time. I attached your chair briefly.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't.
I just wanted to sort that out.
Oopsies. I do play a bit of Warlock. I do enjoy myself a Warlock game or two. Why you be pooping though?
Who isn't?
Okay, let's get onto the Rift.
Shit on me lane, that's the way.
Listen to the Giles.
Oh yeah, I don't know about that one, mate. That's a bit tough. It's a really nasty level 1 trade they're having. Face tank to Renekton, who gets to Q him and get a few autos off. That's not the best start to the lane of all time. Jace will be going Conqueror here. Conqueror for the Jarvan as well. Nothing else here I'm seeing that's particularly surprising. Jungle's Mundo going towards Fleet Footwork as somewhat expected. Everything else here feels pretty normal, I think.
I really like this composition from BLG. NIP, I'm really worried for them. I'm really worried. I think this is... But BLG, they have plenty of flashy playmaking champions. Every single member of this team has big mobility and ability to make those big plays. Of course, Nico technically doesn't, but she builds Proto Belt and she just kind of just perma flashes on you off cooldown. Hoya going towards the Jace. And you know, Hoya typically was not that lane dominant player. This year, he has really tried to be more of that. The Varus top lane, picking out the Jace. Of course, last game, trying to play the counter pick matchup in the pop. He's not a carry, but he's trying to play more lane dominant. That's been his. That's been something which he's indexed more into. Of course, last year, you were mentioning this, Hoya was on Thunder Talk, and they beat BLG in a best of 5. And Hoya did very well into Bin in that series. It's crazy, you know, he solo killed Bin while he was playing Camille. No, Hoya played the Camille into Love Camille, the player himself. Yeah, playing pretty well here in the mid lane, but Electrocute's traded back and forth. Typically, I have to say, Aurora tends to be a pretty scary matchup for Ahri. It can be a bit back and forth. Oh, damn, that's nasty trades in top lane.
Big trades back and forth, both left at low HP bars. Bin does have that ability theoretically if he can get towards the rage
he can flash kill.
Exactly.
Oh no, so Hoya's messed this up now because
boy.
now you have the wave frozen against you. You see there's a, yeah, he can keep the wave here. He'll recall, be able to teleport back in with the wave in, and then you can stack up the wave, push it in, and either get a preferential recall or even call Shun over for a dive. Shun is going to go for his bot scuttle now. Teleport coming in from Ahri. This is going to be a heavy trade onto Knight, but it won't be a kill. He can W away. In fact, Flash is a way to keep his HP alive. That's intelligent, actually. It means that Knight has the HP to fight around the rift instead of losing that chunk but keeping the Flash. Top lane, Bin has the Empowered Rage. Empowered Q, rather. Gets that big damage onto Hoya. If Shun manages to get towards top side, this would have been disaster. That's why Guon and Care really wanted to push in mid lane and get up towards top lane. Guon might now be able to punish Bin, actually. Bin has flash up. Guon really wants to punish this before this situation becomes out of control.
Bin gets eaten there by that briefcase, but bot lane, you're right. Shun with a very good angle. That's the Valkyrie down. Will force the flash. Jaw also heals. Eats a lot of damage. Has to flash as well. That's all of the major summoners down there. Bin left low. That's unfortunate as a result. Of course, Guon being around will get out, but has burned the TP. That helps rectify the mess top lane.
I will say BLG make a strategic mistake here in some ways because Bin knew he was going to get that crash through. He designed that and said, I'm freezing this wave, or it's going to slow push out. I'm going to recall, teleport back in. I'm going to have the crashed wave, and it's going to go into the enemy turret. Shin went bot side. No one was on top side to cover that wave, and now suddenly Bin is down a lot of CS because Shin goes bot side instead of top side. Now, there must have been a miscommunication there because Guon was not prevented from going top lane. I do wonder whether Shin and Knight could have looked to I do wonder whether Shin and Knight could have looked to try and stop Guon heading top lane. I do wonder whether that was an option. Either way, now it means that Hoya does have a CS advantage. After it felt like Hoya made the mistake. He made the mistake. He let the wave go in Ben's favor, but BLG misjudging things. If you want a good example of this, by the way, of how you can kind of evolve the map and play around the first 5 minutes of the game very well, G2 versus Karmine Core Game 1 of playoffs we saw just the other day. Really good example of Gwen getting a proxy, bot lane winning the bot Scuttle Crabs, and that allowed a slow crash to come in through topside and the jungler to kind of crash in the wave and get that kill, or rather punish the wave state rather, like about a minute later. It's very, very well organized. That kind of laning play, allowing your jungler to get very time efficient plays across the map, can be very, very powerful in the current meta. On going a roaming. One of the big things, of course, that gank bot lane buying all the summoners does mean that On is going to be afforded the ability to just go anywhere. And they're very close. There actually gets hit by the charm.
That's nasty work. He's in so much danger. Tries to get the weirding back. Does get that slow. Survives at least, but it's a tough old state to be in.
Yeah, On wasted his Q. He didn't hang on. The flash, because first time off, Care didn't spot On there. Had to W away from it, but On ended up using the Q as the E came out. Missed both of them. Then, of course, the charm hit. On, if he kept that Q around, could have actually got that kill. Still, Care not feeling particularly happy. Loses his flash.
Should get some Martial Cadence auto, but then Guon decides to put down the defibrillator. I can never remember the actual name of that one. It's the one that goes brrrr. Blunt Force Trauma is the briefcase smack. You've got Infected Bonesaw. But what is the W?
Which one?
I know it's. I took it down as defibrillator or as.
I'm pretty sure it is a defibrillator.
It might just be defibrillator.
Mate, I can't remember. This is your job.
It's true. wonder if you remember off the top of your head.
Sam, I remember the skills from like 2010. I don't remember the ones from like 2 years ago. Heart Zapper.
Heart Zapper. So it is defibrillator, just a significantly less good name.
Wait. That just sounds like Motley Crue's Kickstart My Heart.
Yeah, it is. That's what Mundo was the doctor. They got them back and rolling.
Oh, my God. Okay, so, yeah, mistake from Bin. Okay, there must have been a comms mistake from BLG earlier on, as you're saying, because Bin has lost a lot more from this lane than he should have done.
Yeah.
That wave was always going to crash in. He chose to let that happen at that point. And BLG didn't respond appropriately as a team. I think they could have brought someone topside. Of course, bot lane is the beneficiary of this. They're the ones with the lead. But now it feels like Bin on the Renekton is going to have a hard time with things. He's down a significant amount of XP and gold.
Yeah, and especially after it felt like he'd actually done a lot to put himself in a good position in that lane. It's really bailed Hoya out. Now Hoya's in a good spot. You know, he's got that tier stacking, got the longsword early on. He's got triple tonic as well, so theoretically we'll be getting towards some of those skill points a bit faster as well, which always feels good on the Jace because you want to get your Q and your W maxed pretty rapidly.
Yeah, it's nice to kind of power you through to some pretty big power spikes on Jace. We've seen even AD carries are picking up until I think they've kind of done away with the. In fact, you see it on Viper and stuff there too. It's been using a lot of AD carries. Nice trade there from Knight again. What's available now? You're slightly ahead in that matchup. Things go really, really wrong for the Aurora. It's a very bursty matchup. Knight has that Dark Seal first back. Good on, yep. Watch for that snowballing.
Go on with the level advantage here off a more consistent full clear, and again, shouldn't been looking to make a few more moves, but I don't think it's going to be too aggrieved about that. The Mundo eventually, I think, will become a problem this game. Not going to be the best anti-Mundo combo.
Yeah, the problem is, I don't think you can do much to save the rest of his team from just dying horribly. Bin using the Dominus to get a decent trade versus Hoya. Needs to get a pretty... He needs to get some way back into the lane ASAP, really. The wave's going to be even hit. It's not going to be delayed at all heading back into its even wave state up in that top lane. Yeah, so the thing about the Mundo is, the Mundo can't stop anyone diving past him. He doesn't have that much CC. He can body block a bit. Even then, I think he's not going to be tanky enough to survive the full burst of BLG. You know, Renekton's surprisingly quite good into Mundo, because he just triple hits you and just kind of starts whacking on you. But also, even if you just stood there in the front line, you can't stop the Dragonfly Dragon 3. In fact, sometimes you can even be a vehicle for the Renekton to slice and dice through you. Occasionally you can body block a charm, but everyone else on the team is going to get one-shot from NIP. It's going to be a lot from NIP about choosing the terrain. I think the one thing which can save them is a good tidal wave, buying that second for the damage from Corki and Jace to come through.
We have this sort of gank onto Viper here. Good wards right now for NIP. Viper with potential ability to flash away. Isn't going to need to right now as he just gets out the tidal wave angle. Still under the turret, and Guwon, I think it's walk at him. Just to flash away a little bit too far, and NIP weren't quite there on the right timer, and Viper just goes,
oh my God, okay.
Bro, are you sure?
Damn, we've got a Malkavian chat, by the way. What are the voices saying today? Is Fabian in there somewhere? By the way, I really enjoyed Fabian in Bloodlines 2. He was cool. He was the best part of that game. Good charm.
Good charm.
Problem is, the rest of his skills are on cooldown. That is the problem with the... problem with landing a charm at the end of your combo is that the CC is just like, oh, I'll salute you for hitting the skill shot, I guess.
Unless it's Jeanette. That's the other Malkavian it could be.
Oh, yeah. Or Misty.
Yeah.
Wait, did you play Bloodlines 2?
I did not.
Okay, well, you don't know who that is then, Sam.
No, but I watched the playthrough of it. So.
Okay, well, that goes... Well, you could have just said that then.
Well, you asked if I played it.
Okay, fair play. That was a searching question for, do you know what happens in the game?
I do
Vampire the
know,
Masquerade,
yes.
Bloodlines 2. Anyway, right, bot lane. Viper has... Oh, that's the ult coming forwards!
Wonderful double pop loss of Assume is a dead man, and so is Jewel. Viper is donated to.
Why did they give on Nico? Why did they give him that? They picked the Corki Nami. And, you know, Shun makes one trip bot lane, gets rid of their summoners, and it felt like ever since then, Viper and On got just enough of a lead to get into that kill threat range afterwards. That double kill is going to be so hard for NIP to shrug off. They don't have a great ability to deal with the Ezreal consistently later on, much like everyone else on BLG. They're only really preying on a good tidal wave saving their lives in a team fight. If Ari gets ahead, if Ezreal gets ahead, if Jarvan gets ahead, you're getting dunked. It's gonna be so hard to play this game out now.
So they know where On is. He's on Vision this entire time, and reminder, Joe still doesn't have his tidal wave up because he burned it on that failed pick onto Viper.
So W accuracy is good on Viper, and they don't have the tidal wave. It was used a little earlier. The double Ezreal as you told. E onto the target as well. Didn't even need the W. No extra targets to redirect that damage. Fight's over.
2-0 to BLG as it stands at 1,000 gold, the majority of which may be found in that bot lane. Not exactly unexpected. Shun buffers through the Aqua Prism with a good flag and drag. The tidal wave now comes on forward. On going to be left a little low. Out comes the Cataclysm. Now looking for between worlds. I just don't know whether Care is going to have the most fun here. We'll bring down on. There is that, but Knight with the reset. Care can try to get over the wall and fails, and the sweeper shows exactly where the bunny is. And unfortunately, this ain't the Matrix. You ain't seeing exactly how deep this rabbit hole goes. Care will be falling apart here. Actually assume with the Valkyrie with the the heal from Jaw. Flash over from Knight, gets the kill, doesn't have a reset available because the arm has timed out. However, the charm is there, assume, going to be forced to return back into the play. Does not have flash, does not have cleanse. Will maybe have a Valkyrie, is scary with the Gatling gun, but Viper's now here, will be donated another, and BLG can keep hunting with Duo with no flash. He's got to try and run away as Bin goes flash slicing in. Hoya will have to flash out. There is violence everywhere on the map.
I do want to give a quick caveat for Care. I think Care intentionally face planted to try and misdirect BLG. It didn't work, Sam. It didn't work. They spotted him with the sweeper, and things went wrong. Suddenly, Ezreal, 1.7k ahead. Ari's now on several Dark Seal stacks. I think he's got 3 out of the 4 potential that he could have gotten from the kills which BLG have. And then he also has the Dark Seal stacks coming along very nicely too. NIP do not have the tankiness and the peel to get rid of these damaging members from BLG. This is a very confident game. This is the kind of composition I love to see BLG on. It reminds you of that 2024 run of absolute dominance here regionally. Knight is up to Sork Boots, Malignance. His second item should really be a Shadow Flame or a Lich Bane. Honestly, at this point, fuck it, get a Medjai's. Knight is the one guy in the LPL that will do that fairly consistently. And real credit to Viper. Viper's had a really good game, you know, individually seeing off a 1v3 on that bot side. Started to turn up these plays very, very effectively and on time. Dragon started from NIP. Pretty sure that BLG can look for a fight, though.
Can. The rocket ball forward from On. Has not managed to get in range, and that will be the Infernal Dragon going on down. I got a little bit confused by BLG throwing out the Ezreal. I said two-shot barrage.
Yeah, you can see that Viper and On, they were actually spoiling for a fight. They could look for kills there. In fact, with the chunk they have down, if they can stop a recall or two, they might be able to look for a fight here. Joao stops the recall. That's a mistake, I think. Knight's coming over.
He's level 11. He's got Malignant. I think he's going to hurt pretty hard here. Shun throws down the Cataclysm. There is the maximum dosage between World Veil and Shun. It is blasted. Now Knight's actually in danger. Has to ult away. Knight going to have to hop over the wall and does, but Viper's still doing a lot of damage. The Pot Blossom onto Care, who's now in danger himself. Does have the ult, the teleport bot lane, the ult, and the autos are exactly what are required, and Viper picks up another.
NIP should not have stayed on that side of the map. It was an overperformance for them, really, to get Shun down there. They managed to stop his flag drag out of the Cataclysm, which was trapping the flashless Mundo. BLG get even more kills. The Ari and the Ezreal are very far ahead of curve, as we were saying before. That only continues to be the case. Hoya teleports down and gets a bit of time on tower, but Bin gets some alone time up here too. Hoya technically is the most fed member of NIP. He's not been at these fights. He's not been able to determine anything here. NIP, they're buying into fights in the power spike of BLG, but because of the nature of their composition, they don't really have much choice about it.
Steals the Gromp as well. Oh, Shun, that's disgusting.
Now, this is a good play, you know, trapping the flashless Mundo in there. Great from Shun to kind of get cancelled by that tidal wave. Probably could have waited half a second and tried to queue out afterwards. I suppose at that point maybe he's dead anyway. Very nearly seeing Knight go down there. I think a full combo from Care would have done that. Couldn't quite manage it. A great receiving fight, but this has been a very impressive game from him.
And Viper is a player we're expecting to be a kingmaker in the LPL. Had such an impressive showing the last time he was out here. EDG 2021 World Champion. The LPL crowd loves him. He is nicknamed the perfect husband out here because he is so charming, so wonderful, speaks Mandarin so damn well, and his return over to the LPL on BLG was a big deal. Big deal, and then he was fine, is the answer. I'm not sure whether he was great, but right now in this series, he has been excellent so far.
Yeah, this second game has been wonderful. Playing aggressively, and he can play aggressively because where's the CC on NIP? Yeah. This is an Ezreal's dream. You just keep rolling through those different abilities. I think this should probably be Shojin third, and I think at that point the game is pretty much over. At that point, you are hoping to God that Care one-shots him, or this game and every team fight that he gets to just kind of rattle off skill shots will just be done.
First turret, I think, will go the way of BLG, but it's going to be close. On looks for the ult, and he finds it! Another Pot Blossom, another double True Shot Barrage! And they will bring down the AD carry. Viper now potentially in danger, though, as Guwon's going to speed his way forward. Will get one back at least. Flash for the bot. does get that one. Guwon gets another, but he's going to get knocked up. Do they have the damage to kill him off? That's a decent speed up from Jaw. Will likely still go down to the Cataclysm. Makes it the 2 for 2.
Yeah, Viper flashed the Tidal Wave, which meant that he didn't have it available to get away from the extra damage from the Mundo. Charm was actually quite threatening on the back end there. Hoya playing with fire a little bit. Sees the low health Ari. Needs to be careful there.
Yeah, has roamed down. You know what? Good on Guwon there for getting in and making sure that wasn't just a done deal, because I think if they'd been able to disengage after that 2v2, it would have been a bit more lights out. As it stands, at least NIP don't lose everything there. The problem is calling so many members gives another shove in that bot lane. Bing gets another plate. I'll have a look at this play again, because On sees the angle. It's ult, flash, rocket belt, double true shot barrage that buffers through the Aqua Prison. Superb stuff.
Oh, I mean, he takes one too many tower shots there too, and then of course the briefcase lands very close to blocking that with the clone, actually. If that had landed on the clone instead of him, perhaps it saves his life. Look, Guwon is trying his best. I think Guwon has been the best player on NIP in this series so far. Game 1 on the Vi, he found some very clutch picks. And, yeah, sees the 2 kills go down. Danny, less happy with that one. Look, one of the biggest changes to BLG was the coaching change.
Yeah, big time.
In a big way, is gone from BLG, the coach from the last few years, and I have to say, there were criticisms, heavy ones, of BLG's coaching, because it felt like, okay, this team should be fantastic. They reached that World Finals, and they had some poor drafts. Their understanding of how to play around late game team fights fell off, and at some point, it did feel like coaching staff had to take the fall for whatever reason it was. Danny's come in, a player who went to World Finals in 2023 up on Weibo, was Invictus Gaming's coach last year as well. Guy's got, you know, mixed record, I suppose. But one which has some very high highs. By the way, used.
On rocket belt out of the Aqua Prison. Nice angle. There's the Cataclysm on 2. Care needs to hop away. Juro left in a dangerous spot. Is forced to flash now. Guwon with the maximum dosage rolling. He's taken the jacket off and decided to flex those guns. But alas, this ain't a weightlifting competition.
I actually wonder whether Knight was looking for an ult there too, because again, as soon as the Mundo's kind of out of a dangerous positioning, especially without flash, the charm becomes really, really scary. In fact, he could actually just jump force in the mid lane here and flash back out. Watch for Knight. He does have great playmaking opportunity right here.
True shot barrage nearly caught Juro, who would have already been down the heel on the flash. Look at Bin, actually. They could end up face checking him in a way they really don't want to. Good far side alteration. Spots out the Renekton's attempted flank angle. Another control ward there will also spot him on the retreat.
See how threatening BLG's comp is. Just random skill shots. You know, the flag drag potentially coming through at some point too, but a random charm, random tangle barbs could just lead to someone just utterly exploding. You know, Joy's got no flash now. Guwon still has no flash. They were punching that there in the last time. It only really saved their life here for NIP, the fact that their carries have those flashes, otherwise I think BLG just full send it on them. Very hard for NIP to survive against BLG if they actually land their stuff, and it will happen at some point. Very difficult for NIP to find these wins. This won't be a kill here, might be forced to use his ult.
Ah, there's the Aqua Prison. Now I think Knight's actually possibly dead here. Flash away and they get the last auto.
Wow, he just goes into Fog of War, dies on the other side though. Both mid laners going down. Knight really disrespectful in that top side around the Fog of War. Doesn't spot that Aqua Prison until it's too late. Had the flash, had the ult. Uses the ult, goes down. Didn't flash in time around that bubble.
Did not see Juro coming. Didn't have the walls, and Juro catches him on by surprise. That's nice work there from that Nami. And Knight not quite quick enough on the trigger to get out. Of course, Care on the other side.
It was a clean combo, and it was a clean combo from Hoya. Hoya played that really well, but also, you know, when you're playing the Aura, you do need to be very careful around the Fog of War, going forward to the Stride Breaker.
Guwon's not coming. He does not go to help, and I think Hoya is now a dead man. Remember, he doesn't have the flash after that play onto Knight, so he's going to be dead. Are they going to try and donate an assist? They are.
Hey, Knight's going for the Proto Belt second. Now, again, it's a fun build. Is it a good one? Not always, but it's fun doing, you know, Tokyo drifting and doing the banana combo. So what you can do is you basically activate the Proto Belt mid-ult, and you can kind of cancel the dash and kind of get unexpected timings and angles for your charm that way. This is my favorite build in all League history back in like Season 6. I love that build so much. It was very fun. Back at that time, of course, I gave you flat magic pen. It was like a 2,600 gold item or something for a while. Knight is going to be spotted out by Care's Sweeper there.
Does have the ult available, of course, and again with the rocket, but he's got so much playmaking. And again, when you've got damage elsewhere, can't be affording to do that. The only thing I'll note is the Randuin second from the Mundo into quad 8. Well, that's not true because the Nico's there, but 3 AD. I can sort of see that being a potential issue, but the problem is everyone else is just not tanky to this Ezreal in the
Viper's
slightest.
Going to be going the Endless Hunger third, actually, instead of something like that Shojin. Just in terms of the playmaker, the Ahri build is one thing here. Look, I'm afforded this as an Ahri man. Just
Yeah, so true.
I do think that Lichbane in this game gives you crazy kill potential because your auto attack uptime in this game is actually very high. In a lot of these fights, I think at NIP, there's definitely some points where the Ahri can kind of jump forwards. You probably do want to Zhonya's at some points in here as well. You've kind of lost your ability to get easy Medrai stacking because that bad death in topside still could potentially go to that. Could potentially dunk onto Care here over the wall here too if he misuses his skills. Not happening there just yet though. Knight might cancel this recall with the proto belt. There is a flag potentially there too. They still don't spot Shun, and Care will find that right now. Gets knocked up. Sure, Draw does have the ult to disengage if he really wants to. Doesn't need it. Full court press, every single lane pushing from BLG right now. NIP 4,000 gold behind. There is a Baron available. You really want to take it at this timestamp. A little too tanky, does a little too much damage to you. BLG full court press. When was the last time we saw them consistently be able to do this? It was something that they did an awful lot back in, 2024. That was the time where it felt like they were so good at this kind of style of just picking brutalized lanes, playmakers, get the full court press in, see what you can do around the full map with that. Viper's been really helping them do that here, though. It's been surviving in 1vx scenarios. NIP do get a slight push out of that mid lane. But I think today we're basically seeing how much better BLG is than your regular LPL team, and Ascend is better than your Perseverance teams. The top teams, BLG, AL, have dispatched their opponents so far. Of course, games still to go in this series. Anyone's Legend beats Team WE in the second fastest LPL series of all time. This is 2021, that Suning LNG series, which was, what, 73 minutes?
Yeah.
And they finished their one off in 74 minutes, which is 1 minute shorter. They very nearly ended the game.
They should have, if they just decided, in fairness, they decided to not throw it and overplay. Care eats most of his HP bar. Knight's got a mega cone.
He kills the Lich Bane, though. Kills the Lich Bane. I'm just saying he kills with Lich Bane there.
May have a point, Bin, by the way, has gone for the Strikebreaker Shojin build. No Black Cleaver, no Sundered Sky. He's gone for this pure pick and duel build, basically.
It's what you do into ranged champions. It's what you do. You're doing stuff like Mini Natu, because it's the way you get to stick to the champions, really. Gives you the enough cooldown with the Shojin. Strikebreaker is the real must-have. 30 seconds till Dragon now. BLG getting their last resets in, coming back out onto the map, and wait to see if they can take that Dragon.
Shun is a little caught out here. Forced to flag and drag over. Shot blast after doesn't really hurt all that much. Hoya just is that scary right now. And again, this is back towards our top lane Jace build, so a little different there. So flag and dragged away again. Damage there from Guon. Got a nice Heartsteel proc out of that.
Ahri's off with vision. NIP don't have the vision for this. Look at the damage Viper's putting over. Here comes the dunk.
On got slow, but will still find the pop loss and may die for it. But I think he will take his death with glee. Between worlds we go. Hoya is dead. Guon's running away with the maximum dosage. Care tagged briefly. Knight with a lot of ult charges to work with. Will look for the charm. Rocket Belt will not allow Care to escape as yet. Little auto, the Malignant Burn continues shredding that magic resist, and Viper will be donated the kill here for sure. No way out for the money.
Then IP, they were full court press, they didn't have the vision, and they couldn't protect their carries. Guon makes it out alive, but this is the problem with the Mundo. You said that Mundo might be a problem. He might be on his own, but not for the rest of his team. He cannot save the rest of NIP from this brutal amount of backline damage. Everyone's too squishy. Viper, just look at the amount of damage that Viper and Shun do. Look, the Nico's doing significant damage as well. The Soon doesn't get to play the game. Realistically, he's looking for that cheeky poke, seeing if he can find a miraculous burst onto Viper. This is what happens when you contest an objective from so far behind the game. It is very, very difficult to play it out from that point. And Viper now at 7-1 has been my standout player from BLG. The skill shot accuracy, the amount of damage he's putting out, and the amount of threat he's put across the entire board, regardless of the threat against him, has been exceptional.
Interestingly, not gone for the Endless Hunger, by the way. He's gone for the Bloodthirster, which in fact gives him the overshield. So when you're into things like the Jace, you know what? And actually even things like the Aurora, that extra little bit of just upfront shielding, I don't hate it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it gives you a lot of ability to kind of play around safety. I mean, Endless Hunger gives you the extra cooldown reduction, which means you kind of bridge the gap between Shojin and Bloodthirsters. That's why, and we've seen it played from a couple of players. I think it was Ruler that's playing it, but yeah, we've seen it about the place, and I think About on Team WE has played that as well. Either way, I mean, it's fine. Ezreal had a choice of many third items. All of them are pretty good in this situation. Knight trying to play around vision play here. Going towards the death cap third is going to be very much a one-shot territory again now, because he's so far ahead of the curve. 6 Dark Seal stacks. Not going towards that Medjai's just yet. Not true Knight fashion there. Got to ramp back up to that lofty heights again.
Yes, indeed. 2,000 kills for Bim, by the way. Congratulations, number 20 on the list.
That is a hell of an accomplishment, especially for top laners as well, because most of the kills typically go towards AD carries, then mid laners, then top laners, kind of like as a third.
And in case there's been jungle metas in between there, where the junglers are the ones getting it, you're there like, I'm on Scion duty.
I hope Knight can get the, you can get a recall cancel with a Protobelt here.
Oh, flash charm. Oh, he's so
No!
Oh, I saw
okay.
that. I saw that. I saw that.
Okay, Knight, my boy, you got to work on the Protobelt combo, because you can Protobelt through people, which you did do there. Gets the kill, doesn't need to combo optimally, Care goes down, Knight can recall, teleport back in towards the Baron, and NIP are down their Aurora, which is a significant amount of their way to kill Viper. Viper's gonna have a field day.
Viper. Oh, remember Viper Road from back in the day, but
That, why would you, what? And comes on, Knight's back into the play, Guwon's stunned up in the front line, the charm lands.
So good! Assume is taken for a ride, falls in love with Ari at the worst possible time. She's a heartbreaker, my man. You can't be doing that. The flash to redirect the flag and the drag. And NIP are aced.
Shun just got like a 7-10 bowling split onto 2 people. That's about the maximum range knockup you can get there. Care's gonna teleport in, but what can one little bunny do? What can he do? He's got an I suppose there's some low health members, but I'm not sure he's gonna be able to do that much.
Ooh, that's not bad, Care. You know what? We'll still let you pick up on. Just about shape changes out dies. That's good work.
Damn, Care, you know what I'm saying? What can one little bunny do? Apparently gat down 2 people. Low HP.
Surely not.
Does he have the W? Might
Surely
come
not
out of invisibility. He'll try and hop out of the brush. What can he do?
He's actually resetting by the looks of it. Okay, so you know what? Good work there from Care to at least deny a couple Barons. You take what you can in those scenarios.
Yeah, I didn't see him on the minimap there, my bad. Yeah, does go for that recall. Gets something. Stops there from being 2 Baron buffs there, so it's only on the 3 people. Care turning it from a mega disaster into like
just a tier 3 ult. No, tier 3 evolution, sorry. What? Mega. Where I was going with
oh,
mega
you're trying to
evolution.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I just fumbled the execution.
Yeah. We'll have to workshop the Biker Grove thing. Sam, I'm only aware that was on like British domestic TV in the early 2000s. Why would you believe that?
CBBC specifically, I
Swear to
believe.
God. The 7-10 split from Shun is beautiful. I didn't realize you could. Well, you managed to find the spacing there. I didn't expect him to get both knockouts there. Fantastic from Shun.
The one TV show that I was very surprised was ever allowed on TV was Jeopardy, not the game show.
Oh,
the one that was basically a alien mind virus with people getting taken over. And basically
no, not Jeopardy. It's Tragedy, wasn't it?
Jeopardy.
It was Tragedy.
No.
Okay, whatever. Kaz died again. I believe Knight killed her. Medjai's! We got the Medjai's in! Okay, so Knight's back on form. He's got himself a Death Cap and a Medjai's. He has 1 million AP, which is rounded down to 554. And Knight, fantastic game from him on the RE. He made that one mistake in the top lane brush, and that one slightly inoptimal combo, still got the solo kill. Knight has had a wonderful game here on the RE.
Yeah, he has. Viper started the game incredibly well. Knight having some great plays at the end of it as well. And Care just losing 2 of these 1v1s is tough to see. Viper, by the way, has gone towards the Endless Hunger 4th, so he now has double lifesteal and is going to be next to impossible to kill for this.
Wow, he was already hard to kill, and now he's just going to regen up everything anyway. Siege comes through. Hoya, this Jace has not been able to do that much with the lead, because again, he is too fragile. We've seen a lot of fragile comps out of the LPL over the last week or 2, and we might see that come through here again. That's the fragility we're talking about.
Assume is down at 10% HP. Viper's still getting to cycle through all those autos, get that passive rolling. The Shock Blast again goes wide. BLG have been sidestepping every extended Shock Blast. You can only accelerate so much. At some point, you've just got to get your accuracy up.
NIP very much now at a point where it's just thinking about game 3. Onwards hiding as a minion.
Nicely done. That's a lot of damage, and they'll blow up another. Down goes the Aurora Guwon caught inside the Cataclysm. Shun ensures that the Mundo is not able to get involved. Knight continues to hunt for kills in the back, and Jewel goes down as well.
God.
It is just reset after reset after reset, and the game is over.
How many dashes do you need? Knight's Ari is a treat to watch. Perhaps the best Ari of the modern era. Ends the game 7-1-12. BLG bring out a look from 2024, and they'll go 2-0 up in the series. NIP a distant second in this game.
And we asked to see, well, what happens when BLG are forced to team fight? Yes, they came into these fights with Elite, but that was much better team fighting. They knew how they wanted to play the game. On and Shun on fine form starting things up, with Viper and Knight having both incredible moments to shine.
Wonderful game from BLG. We're seeing them just kind of get that early snowball, and it's just not being interrupted this time. It's just not being interrupted. This is a team which we know can get those early leads. We know they can skirmish well. It feels like they're very confidently doing that today. NIP on the other side, occasional good laning look-ins. Bin made that mistake in top lane. He did.
Yeah.
You know, he got that initial good trade, and then he kind of just misjudged what was happening with the rest of the map. It's like, oh, I'm going to slow crash it in, when Shun wanted to go bot lane. So what's happening there? You can't be playing around both sides at once. He ended up losing a lot of value there. This wasn't really a game about Bin, but in another world against a better team, perhaps it could have been. Maybe that would have been a mistake. That's the only real blemish on this game, though. The grand majority of the rest of this was fantastic. The draft played itself, really, and Knight's Ahri was my standout from that. Viper's Ezreal, too, absolutely fantastic. Both these carries, this is why we were so excited to see this team.
And again, we had these moments earlier in the spec where BLG looked like this. I need to see a game where they are against teams that can match them early and where actually they come into team fights even, because I don't know whether I trust BLG in an even team fight. From a lead, though, they are so oppressive. They are one of our most ruthless teams, taking a lead and continuing to hammer plays relentlessly. Enemy teams don't get a moment to breathe against this squad, and that is exciting to see. BLG still have that magic to them. Question will be whether they can clean up the series. It's not done yet, but then looking forwards, realistically at this point, you have to be thinking about that. How do they look against some of those better teams?
Also, something really funny just happened. I gotta show this because I think Peanut was watching our stream.
Hey!
So there's a very funny screenshot, like Peanut just being Nymaera for a second.
Oh.
Like, hang on. Like you can take a screenshot of
Hi,
this.
Peanut. Wagho.
Guys. What's happening?
Hello, Peanut.
What's happening here? Why is Peanut me? Guys, what's happening? Why is Peanut there? I love you, Peanut. You're great. I miss the Rocks Tigers very, very much, but...
안녕하세요. Good to see you, Peanut. Al, I'm going to finish up food.
That sounds fantastic.
I've made a sort of fake pseudo Thai / Japanese not oyakadon.
It's honestly so funny. That's so funny. That's made my day. That's very, very funny.
Thanks, team.
Oh my god. Holy crap. I mean, Knight and Viper. This is a 2024 BLG composition. It was, and it looked really good for it. You know, I mean, this is obviously Viper instead of Elk there. But yeah, I'm very, very impressed with the way that BLG have been playing around these kind of burst combos. That's the stuff that they're best at in the LPL. Now, I don't think they're the best 5v5 team in the LPL until we see them against the top teams and evolve past that point. You're welcome. Not gonna lie, Peanut should watch your team very enlightening. Hey, well, I appreciate that a lot. That was just a very funny screenshot, honestly. This could be a 6-game day, especially after the 5-game series yesterday. I was wondering if we'd just get these kind of... Because sometimes in LPL, you just get like a million game 5s. Okay. I want to really protect Care for this one. If he hops over that wall, he's dead anyway. I think he's trying to faceplant into the wall because you only see the start of the animation. I wonder if he was trying to bait them out to say, they will go over the wall and I can escape back into the jungle. But then the sweeper foils that plan. I actually think he made the right choice there. Okay, so if you want to come and help us on this stream, by the way, Sam and I have been doing this for a long time. And you know what? If you'd like to give a little bit back to us, think about downloading Opera GX for free. They're our sponsor for this month. Makes a big difference to us. Peanut can be Nymaera _ I swear to God. And if you'd like to donate or follow or subscribe, makes a big difference to us as well. If you're someone that lurks, we love the fact that you're lurking. If you'd like to drop a follow, it would make a difference to us too. And maybe come say hi to us as well. You don't have to do that. I'm aware that just sitting and enjoying the stream is a completely fine thing as well. But yeah, if you'd like to support us in any of those things, makes things... I see you, Reaper. Appreciate you. In theory, you have a superstar ADC mid, solid jungle, Gigabin in top lane, and great support playing if he's in top form. Yeah, the potential of this roster is absurd. BLG's roster is potentially just absolutely crazy, you know? Hey, Armada, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. If the potential is there to make another Worlds run despite last year's failure? Yeah, I mean, 2024 made it to Worlds Finals despite... I mean, they have some flaws as a team, right? I still think that BLG in 2024 were a flawed team, but they were a fun team. I think that they played a specific style very well. Their objective play compared... Thank you so much for the sub there as well, by the way. A Baguette, that's a fantastic name. Oh my gosh. IMO not reaching an international finals this year is a big disappointment, for sure. Especially when you're changing the coaching staff too. If they don't do well at internationals this year, and well is quite like vague, right? Then you explode this roster. I think at that point you explode the roster. Just, it's not going to work. The chemistry would have been gone at that point. Viper gets MVP, no surprise. This guy was absolutely insane. It was either him or Knight. Viper was the guy which was kind of decking the enemy team the entire game. Fantastic stuff. Yeah. As what was I gonna say? As Similio was saying earlier, like the peanut screenshot was a joke, by the way. That was like they just like cut a peanut camera and put it onto a screenshot of our screen. I just found the screenshot really funny. Yeah. So he wasn't actually watching the stream, but it was really funny. That was a good laugh. That was a good laugh. So, I mean, BLG, just keep drafting burst combos, I guess. Just keep drafting burst combos. That would be the easy thing for them. Did I put adverts on yet? I'm not sure if I did. I didn't. Rage bait? I didn't rage bait. It wasn't a rage bait. It's joy baiting. You should be like hope maxing and yeah, exactly. You never know. Exactly. Maybe he is watching the stream secretly. Perhaps he is. Me, On was MVP. In that game, I mean, On was really good. I think game 1 I would have given it to On. And then I think in this second game, it's either Viper or Knight, one of the two, right? The carries were really, really good. Schrodinger's peanut, yeah. Is that what happens when, like, you're not sure if you're going to go into anaphylactic shot? Oh my god. And then what would our next round matchups be if this happens the way that it does? Because the bracket, there's no, like, selection after this point. Hey, thank you so much for the prime, Ijisuke. Appreciate you. So the matchups next round would be... So we have JDG Anyone's Legend locked in already. Weibo BLG, that's quite fun. Create the world you want to see. As far as I know, if Peanut is a Nymaera fan, we'll just manifest it. Because I'm a Peanut fan, so, you know, it's just reciprocation, you know? Top Esports WE in the losers bracket. Oh, that's pretty rough for WE. And then it'd be IG NIP. So we'd actually have a rematch of both of our... We'd have 2 rematches from qualification matches in Knights Rivals. So last time it was a 3-2 to Top Esports. And it was a 3-1 to NIP over IG. So we'd have 2 rematches in the bracket. That's kind of crazy for lower bracket. That's kind of crazy. JDG versus AL, Weibo versus BLG. First series of Weibo BLG was crazy. For sure it was.
That's the rice cooker must do some more rice cookering.
Wait, why do you need rice cookery?
Because I was making a fake oyakudon in the rice cooker.
Oh, okay.
But we don't have dashi, so I've done it with chili oil.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the peanut thing was a joke, by the way. It's a very funny screenshot. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. No, but I found it funny. It made my day.
I thought it was real for a second.
It's fine. It's okay.
I believed, chat.
Just wanted to let you know. But it's still fun.
It's fun.
Because I don't want you to spread disinformation. Maybe I should have just let you do it anyway.
That would have been funny.
Yeah. Sometimes, you know, I purposely teached him wrong as a joke. I was so ready to comment on how LPL in just 2 series played more games than LEC, but it looks like it's not. I mean, it's played quite a lot. Still. Hear me out. NIP standard play isn't working out. Try this out. Aurelia, Charzix, Zed, Carter's, Pike. Yeah, I think realistically, the Mundo wasn't fixing that draft. You can't pick full fragile versus that kind of comp. Ari Ezreal against full squishy drafts is so disgusting. It smells really good, by the way.
I think so. It's garlic and chili, Alex. It can't go that way.
Was it Lagoma? Yeah. So one thing which is very sad, Sam. Flink no longer delivers chilies. I don't know why, they just don't have them in stock. So I can't. I need to go out. I need to actually go outside to get chilies, Sam.
To be fair, Alex, it's not necessarily the worst thing ever.
Yeah. Okay, so 6-game day.
Yeah,
Looks like a 6-game day. Now, to be honest, folks, when it comes into these days when you have double best of 5s in a row, look, I've done enough 9 and 10 game days in my time on LPL. I don't really want to do them again. I've done them enough, and I'm like, you know what, for the sake of my mental health and my sleep pattern, I actually quite like to not do that. So, I don't know, I want to see our best teams perform well. NIP, I think sadly for them, they just don't have... I think their drafts have been pretty nonsensical so far, and I think that they don't have the laning... I don't think they have the laning guts, really, to stand up to BLG, which is sad. I mean, that's part of what BLG kind of put this roster together for. Yeah.
Indeed.
Actually, thinking about it, does everyone think the format is good? It does give out a lot of games in a short time. That's the thing. Is it really a good format? In isolate... Okay. For a split of League, no. For the amount of time it's been given, I don't think it's that bad. The 3-group system means that you cut out a lot of games, but you cut out a lot of potential games, but you still have a double round robin. And it still quite confidently shows you who like the best and worst teams are within a group stage. However, you only have so much time to work with, right? You only have so much time to work with because you have first stand that happens in March, right? Sometime in March. There's only like a week or whatever between regional finals and first stand. So you don't have that much time to work with. March 16th. Yeah. I think it's like finals March 3rd or 7th. 7th, is it? 7th, something like that. Is that the finals? Let me check. I don't know. It's sometime like that, right? When is finals? Do we know, actually? 8th. The 8th is the finals. Right, cool. Yeah. So the 8th is the finals. Yeah, so you have an 8-day turnaround. Happy Women's Rights Day? Heck yeah. I didn't actually... I'm really bad at checking, like, international dates like that. Like, International Cat Day or International Steak and Day. Hype train is over. Dankeschön. Hello, Harold. How's it going? Hello. How is you?
Oh, is it Happy Women's Rights Day? Oh,
no, on the 8th.
On the 8th.
Would you be free this evening? Maybe? What day is it today? There's a cycle Days of the Year. What day is it today? It's Wednesday today. I mean, technically I would be. I mean, all I'm going to be doing is, like, I don't know, like watching anime or playing ARAMs or something. So presumably. I don't think I've got anything else to do tonight.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I have. What did you have in mind, Harold?
Oh, Harold, you did ask a question earlier about VOD review. Yeah, if I'm doing like a VOD review stream, I guess I could do that. I need to really rework the VOD review channel point reward thing, because I'm not entirely sure like enough people have so many points now held up that they want to use that because it's the highest point reward. I'm like, I'm gonna be sat here for like a month going through that shit. Oh god. You may need guests for a podcast. Podcasts for what in particular, Harold? Would this be for Valence League or for UKEL or for something like that? What kind of podcast is it? Because if I have to do research for the podcast, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the mind is willing. I think the spirit may run out of things. Oh, it is for VL. Okay, cool. Message me about it, Harold. I'll see how I'm feeling. Honestly, I could just use the break just because it's a whole lot of stuff to go through this playoffs. Compliment for Sylv. Let me have a think. Let me have a think. I'm trying to remember where we met Sylv. Did we meet in UKEL or did we meet elsewhere?
I'm not sure I remember anymore. Sylv, do you remember?
People want rod reviews, I just want compliments. Exactly. We can start farming them, you know. That's fine. Spread some goodwill. You know, Sylv, much like many people in the D&D world speak common, there are other languages like Elven, Dwarvish, but you have your own special language, which is the language of truth, kindness, and happiness. It's Sylvan.
Oh,
that's wonderful.
very
I'm so glad
good.
that you choose, of all the languages you chose to speak Sylv. And that's wonderful. Oh yeah, let's get ourselves into the draft soon enough for Game 3. And I'm not going to lie, if BLG keep drafting burst combos, I don't see how this ends up anyway but a dominating...
At this point, I'm going to have so much time in the day, I can
it would have been
I can tinker with my my Azula deck some more.
True, yeah, fair play. I think if BLG draft burst combo, I just don't think this is close. I think that NIP have not shown an answer to the burst combos of BLG, and it's not worked out for them. They've not been good enough in lane. They've not survived round to their team compositions coming online in the case of that game 1. BLG have been just dumpstering. They've just been mechanically outbrawling them. I mean, it's a phrase which I keep returning back to you, which you had all those years ago. You must be this tall to ride the mechanical roller coaster.
Yeah.
And against BLG, you gotta be a giant. You gotta be a giant. I mean, we've criticized BLG in the perspective of best teams in the world and best teams in the LPL. NIP are coming from Group Perseverance. They are yet to prove themselves as a top LPL team, and here I think they are showing that they are not mechanically tall enough to stand up to the giants of BLG.
Especially because, let's be real, BLG are some of the most mechanically gifted players in the world ever. Like that, like not just this year, but like of all time. Some of these players are truly at that level. Knight, Finn have been up there as best in their role, arguably best in world at some point. Looking at On, one of the best supports of all time for all how mercurial he can be. You know, we've seen the lows be very low as well. Viper, good gods, what a player. That is a mighty, mighty roster of hand gods that you have to check out. One of them is even golden on the left-hand side of them. And NIP, some plucky members there who've done some pretty great things, but are they able to do some giant slaying? Because it will require a bit of draft magic, I think, and an early game that isn't a complete washout. Daney chewing his gum as ever, and BLG find themselves on blue side again. NIP will have first pick here. Rise, Rumble, Varus off the board, the Caitlyn away from Viper, alongside that Shinzo, and there we are.
So you have Nocturne combos, you have Yunara available, Talia's looking pretty tasty in mid lane too. Might even see something like an Akali draft coming out. Nocturne Akali potentially could come through.
Where are we at on the Maokai prio these days in the LPL?
Not huge. I mean, we've seen a game or two of it. We might see the Aphelios Lulu answered into the Yunara. Yes. That would make sense. You could have gone for a Misfortune lane as well if you really want to go for combo-based gameplay. Taking the Lulu away from the Yunara makes sense. You don't have to lock AD carry now on 2 if you don't feel like it. You can lock in towards the Wukong as one of the best remaining AD skirmishers, and then you can lock in, well, I mean, Annual's Legend showed the Jinx, and I think you can go Jinx or Aphelios on 3.
There goes the Wukong. Feeling very pleased about that one in general. Lulu plus Wukong always feels very good. It's another knock-up to go alongside your knock-ups as a Wukong. And hey, much like the Shinzao, Wukong always appreciates an enchant to keep you going and give you that little bit more license to brawl. Who wants debating a carry? I think at this point, you have been the best player. Pick the Kiana. Give it a go. I think it's honestly my take here.
It's one of his best champions. Guon needs agency. A lot of his bigger picks are starting to fall away. Kiana's been one of his best. Karma comes out for the lane dominance. I think you can lock in the Jinx here if you really want level 1 prior or like more level 1 fighting potential. Can also go towards the Aphelios. That would be very different. Anyone's Legend showcased the Jinx Lulu and looked very good for them. Interested to see what they go towards here as BLG.
So I don't think MF. We saw the MF Lulu from Fnatic a year or two ago and it just wasn't good. I don't like this combo. It's not bad with the Wukong. It'll give you a big AoE option. It's lane dominance.
It's all for lane dominance. Now, yeah, Miss Fortune Lulu is not a good duo outside of lane. The lane is good, but then outside of that, you don't really set up very well for the Miss Fortune, so it's going to be a low setup bullet time. NIP do have that Kiana, it's quite hard to pin down into that. They're going to need some more CC. I wonder if NIP... I wonder whether we're looking at some Sylas drafts now at this point too, actually. Getting to the point where a lot of the better laning mid lanes are out. I wonder whether we start seeing Sylas, Akali, Yone start to be put on the table. Partly because, particularly with the Sylas and the Yone, you're looking at CC from mid lane. Both of these teams have quite low CC supports. Jungle is not the best engaging champions either. They're fine, but not fantastic on that front. You need some more CC from mid and top lane.
I agree. Second phase of bans. Top lane is mostly Jax, the Yorick. There we go. Nominated champion eventually. Got the first 2 silvers, right? Removing Gallia makes sense. Would be quite nice with the Kiana. And especially if you're looking at things that Care can look to get involved and potentially survive, help save people from those Wukong ults. Miss Fortune not would have been a nice option. Or NIP will be the cannon.
Okay, yeah, just more CC setup. That cannon would have been disgusting. It would have been disgusting with this composition. What do you have in terms of those blind pickable solo laners? Knight, you can't... If you blind pick something like a Sylas or a Yone, you might end up getting a car lead by Care. That could be a bit of an issue. The Nara is a safer blind pick. That makes sense.
And the other option is taking something flex between both roles, but I don't know how many people are willing to do that with a lot of the mages at the minute. We're not seeing as much raw reflex as we used to. Sylas going top is not really a thing at the minute anyway. But there is that Sylas potential from NIP. Wukong ult's decent to steal. Mega Gnar is fantastic ult to steal. Lulu ult's still very good. I think I'm happy enough with that option. That would be a very different.
Yeah, no, the problem is, if you go towards the Sylas, I think Knight goes LeBlanc, Akali, and you do have some issues there. Now, it is a pretty high kill combo mid-jungle. I mean, Knight could also go Talia at the back end of this too. That would be pretty good to give you some CC. You don't have a great amount of setup again, but I think Knight is looking at, you know, lane dominance versus the Sylas. Sylas is not a champion which survives every lane matchup very well. There's a reason why we don't see him blind picked that much. He's a very, very good counter pick, but there are some lane matchups where he just doesn't get to exist, really.
Well, yeah, might look towards something like a Scion here. I know it gets bullied by the Gnar and it could be rough into bin, but that would be very, very different. Is that the Gnar? Is that Sylas thinking about going top and they're going to put the TF mid?
Okay, so there are 2 options. Either ADTF top or it's the Sylas top into the Gnar. We saw Doran try this, so it has been about some of the scrim meta, presumably. Didn't work very well. If Gnar gets ahead of the matchup, the Sylas just goes mental. Problem is, as well, that the Sylas can sometimes struggle to do that much.
No, you get going, that's fine.
Think about that mid lane pick there. Knight potentially looking this injured. There's your CC if you need it, and it is lane dominant.
I wondered about a Mel with the reflecting the gold card, thinking that could be funny, but no, we're not going to get that. It'll be the LeBlanc instead. You called that one out right at the beginning of the draft, saying it could be a bit risky with some of this.
It's one of the best matchups into the Sylas. LeBlanc is very lane dominant, and particularly with the mid lane roll quest being stacked up from damage to enemy mid laners. You're very good at poking up, continually stacking that up. LeBlanc can assassinate anyone on the enemy team. It'd be very, very powerful that way. You're mobile as well to escape some of that damage. The Twisted Fate Gold card is the best piece of CC in the game, Sam. The Twisted Fate Gold card may enable NMP's composition. I don't think BLG's composition is easy to play. This Miss Fortune has quite limited setup. It's not like you have very guaranteed CC. The Wukong knockup is not always often long enough to get the best out of the bullet time. But it's very lane dominant. And BLG have good lanes. If the Sylas doesn't get a good lead versus the Gnar, you do fall out of the game very quickly. You do have that Mega Gnar, you do have the Wild Growth, which are your 2 best ultimates to steal, but it's not going to be fantastic outside of that. Game 3, more janky drafts. Not loving the draft from either side, actually. I think both of them kind of stumbled into their full 5-man units, picking for lane over much other stuff.
That said, I have enjoyed NIP's creativity across the split, and I doubted some of Hoya's top lane picks before, and I was proven very wrong. See if the Silas can do that for me here as well.
Yeah.
See if it can be another Varus for this man that has it permanently banned against him.
Thank you, Poby, as the go for the follow there as well. This could be a 6-game day. Very quick day at the office for us. It's just the bedroom, really, but, you know, office, same thing. Work from home, hell yeah. Well, NIP, they won't be going home. If they lose today, they'll go into the lower bracket. They will face up against Invictus Gaming, who they beat in the Knights Rivals stage to qualify for playoffs. Other side of that lower bracket would be Top Esports WE. Similar situation there. BLG would go on to face Weibo as the winner here today. Let's hear those gyros as we get onto the Rift. In, walking to Hoyer at level 1. Oh, but Knight's coming up as well. Does he start the chain? He ignites him for the level 1. He can flash as much as he wants. I just don't think it'll matter. Flash for the auto. Knight first blood. Flash away from Hoyer. Oh, it's a disaster. Ben gets the, I guess, the assist. Hoyer won't even have teleport to get back to lane because he started with the ignite. Now, Knight's going to lose some XP from this mid lane, but who cares? No, who cares? No, we're talking about, well, is it going to be the AD top, ADTF top, or the Silas mid, blah, blah, blah. Knight, all he needs to do is have early pressure. If the Silas doesn't win lane, the Gnar will just become unstoppable in a side lane scenario. Neither TF nor the Silas from behind can do much against the Gnar. Knight giving up some of his own priority to say, okay, we'll go help top lane. Uses the ignite, uses the flash. Works perfectly fine for him. Goes back into mid lane. Got a little bit of XP from the kill. Lost those 3 melee minion XP, so he will be behind a little bit care. Only gets his first CS now. Again, good job from Knight. Great value from him. Kiana going for the 3 topside camp, going to back for a longsword to fight earlier into the game if needed. Bot lane CB2. Well, you picked the Misfortune Lulu for the laning phase. Could have gone for the Aphelios, could have gone for the Jinx. Chose to go towards Misfortune instead. Very, very bursty. Circle lands, heals, barriers blown. All non-flashes blown now on this bot side. It's very much about this laning phase, isn't it? Those extra free auto attacks mean an awful lot. 50 HP could be the difference between these trades. Shield comes a little late there from On. Who's just coming off the cooldown, perhaps. Only the first rank of it. Knight jumping over, gets the chain. Breaks the bone plating. Good trade there from Knight. Twisted Fate LeBlanc, fairly intricate matchup. Now, TF has surprising wave pressure. If the wave gets frozen on you, then you get, you know, Knight's favorite thing, which is you get this ability to hold the wave outside of tower, jump over the wave, trade onto you, but you can't really leave the wave alone because you don't want to lose too much farm. Oh, hang on, Shun might be coming down bot side. Good shield there from On. Yuan's taking Scuttle Crab bot side. Shun not going to be taking that top side. Do they know about him? Oh, they know about him now. Vibes pushed up very far. Do they know about Shun? I don't think they know about Shun. Who's going to be jumped onto first? They're jumping onto the Kiana. He's polymorph. Kiana has to flash away. Good defense by Shun. Gets into that bot lane unseen. Even with the extra longsword, Guan can't get anything done. Loses that flash for the early attempt. We said that Kiana very important for him, and if NIP have a good game, it's normally through Guan. A T1 Academy player. Had a poor year last year. Was actually quite bad in the LCP playing on DFM. Didn't even play their last games of the year. Came onto NIP, had a much better time of things in 2026 so far. Guan potentially looking onto Knight, spotted out there. Knight doesn't have that flash still. Oh, Shun's tapping out the brush, goes back towards the clone! And Guan's gonna get rooted up. Kara, I don't think he's got the damage. I don't think he's got it. He'll try and get one last auto attack out. He will get that kill, but it's a double to the LeBlanc as they hit the ground. He's very happy with that. NIP, the early game falls apart again. What did we say? You have to be this mechanically tall. Imagine where I'm putting my hand. It's very high up in the air. You have to be this mechanically tall to ride the BLG roller coaster. And NIP have not really shown themselves to be of the stature needed. Top lane down 10 CS. Hoyer's not got that much when we started with the Ignite in lane to try and get ahead of that matchup. Knight gets a Dark Seal and a Lost Chapter early on. This is brutal. It is brutal. Finn, my dude, maybe not the best place to be there. Flashes away from the Ice Blade. Does end up getting rooted anyway. Good first strike damage from Guan. Bin will now have to recall, teleport back into the lane. The wave's crashing into him. Or slow pushing, right? So it won't be worst thing ever for him. Knight is so happy here now. Got that first blood in that top side. Hey Sam, how's it going?
reason the rice cooker isn't doing the thing I was hoping it would do. So
Rice cooker's not doing the thing. How dare you? That's my greatest friend, the
God.
rice cooker.
Why is Knight
3-1? Well, so that's a great question, Sam. So level 1 walked top lane because Hoya was trying to bush camp, get himself an early lane lead versus Bin. Knight used both summoners to determine the kill because he had the ignite and the flash. Only got his first CS at like 2 minutes in because he had to roam back towards mid lane. But Hoya, basically, Knight said, screw it, I'm going to make sure my top lane's ahead. Worked very well for him. And then we just had a double kill in the mid lane. Shouldn't really helping with that. Misfortune getting traded onto good polymorph.
Very good indeed. Viper now a little bit taken low, but it's going to be fine here. Backs away, he's got the Vamp Scepter to be able to heal up well enough. Shun being around means I don't think NIP can keep up the pressure.
This Flash, Cyclone, very scary Wukong. Of course, he got a little bit of extra XP from the champion kills he's been involved in. Guan tried to go for, he went for a 3-camp topside, recall for a longsword, rushed bot lane, tried to go for a play there, but Shun went out of vision. Oh, he's got level 6, got the Nart, that's a big amount of damage!
Oh my days, the actuator comes on through and Hoya just smashes him!
Hoya, a player who is so often on tank duty on his time on NIP, has gone all into lane pressure in 2026 on NIP. And bloody hell, that's why the Gnar can work, the Silas can work into the Gnar.
Ignite, actuator, stolen Nara, assumes about to have a horrible time, flashes over the initial Cyclone proc, though, so it's not going to be CC'd.
Summoner down, but not that much HP gone. You can still lane for now. Okay, I see how the Silas is meant to work, slightly ahead there. Reminder, folks, Knight, he gave up his early summoners to make something happen. He could die again here, folks. He could die again because the Kiana can go right onto the tower. He might go for the full burst here.
Let's see who's going to take the aggro. Overcomes Knight. That might make things a bit interesting. The TF comes in. The gold card, the CC chain is good. Guwon will likely die here and does. But Knight's got himself exhausted and will therefore not be able to finish up anyone else, I don't think.
He's got the Ignite. He can. He's got Ignite. Forces the flash. If that W had landed to proc the Sigil, that would have been a dead TF. So Bin goes down. No, Knight gave up a lot to make sure that Bin was in a more comfortable spot. He's now died twice because NIP have put resources back into him. And of course, Bin made the mistake of walking too close as Mininar to that Silas at that level 6 mark with the Ignite. Knight trying to bail him out again. Can't save him there, although one kill does go back.
Focused Resolve comes on forwards. Need to do much else on that one from Jaw.
Care now at those two kills. At the end of that double kill in mid lane, of course, Care picked up one with that final fading also. It's a very close run thing. Gets that kill. In top lane now, 2 flash for the chain. Care doesn't have flash. Shun's forward doesn't have a Cyclone. Does he need it? Might do.
Maybe. The gold card actually buys a fair amount of time, but Knight still gets to pick up that kill, and that puts Knight back into a minor gold lead for all the stack deck normally allows you to achieve. Bin is not having fun versus Hoya here, but about to hit Mega. Maybe that changes things.
No, he doesn't have the Mega Nard to steal on the other side. He's used that. You can't steal in every confrontation. Bin gets the attack speed from the hop and trades things back. Well, the Hex Drinker, of course, was in the last time. Didn't save him from that last all-in. Helps him here, though. Can walk up for the Demolish proc. There you go. Knight is one of the best LeBlanc players of all time. He's 4-1, and he's now taking that lead and going elsewhere on the map. He can kill Hoya here.
Top of the wall, there is the Mimic Distortion, and Bin gets the kill onto Hoya, who's going, wait, this isn't fair, but I just had the same thing happen to kill Bin. So, you know.
Oh, Knight. 3 stacks in the Dark Seal, 4-1-1. The LeBlanc as the last pick is working wonders. Technically meant to counter the Silas in lane, but also just sit there to work so well into the enemy comp.
Throws down the bullet time, they've got no interrupts, no CC to stop the Misfortune. Throws out the Arc of Ruin, can't get the kill back. Valiant effort. Viper's actually going to step forward here, but has to be a bit aware of a potential Soul Flare. Out comes the root, but Viper can strut on forward. Has got himself a little bit of Omni-Vamp. Sorry, just lifesteal from that Vamp Scepter. That Soul Flare, I think Viper was a touch worried about, but Jaw should be alright.
So he was worried about that Q flash. Viper does have heal backup and available. Shun's starting up the dragon. The heal should keep Viper alive now, really. He'll recall. And once again, BLG mechanically outplay. NIP did find themselves with a small lead. Knight spreads the lead across the map. 2v2 happens in bot lane, and BLG right back in the lead.
That they are. Bin is in the lane here. He's actually managed to get himself a 600 gold lead after Hoya had done a lot of hard work with his team to get himself into a good spot. But the plates, the kills, are feeling very good. Again, you've got the Ignite available to Hoya and potentially a stealable Gnar ult to go with. Does that become the Yar ult then, as opposed to Gnar? Why?
Oh, Yas or Gnar?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Yas.
Nah, man. Oh,
Forward lands the chain. Can you one-shot? He's going mega soon.
It's going to be a lot. The Ignite comes on down. Won't quite be there. Last Order would do it. Doesn't have the flash to follow. And the Mega Nod just about keeps Bin in one piece.
God, and now Shun's coming up to our side. Remember, Hoya doesn't have flash. He'll have to back off all the way. Bin could hold the wave here. Look for a slow push out. Chooses not to. Of course, he has the teleport. Just a regular summoner spell. Knight might have to flick back from this. Doesn't have to. Guon didn't have the Water Blade.
Interesting. Fakes it out there onto Care. Now the Ethereal Chain's got more Care dead.
So much damage. Things are falling apart. NIP have not been good enough at judging these early skirmishes. Particularly Knight have just brutalized NIP. Knight LeBlanc, I'm great to see. I'm so grateful I get to see this kind of gameplay from him again. I've been seeing him, look at him, Azir the whole split. This is what I want to see, Sam.
Your one's now bot, actually. You might want to see that if you're an NIP fan. If you can find the play here, it would be fantastic news. Overcomes the teleport. Shun's coming, but again, he doesn't have the Cyclone. This could get a bit dicey. 3v4 with a turret to bone. BLG, the teleport in. The emotions there. They're still thinking about they got the
Gold card. They have the Supreme Spell talent. Knight is going to be here. Who dies before they come in?
Oh, flash away from 500 to prevent the CC. Guon now in danger. Actually gets polymorphed into the turret. The wild growth ensures the death of the Kiana.
This is a cakewalk. This is a humiliation ritual. Guon is one of his best champions. Is at 0-3, unable to impact the game at all. Almost gets himself a great outplay onto Viper, but then just flashes away from the wall and dies in the retreat.
Polymorph is such a silly ability, and Kiana goes, well, I've at least got the grass blade down, so it didn't immediately die in the polymorph form, but there was just no way out at that point, despite having the teleport brought down. Like, that was a fully sent play that meant nothing.
Bin doing fine in the 1v1 here. Is ahead 700 gold. He can go. He's got Merc Treads. He's got the Hex Drinker. Hoya, he's just not doing the burst damage as much as he needs to anymore. So he may be looking for the kill here.
The Arc of Ruin should get that onto on. I think that slow should be enough, even with the Whimsy, and assume at least get something on the board.
They get something. That's nice for him. Slightly ahead of Viper now, actually. Well, vaguely even. Kraken Slayer first item is so important, but whenever Knight is leaving lane, you think someone's going to die. Shun can come up here. There's no... Well, Destiny's going bot side. They'll see Knight going top side, split map state.
But the wave is nearly dead. Care does his best to do some damage. Will die. It's a 1-for-1.
1-for-1. And by the way, top lane's died too. Care goes down. Knight picks up another kill. 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. Knight's going Medjai's again this game. I'll give you a little bit of a spoiler. That he's so far ahead. Off the curve, probably going like Medjai's into the... Well, maybe not Banshees, because the TF ult can pop it for free. Knight is 1,000 gold up, 6-1. He has been monstrous. We'll watch this again in the replay. TF ult was going one side. I mean, it gives them the information that they're getting dove top. Hoya can't get away from the Mega Knife from the wall. Game's over for him.
Yep, I mean, again, I saw the angle with the Silas. I see what the plan was. It started well, but the problem is the moment that return gank happened and there was no defense, Hoya has been put in the dirt, and then you're a melee champion behind an arc, which is just not a fun time.
Everyone has his first item. I don't think it'll matter that much, though.
No.
Not about that. If he gets polymorphed, he dies here, by the way.
The Glitter Lance slow scares me. Sigil of Malice on top of him means he's very poppable. As in they go, the Supreme Display talent to buy some time will not be enough to save his life. Shun is rooted by that focused resolve. In fact, it might even be more.
They have bullet time. They can still fight here.
Yeah, Shun gets Wild Growth, flash the gold card. Now Care's in danger. Shun just about to survive. And the bullet time is kind of splitting the upright, actually. Now he's in danger. This gets it because Asum can start autoing the kill the fun. It's a triple to the Yunara.
Hang on, he's got flash as well. He's trying to make sure he can get towards the clone. The bullet time was poor from Viper. Didn't end up backing off to get the full spread of the cone, and they fall into the trap of that Yunara, backed up by the Karma, a lesser enchanter, but enchanter nonetheless, with the Kraken Slayer completed. A misstep from BLG, and one of the first times that NIP have won a group to fight this entire series.
Yeah, to say the least, it has not been going well for them so far. We'll have a look at this replay, because it looked initially like Guon was a dead man with not much reflex.
And this is fantastic play from Shun, where I guess the double bonk. Guon ends up getting blasted through that, and then at this point you think, you're fine. You've got the kill, you can get out, and then they just go in again and think, well, you've split, you can go for the big play here. Shun is not tanky enough, he's not high enough HP rather, goes down, and I think that really, Viper should have backed off and looked for the bullet time. He was trying to get auto attack uptime. I think you have to back off and look for the zoning play with the bullet time. It gives way too much room to maneuver. Too many people to go outside of that bullet cone.
That bullet time it was a little too close to home there, and that meant there wasn't really, as you said, the full edge of that cone. Back is a massive chunk onto Asum, and for all Asum is now 5-1. The LeBlanc is 6-1, and she is damn scary herself, and now actually
Dark
overcomes
Seals.
BLG.
Yeah, that's a really good chunk. That means that Assume can't really stick around on the bot side of the map. So he W'd out, flicked back, going for the double sigil trade. Sometimes LeBlanc is very, very good versus auto-attack reliant champions, because of course most of the damage is auto-attack from Nymaera. Can't do that when the clone is up, and of course can flick back out of range very well.
The ethereal chains couldn't find it. Dragon being started by BLG, who are about 1,000 gold. It's not that extreme, but it's one of those games where top side of the map for BLG, very, very ahead. Bot side now quite significantly behind. Not that Viper is poorly in terms of picking up his own kills and stuff, but Assume getting all those shutdowns was big.
Ult has been stolen here. They're not going to be able to pick up the actual Eye of the Herald. I think they die for the attempt. Does Guon think he wants to die for it? Don't believe so. He'll go down. The Eye doesn't stick around on the floor that long anymore.
Finn is not going to get hit by that attempt on abduct. Nice, and the ethereal chain still hops forward, gets the double, in fact, and will break the chain. Now
Shouldn't kill
but
here now. Yeah.
is threatening.
They can kill. This is the damage that comes through from the Fed LeBlanc. It goes from poke into being genuine one-shot potential. On's heading top side. They spot up Guon here.
Seems like every time NIP have tried to make a move, someone from BLG has been there to make it a less than one-sided affair. Good responsive roams from BLG. And again, we've got our criticism, particularly of the BLG comp, I think. I see NIPs and I go, you know what?
The TF can sometimes fix it. The gold card can sometimes set up for everyone else. It is very TF-centric. Hang on, that lands his Meganar's just worn off. It's worn off. He's going to die.
Oh, that's so frustrating. Lard into the wall, and Silas, you're supposed to be better with the Gnar ult. The Gnar is not today.
It times out. Bin times it. He must have been tracking it, saying, well, you can only hold on to it for 40 seconds or something like that. Right, Knight doesn't see the person in the side lane bush there. Potential of care jumping onto him. He has no flash, but he can't get the gold card in time.
Guwon was wandering around there. And again, it feels like Guwon's been looking for plays for the last little while and found very little.
Yeah, this is what we saw with the Doran matchup too, actually, where if the Silas doesn't get very far ahead early and get those first all-ins, you just lose in the side lane. Bin still has Mega for like another 10 seconds. He's going to teleport out. Assume doesn't have the cancel. Teleport away, keeps himself safe.
Then you are Yunara. The best you have is a slow on your non-ultimate W. That won't be happening. BLG will whack the turret here.
And Knight is just unstoppable here. He's got a Shadow Flame second. Really should be going for that Medrise at some point too. Knight is going to be in such an unparalleled point of power because he can one-shot almost anyone in the enemy team. Probably only the Rod of Ages building, upgraded Merc Treads TF can survive a full burst. And that means that Assume, for however powerful he is still an assassinating target.
Yeah,
no, he can
very
still...
squishy.
Yeah, he's looking very...
submissive and assassinatable.
And diveable. Diveable and submissive, Sam. Looking very diveable and submissive. 5 kills. I know, man. It's just... someone's got to put these bottom laners in their place.
I still just love the LCK Bottom of the Year award, which is just so good.
God. I mean, sure. Okay, Knight. Well, Hoyo's alone in the side lane here. There's 2 people. Shun and Knight, they've been attached at the hip most of this split, and they've been doing a really good job of punishing people who walk into their side lanes.
Flash away. Viper will not get tagged by anything there either. He's quite happy. He's now got the bullet time and the bloodthirst and the cover. Does have a there. He's not pulling it as yet. The 2 item spike.
Oh, go
on. He's not going to have too much here. He's going to flash away, but unfortunately a very dead man. Yet the Supreme Slayer palette isn't really all that talented.
Good damage.
Over Viper goes. Doesn't get the best bullet time. Angle, but survives. But now they've got Assume. Wonderful wild growth. Finally, Hoya will get that kill, but it's going to be too late. The gold card onto the LeBlanc causes some trouble. But Hoya gets rooted. Flash for another gold card, but a flash away from Knight is brought down by the wild card. But now Care needs to sprint away as Shun will look to punish the death of his mid lane. The slow. Can they get the last auto forwards? Down 1 flare. And Shun, I don't think it's quite going to get him ready. He locked a blue card? Doesn't matter, I don't think. Shun is still thinking about this. Does not quite get him ready.
Oh!
Bin's going to hop over. Why is Let go!
Oh my god, yeah, well, he puts on a show. Not sure if he's showmaker himself, but Care does get the shutdown. Knight goes down after landing a bunch of crucial chains. BLG just brawling with it. This Knight, LeBlanc has put out so much damage. One-shots Guwon, who's had a pretty awful game on the Kiana. He has been punished at every positive chance that he's tried to make a play. goes into Fog of War, immediately dies. I love the way that Knight and Guwon have Knight and Shun have comboed with each other across this split so far. It's been the best part of BLG, I think, this mid-jungle synergy. It's been wonderful to see. Hoya does get the kill onto the Misfortune. Knight, though, manages to flip back in, get the chain. Very, very nearly gets out with his life, but Care gets the gold card to take him down. And of course, we saw the escape after.
Heal and enough move speed to just keep running away is good work from them. 2,500 gold for BLG nonetheless. In a good spot this game. Dragon about to spawn in 15 seconds would be sole point for them.
BLG. Now this is the point where we come into 5v5s. We actually haven't seen a proper, true 5v5 this entire series.
No.
This might be our first 5v5 in 3 games. Knight looking for that poke over the wall. There is that gold card to be aware of.
Something there. Knight looks for the ethereal chains. Can't quite find.
Should have took a lot of damage there, though.
Damage.
That gold card is the most important cooldown on the map. That's the TF ult has been used. Care's going into mid lane onto Viper.
Does a decent job. He's blue carded, but it doesn't matter. They do still get the kill.
Technically, the blue card's the highest damage, and Viper doesn't have a cleanse, and he doesn't have flash. Viper pushed up way too far. Wonderful punish by Care. Starting to even close the gap onto his opposing number of this uber-fed LeBlanc. Viper, bad misstep. BLG leave their AD carry alone in mid lane, and that's going to be Dragon to NIP. First grouped up play of the game, and NIP come out on top.
Nicely done, and I think that was quite astute from Care. Viper was not expecting that in the slightest. Didn't have the Lulu around to come and save him. That is a problem.
Knight going to the side lane. So BLG, this composition, it doesn't exactly play itself now, does it? You know, you've got very little setup for the bullet time. Viper was left isolated alone, just didn't respect what could happen with that TF. Teleports in with the gold card. He's got the Lichbane, has good damage there, about to get towards the rapid fire cannon. Problem is, really, this Kiana is just not going to do that much at 0 and 5. If you're ahead of the game, you can one-shot people. I like the pickup for Guwon. He's confident on it. You can draw. Knight potentially looking to jump over, get a good chunk in. Oh, good damage! Almost one-shots him. Pops the shield bow. Knight was just really going for a hit on tower. Holy crap, assume he can be fed as he wants. Doesn't exactly stop him from taking that much damage against Knight. Oh dear. Well, Hoya's been caught out. Hasn't got flash. Uses the blast gun though. Maybe that will save his life. Last stun doesn't quite land, but the slow does. That Mega Gnar stolen away now. Use that for a big play. Bullet time is going to be there. And time stops for Hoya as the bullet takes it from him.
Nicely done on that one. That kill. Assume has got his shield bow on cooldown, by the way. Just keep your eyes on that one. Could be potentially at a vulnerable spot. The joy of NIP from that last place, they did stop the dragon stacking, and again, the later this game goes, the more awkward I think it will be for BLG. They're not necessarily the best scaling team of all time, but having a Lulu behind them can be quite nice.
I mean, they don't exactly outscale, you know, the thing is, they don't outscale a gold card hitting them in the face.
No, exactly.
Now, you have a Mikhail's for on, which will help some of the group, but if you're out of position, the gold card is still a gold card. And the follow-up damage is really intense. Kiana, Silas, very high damage normally. The problem is both of them are really anemic. You've got a one-item Silas. Guwon is 0 and 5. This was the play which led up to Hoya being caught out. He was trying to look for an extended flank. Couldn't find it. Hex gated away. Ran straight into the Gnar. Pretty much died. Didn't necessarily know it was a safe landing point. Then was given those resources by Knight to really get ahead in his lane. Knight has snowballed this map so wonderfully. Knight is such a knife in the dark now. Trying to play around that Fog of War himself. We talked about Rookie being one of the best players of that, but when you're on the LeBlanc, you get to sit in a shadow. You are so happy. Or is Gnar ult about to time out? Care does have the rapid fire cannon now. Makes it a lot easier for him to consistently find big engages. Not exactly sure what Sam's doing. Just trying to pick up and walk with the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay.
The leg of my chair is on the other side of the mic, so I was like, ah.
Yeah, you just spin it around. Okay, whatever. I thought you were leaving to go do food stuff.
I was attempting to, yes.
He's trying to get fed. Guwon has not been very successful doing that this game. He's over the wall though, looking for one of those creative angles again. This is his favourite spot to stand on the rift. Assume good damage from that Nymaera trying to jump forwards. Didn't pop the ultimate. That would have been the Fiend Hunter bolts, giving him that great extra damage at the start of it. I think this is getting to the point in the game where, you know, it's only a 3,000... Oh, gold card could go onto Shun. Goes into visible. Gets onto him. No combo to follow up just yet, though. God, have to flash for that. Then she die! Great damage to assume.
Does get a lot of damage onto that back end of that as Viper is wild growth. Keeps himself alive.
God takes a heal, a barrier from both sides, and the wild growth.
All the while, they're going to have to pull away from that one. Got very, very dicey there and made that play just about both AD carries get away with it. Dragon will be a minute away. Hex optics for Viper. But that's Hoya. Got the hijack Gnarl. A little bit risky to go under the turret with. They'll get a chunk in there more.
Hang on a second, jump into the top side. Shin has GA. Is anyone on his side of the rift bot lane?
Guwon will be left low, but just about fine. Shun can look for something more potentially here. The turn. Look at Care, top end of this map. He's got the gold card stacking potential. Ult in to somewhere if he so chose. Does not decide to do so. It becomes a Baron dance. Will grab that wave. It does feel like this game is just stalling out a little bit, honestly. I'm a little bit nervous for BLG at this point. This gold lead has stayed stable, and I've seen a lot of games like this across the split where BLG have fumbled from this point.
The mid lane.
There is indeed just that. Overcomes Knight as he looks for the flash, and out comes the bullet time. No one dies. Flash forward from Care. Can't find the gold card he was looking for. Hoya quick absconds away. Does not get the abduct because Knight goes golden, and therefore the hijacked Gnarl goes wide.
So that's a lot of summoners blown by NIP. 4 flashes out of their 5 total blown for that. They won't be able to contest the dragon now. And Hoya's Mega Gnarl is gone. He really needs that to fight. There's no second really big engage ultimate. Cyclone's actually not fantastic for the Sylas in a lot of these teamfights, so you can't auto-attack and cast other spells while you're using it, which is a real pain for the Sylas. Dragon will go down onto Hextech Soul Point. It's not as clean or dominant a game from BLG as the previous 2. Things have stalled out a little bit. I really think the threat of that TF ult has closed them down. Hoya does manage to steal the Gnarl immediately after again, though. It is a very low cooldown ultimate for the Gnar, so it doesn't get locked out of that long by the Sylas. Surprised to see it that quick, though. That was yeah, I was surprised he didn't pick up immediately there. Hang on, potential jump over the wall. Oh, he's gonna get blasted! Knight has arrived, picks himself up another 2 Dark Seal stacks, did lose 5 of them earlier, but oh my god, he's strong.
Man alive. Hasn't seen Knight really find anything for the last couple of minutes. This time he does. Is that going to lead to a Baron start? Only the support, but it is a man advantage.
I think they're looking for the turn. Realistically, they're looking for the turn. Hoya does have the Gnar ult, though. NIP, I think they fancy themselves a 5v5 if they can find a fight around that Baron pit. Been walking forwards. Here comes Shun.
Nice angle there. Guwon loads for the Supreme Display of Talent. Just doesn't find it. Shun annihilates him. Guwon 0 and 6. It just hasn't been his game.
Hang on a second. Miss on the chains from Hoya. Gold card does land, but follow-up is already kind of dead. Guwon 0 and 6, the talisman of NIP, probably their best player across the split, or at least their most important one, has had an awful game 3 on one of his comfort champions. BLG have found him out at every back and call. NIP will give up the Baron contest, no smite to do so. They'll take an objective bounty and the mid lane out of turret and watch the objective go down.
They will, and they're still going to try and play this 4v5, and they look for a fight afterwards, but just don't think they're going to have the option. In fact, Bin might say you're not going to have a choice. Looks for something. Speed up there with the defiance of Jor.
And the Ghost as well. He spellbooked over to that to keep himself safe. There's a fight. Go, Observer! Look at the fight!
There goes down. Knight finds him with another Mimic forwards. Distortion available. Bin looking to get some more damage on the Jor. Gets the root, but I don't know whether it will save his life in the long run here. As Bin with the Hyper Procs continues to hunt for the Karma, who's running for the hills. The problem is that's a long way away from his base. There'll be a reset here and assume. It's not your day either. Knight annihilates the Yunara.
Well, he assumed he was safe and it made an ass out of you and his recall. Knight picks up another kill and Hoya's been given the run around. Hoya has a Mega Gnar, but it feels so mini. NIP run into Giga LG. I don't know. Whatever. It's a big team. They haven't been told
big, large gaming.
Big, large gaming. So walking towards the bot side, Baron buff on all of their members and look to finish off the series 3-2-0.
That they will, and it has been a convincing one. We weren't sold on the draft in this game 3, but sometimes might of mechanical play will do just fine. Knight on this LeBlanc has a stormer, 11 and 2. Not even ended the game quite yet. They'll take the inhibitor and decide, you know what? won't quite look for anything more right now.
Recalls were coming through. Makes some sense, you know. Still got stuff like the Supreme Display of Talent to be somewhat afraid of. Worth noting that Kiana's awful at fighting in the base, by the way, because there's no elements for her to pick up besides the Earth one. So if you're actually on big defense duty, not fantastic for Kiana. Oh, Guwon. He's not had a good time of it, has he? Thought the first 2 games, he probably still was the most important member. Such a shame to see this last game be such a poor one from him. Assume he's had a pretty okay time. He's done his best. I think that, honestly, the MF Lulu, I'm still not convinced by it. Viper did outplay in a handful of situations. There's definitely been hard-run stuff for it. Right now has the Magi's, and see if he can add some last names to it, as this game is probably nearing its conclusion.
I think that is fair. The goal card jumped in from Shum with a wonderful angle. The wild growth after ensures there's a third knock-up to be found. Guwon supremely displays his talent, but I don't think BLG are all that impressed by the kid's show and tell. And NIP, well, welcome to the big leagues, guys. You come up to Group Ascend, and this is what you have to reckon with.
Knight holds back draw onto the fountain and says, "You're not allowed onto the rift. Not in this playoffs. Not against us just yet. Perhaps you'll have to persevere some more, draw." Very nearly one shot. Look at the kill back. Perhaps a touch of arrogance. Knight will go down, but a 12-kill LeBlanc game sees him firmly into the MVP for this one. An Ari and a LeBlanc game to remember for the all-star mid laner of BLG.
We had AL dismantle their opposition yesterday, and BLG looked to mirror it today against NIP. It's not quite a shorter timescale, but it was still exceptionally convincing. Not perhaps the best draft in Game 3. Regardless, the fact BLG still won in the way that they did is fantastic news for them.
That'll be a very short day, a 6-game day. Demolition by the upper seeds in each of these matchups. BLG, we expected them perhaps to take this time off and use it well. I don't think we learned that much about them, besides the fact that, damn, they're really good at playing out burst compositions. That seems to be their real bread and butter right now. Get a load of burst, combo around it. Haven't really seen them forced onto slower DPS team fights. Haven't really seen them forced into more true, honest 5v5s. That will happen later into the bracket. It will have to against some of these upper tier LPL teams. One of Viper's best games in this split so far on that Ezreal. He'll be proud of that game. Knight, overall, probably my player of the series, though. I think he was very good in all 3 games. The Ziggs, the LeBlanc, the Ari, all very good from him. Perhaps other people shining individually, maybe slightly more in some individual games. Across the entire series, though, Knight's my player of the match.
He was superb. I think it would be very surprising if he didn't get a hold of that one. And they continue to march their way through that upper bracket, looking like they've at least come in with a fair amount of vim and vigor, shall we say. We were a bit worried about them.
Sounds like a V for Vendetta speech, Sam. Vindicated violently with vigilance, vim and vigor.
You know, I've never watched all of V for Vendetta.
Hugo Weaving's a very good actor, Sam. Hugo Weaving's a very good actor. Anyway, folks, I just put some adverts on, so I can't really give you the spiel right there, because I just wanted to put some adverts on while the viewers were high, honestly.
That's so fair.
That'll be the end of our stream today, pretty much, folks. If you'd like to support us, obviously drop that like, that subscribe. Think about following us on our socials. Sam has his own socials there, linked in chat as well. I can do that there. And if you'd like to support us for free by downloading Opera GX, it would help us as well. We have that sponsored just for the last days of February as well. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. You got any plans, Sam?
I might do some streaming, I think. It's been a nice short day, and I ought to try and keep that up where I can.
Oh, I got the thing wrong. There we go. Yeah.
Ta-da!
Okay, well, I guess I'll stick around until you're ready for your stream.
I will do that. I'm trying to get food done at the same time. For whatever reason, it just won't cook, and I don't know why. I might put it into a pan and try it that way.
Okay.
But yeah, there was food attempted.
Food attempted. Not sure it was. Okay, not succeeded yet.
Yeah, not succeeded. It's not failed, but it's still remarkably undone in a way I'm very unpleased by.
Yeah, it was a very fast day today, folks. I guess I'm just going to stick around until Sam's got a stream up. I'll hang around. Okay. So we have our next round matchups too, right? So we have all of our round 1 completed now. For the upper bracket, technically this is round 1 lower bracket. So you have JDG, Annual's Legend. Annual's Legend coming as heavy favorites there. JDG didn't look confident versus top esports in that 5-game series. Then we have Weibo BLG. I mean, I can see a world in which Weibo actually do beat BLG if they force them into honest 5v5s and they don't die in the early game too much. I mean, BLG BLG looked really good in early game is the thing. They looked really good in early game. But I think if Weibo can survive the early game, there's a world in which that goes to 5v5s, and perhaps BLG are not as good on those team fights. We haven't seen that right yet. And lower bracket top esports WE, IG, NIP. So we saw that in our basically our play-ins to playoffs. So that would be, yeah, we have some information on that. Pretty good information on that, in fact. But, by the way, we had really good viewers today. We were like 400 odd. It's really, really cool. Thank you everyone for following and for watching along. That's like some of our best average viewers for a long time. You know, especially when you've got people like Cadril and I Will Dominate who are streaming as well now on some of these days. It does make it's really cool to see us actually retain some pretty good viewers. Very good viewers, in fact. Very, very cool. Is it true that Elk got gapped by Photic today? I would say Elk wasn't I wouldn't say gapped because Photic wasn't good either, but Elk wasn't as good as he usually was. He wasn't gapped, it's just that Elk wasn't as good as he usually was. I think in the first series, it really was like Jeje was really, really good in jungle. Yeah, Jeje was really good. That's our post-game stats. Yeah, Elk looked a little off. It wasn't like crazy. It wasn't crazy, but it looked a little off. That is a lot of damage from Knight again. That was a very good series from Knight. Very, very good series from Knight. On had a good series too. Shun had a good series. Viper had a very good game too. Game 3 was a little bit messy. And we got to win his interview as well, so I'll leave this on for a little bit.
我是主持人小右，首先是恭喜 BLG 3-0战胜 NIP 战队，也是挺进了下一轮。我们邀请到的是 BLG 战队的中下组合 Night 和 Viper， 先请两位和大家打个招呼吧，欢迎。
大家好，我是 BLG 中单 Night。
大家好，我是 BLG 的小鹿 Viper。
欢迎两位啊！那今天呢，可以说3局比赛都是属于BLG的一个胜利方式了，都是在对线期就取得了压制，一路高歌猛进，顺利的收获胜利。想先问一下 Night 选手吧，觉得今天能够3-0顺利的拿下，最关键的原因是什么呢？
我觉得最关键就我们每条对线都打得非常好吧，但可能就前面小配合都有点可惜。
What's happened with the NLC? The tournament organizer has been removed from the NLC and there's a new one running it. As in, like, they run the Portuguese scene and now they're running NLC as well.
挺早的，已经训练5-6天了。那么在备战阶段，丹尼教练有没有布置什么作业呢？可以让你们快速的找到状态？
还是跟以前差不多吧。我们就每天训练赛都认真打，然后训练赛复盘的时候的东西都要就尽量记一下。
是的，把训练赛的一些复盘的成果也是展现到了今天的比赛当中。问一下 Night 选手，你觉得相比于组内赛阶段，队伍都有哪些提升呢？或者说有哪些进化呢？
因为太久没打比赛了，所以第一场可能看不出太多，所以要接下来比赛打得更好才行。
接下来也要越战越勇。那么回到今天的比赛，首先第一局想问到 Viper 选手，其实从 BP 再到下路都是非常非常尊重我们对面的卓选手的。那么也想问一下，对于下半区的战术布置、节奏思路是怎么一步步把优势打出来的呢？第一局我们其实是晋加巴德对线对面的海滨加萨勒芬尼嘛。
就是首先就是最近这个版本来说，大家都喜欢玩那种2打2很强的组合嘛，所以我们也准备好了这个对局，然后第一把、第二把都是他们选择很强的2打2组合，但我们尽量去应对一下啊。
也是有了很好的一个效果，而且第2局虽然两边都是软辅，但是呢BLG这边也是取得了很好的一个成果。那其实来到第3局，虽然说中期有一点小小的惊险，但最终呢还是有惊无险拿下了。其实我们看到控龙这方面的BLG还是稳稳的拿到优势的，而且在对线期这个恐怖如斯的妖姬可以说一直辐射到了全队啊。也想问一下 Night 选手，你觉得在当前版本，如果说想要在对线期就打出一些压制，如果说想依靠妖姬去滚雪球，有哪些重点的要素呢？
主要是我带来点火吧，还有就和训那波中 LPL 配合比较好，所以就优势会比较大。
所以记住这个小 tips， 大家可以多多去练习一下。还有一个小插曲，因为我记得在赛前登场的时候，和卓队2个卓队，然后比了一个石头剪刀布，这个创意是谁来想的呢？
就我问了他吧，问了卓哥要不要来博弈一下，然后他果然说了。
是的。然后当时呢，也是赢下了我们的这个剪刀石头布，那最终也是赢下了比赛。也想问一下，两位选手啊，因为其实在后天呢，你们会对阵到 WBG 嘛？但在常规赛，其实在2次交手当中都是比较顺利的赢下来的。对于这场比赛有怎样的信心和期待呢？
我觉得常规赛微博可能打得没季后赛这么好吧，现在他们磨合已经上来了，所以这次打他们要更小心一点。
好的，要小心一点。那也问一下 Viper 选手。
现在这个版本来说，就限制对面 AD 的输出就是最重要的嘛，所以尽量去2得2打好一些。
还是在下半区要打出自己的节奏。那最后一个问题，其实我们注意到在 BLG Vlog 里面是有一期主题写给你的明信片，那么也想问一下，因为今天现场来了很多支持和应援的粉丝朋友们，如果说要在现场写下一张明信片的话，想要表达什么样的内容呢？那个先来吧。
就祝粉丝天天开心，然后过年多赚钱了。
好的，很实在。Viper 呢？
保护健康然后新年快乐。
身体健康，新年快乐！也谢谢 Net 和 Viper 选手给我们粉丝朋友送上的祝福，当然也祝福大家新年快乐，祝福大家好运连连。那么同时也祝福标记战队在接下来的比赛当中信念不息，手感火热，迎接下一场战斗。掌声送给他们。那么也再次感谢2位选手接受我的采访，我们把时间交给解说席。
We were winning until we lost. Okay, well, thank you everyone for joining. I mean, Samuel, are you streaming? Let me know when you're on. How close are you to being streaming? Okay, damn, it's 1 minute. I'm gonna time it. Sam said he's gonna be 1 minute max. Incredible. Compliment for Harold. You know, even though NIP got blasted 3-0 today, I think they're still winning because they have you as a fan. I think anyone should have Harold as a fan. Harold is passionate. Harold is vocal with that passion. And he's so infinitely positive to be around. So NIP, even though they lost 3-0 today, they're winning because they have Harold in their court. Good on you. Oh, man. So if you're on YouTube, the show's going to end now. If you're on Twitch, we're going to raid you over to Sam when he's up and streaming. And join us tomorrow. It's going to be a slightly later start tomorrow because these were our 2 best-of-5 days. Tomorrow it will be a 3-hour later start than whatever time it was today. So that'll be 10 European time, 9 UK time. And wherever that is for you guys. So it'll be like 9 p.m. GMT / whatever UK time is. Work it out from there. Work it out from there. So yeah, if you're on YouTube, see ya! And if you're on Twitch, we're going to hold you hostage and send you over to Sam. You will enjoy his stream.